And that's what happens when the memes come in. Remember $21 on Palantir? Look at the double bottom. Now it's starting to break out. This isn't really a short story, but keep in mind, the NASDAQ's down right now and at the lows, and you have something breaking higher that just put in a post-earnings bottom. So I want to keep the eyeballs on the 21 level. GameStop, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. 2 minutes till it opens back up again. It is worth mentioning, of course, look, AMC is actually pulling back throughout this halt. So there's probably some potential here if GameStop continues to go higher. This would have a chance. Nvidia, you know, unless you really, really liked $888 as a buyer, $885, pretty much gone at this point. AMD on the chip space, stronger than Nvidia. So I think we're back to liking that break. Obviously a little bit distracted, but if I had taken a breakout on AMD, would that have worked? I mean, you could have scalped it for 40, 50 cents maybe. That wouldn't have been that bad, but ultimately I think that wouldn't have worked out at all. So VWAP sits here in 152.25. Breakout of this top gives you 153. What is this? 53.35 back into 153 for AMD, which is suddenly looking pretty strong. So about a minute or two till the reopen on GameStop. Let's see what happens. I mean, I think at this point, you know, there's anything as a possibility. If there's a halt down, I think that's going to provide some opportunity for some re-entries, if that's your game. But you let it halt down, let it open back up. I don't want to be chasing it up here. You got to be long at the bottom like Sean had, or have a plan for the first breakout, which we were able to grab. Here comes AMD to the highs.
Kind of feel bad about that Robinhood. All right, so Lucid also going to highs as well right now. Like, it's just going to continue, I feel like, maybe today. Look at Lucid. What? Up 10% right now and starting to go higher. Tesla, I guess, is also kind of like a meme name.
Yeah.
The more people get involved with some of these stocks. Also, SoFi is going. All right, GameStop is open. 33. Boom! There it is right now. Let's go. Sound that alarm. Onto the screen, onto the screen, onto the screen. We're halting again. This is $10 in the money. We're doing it again. We're doing it again on the show. I mean, let's make Trader TV Live great. There it is. Boom, halted again. Chef Joe, everybody who's long GameStop, it's cook time, and we are cooking right now with GameStop as it is now $10 in the money, halted again to the upside, and we're having a decent time here so far. Palantir is booming. Big day alert on GameStop. Come watch the show. When? Now! And stay with us forever as we're not stopping. We've talked about that over and over again. If you can't tell, I love the job and I love trading and I love going over to the desk with Adara.
Sorry about that. Another name having a big day right now. Walgreens Boots Alliance, WBA. This one popping up here. People reporting that they're said to contact potential buyers for drug chain Boots. So Walgreens looking to have some buyers for Boots, according to these reports. Again, not confirmed here, guys.
I don't know how many people care about Walgreens right now. No, I'm joking. All kidding aside. Obviously, there's other things happening in the market, but the meme names are where it's going to be at. The tap value on the halts hasn't really been telling us anything, so it's still just every single time GameStop halts, you're essentially just flat, and it's indicating a flat open, but that doesn't mean it's not going higher and higher. The last halt one, like I said, I took a halt trade, which everyone's like, oh, Neil, you're mad for getting out. Not really, because when you take this breakout, if it opens down, like I'm always going to take some out. If it opens down, you could open up down to like 25 bucks. So it's very different from being long early on when you take a breakout trade. You try to find a re-entry that did give you a dip into the 30 level, but the way these are now going, up here, when you're in this rarefied air, the second there is a pullback down, it's like find a sympathy name and then grip that and then rip it. Tesla 175 is starting to get a little bit out of hand as well. And then AMC, which used to be the big meme name, look at AMC. You still can't even get located. It can't even bust VWAP AMC when this thing is up $1 million in GameStop.
We're trading GameStop today. We're up 50%. No, on the trade.
Randy's like.
On the trade. All right, but Tesla's going though, Randy. That's going to be a nice one for all of the Tesla bugs out there because look at this, 175. right now for Tesla. Yeah, straight to the moon here, as a lot of these names are starting to go. And we also have our boy Reddit that we recommended off $50 last week. That's now at 60, so that's a monster move for Reddit. Right there, up 20% in a couple days. So we nailed, I mean, that was a different one because I feel like it's up now because of GameStop. So we'll wait to see what's going on there. AMC, Randy, I know you like some movies. That's up there 20% as well. But it was this GME, Randy. It's not the number one name, but it's on here. The number 2 idea from the sticky note today was already up. Look at these candles that we've had here on the daily chart. Straight fire, held all pre-market, gave us 3 opportunities for some reason to get long. So there it goes, up to the upside goes GameStop. So yeah, so far so good. It is halted though right now. So I'm just going to continue on that. But yeah, Walgreens news there. Potential buyers for WBA. The beleaguered Walgreens Boots Alliance.
Not the exciting, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Walgreens, it is up decently, but it's not that exciting. Look, sympathy, I know this is insane. COS is up 60%. So, like, just understand that GameStop is the one that started all this. The second that shows any signs of weakness, COS will be back down like $1 in an absolute heartbeat. And this stock, it's done a ton of volume, so there's good relative volume in COS. This is just an old meme name. They make like the headphones or whatever. I think they're still, obviously they still make
headphones. Something like that.
Yeah, I could probably like they're in a new business now, Neil. No, COS is one of the other sympathy names out there, whether it's Upstart, whether it's, I don't know what else you want to throw out there. Affirm is also making a power move in there. And it's anything that has a decent short float. But just be careful when they start to come back in, because the second there's a sign of weakness, you just got to grip it and rip it. I'm going to give up on trying to get locates for AMC. It seems like they're not going to give them to us. There's plenty of other names that you can work with that are adjacent, Upstart being one of them, up that 9%. And COS as well. I can try and grab those.
Yeah, COS is there. We talked about BlackBerry. We talked about Robinhood. Sound was moving. And I think the real a big winner has definitely been Tesla, I feel like.
That's a low, low key.
I was waiting for GameStop to open, but let me just check out one more name that we know that is also Beyond Meat does have a huge short float as well. So this name up 6% here today. This might be a good day for me to check in on my cannabis names and see if they are truly, holy shit. Over. GameStop right now.
30,
let's go.
38, 37. No, what the hell just happened?
What are we even doing today? Wow, monster move. It's going to halt again to the upside for GameStop. We're $13 in the money.
Bye-bye.
And this is still going. This was graduation day for the boys behind us. This name sat there all pre-market. You knew GameStop was going to be a ripper today. There was no chance otherwise. You had so many outs. Like, you could have got out 24, 22. The risk to reward on this one is absolutely a monster. It's now 6-1. This is Real Trading, and we got a sponsor, Real Trading. Make sure you go find these guys out. As soon as I came in, I right away paid for shorts on this. If this isn't a real trade, then I don't know what is. But right there, GameStop, nice move. Buying those dips. Be part of the fun, man. Join up Real Trading ASAP. And what I wasn't scared about was I'm also able to go short. So you think we're having fun now. Wait till we see this thing turn around, and then we'll start putting on some damage.
We actually have locates there.
Back down. Yeah, they're basically free.
Yeah.
It's like 2 cents.
Same with COS is literally free as well, 1/8 of 1 cent. As GameStop, there's no levels. Just remember that up here. It's basically just air, kind of like MJ. Let's go to the desk. We've got Adara. We know what's happening now, but what else is happening now?
No shortage of exciting market movements happening today, guys, on this Monday. That is for sure. We have the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both bouncing off of being about flat, so both slightly positive on the day, giving up some of those earlier gains amid some weakness in chips, which we'll get to in a second. But generally, pretty positive day so far, especially for these smaller names. Worth noting as well, we do have Microsoft and Google on watch, as well as Apple heading into this 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's when we have that OpenAI event. OpenAI and Apple apparently near a deal, according to some reports. So that'll be really interesting to see what they announce there. Keep an eye on that event. Other names to keep an eye on. A lot of these Chinese ADRs pretty strong here, including Tencent Music, TME, up about almost 7%. Reported earnings down year over year, but they beat analyst estimates, and they also announced a cash dividend per American depository share. We also have here Nvidia. This one initially looking pretty strong, then falling a little bit on the report from the information that Chinese regulators are telling local firms to buy fewer of their chips. So move down for NVDA. Another chip name, though, a little bit stronger is ARM Holdings, ARM, up almost 3% after Nikkei Asia reported that the company is looking to launch a new AI chip. So no shortage of things to look at today, guys.
Two and a half minutes till GameStop reopens. Cost halted before that, so actually Cost is going to open up before GameStop in there, which I think is going to be good. I want to see GameStop open. I'm not shorting any adjacent name unless GameStop goes to the downside. Meta's still under a lot of pressure. Just to give you a quick update, is what it is. Like at the end of the day, Alibaba did just put in its first couple of red candles there on the breakout, so I just got trailed out at 84.50. I was just moving my trail every time it broke. Yeah, every time it broke the even dollar or the half dollar, I just moved my trail higher. I think VWAP's going to come into play here, 83.60. If we can grab that, we'll go ahead and do it. But all eyes are going to be on the meme names for obvious reasons. You know, now that you're up here, again, there's no levels for GameStop, up 110%. If you're not already in it, then Cost just opened back up. This is the one, if GameStop goes down, that I'm going to put that I want to take a short on. It's got to be something adjacent. And even then, it's already starting to fall, Adara.
Another heavily shorted name to watch out here. This one's going to be Tupperware, TUP, up about 45%. Net getting a nice spark in volume here around that 10 a.m. area. Short float of about 20%. Float or market cap of about 60 million. So TUP, another one to watch out here for guys making new high of days.
I mean,
Tupperware's not bankrupt.
I was going to say, this is the number one idea. You got to get your Trader TV 20 from Trade Ideas, because if you had a halt scanner or something on, days movers, average daily mover extenders, things like that, because like all of these short float names, or even just that scanner that Michael talked about, days to cover, short float scanners, things like that, because right now, I mean, every single name, we just randomly were like, hey, what about Robinhood? And I put on like my macro hat there and was thinking like, oh, they had a good quarter last time, yada, yada, yada. And you can see what's happening now to Robinhood. We talked about it down here. It's not really doing what any of the other ones are doing, but that would be an example of that. And then we're going to go back into this one as well. We'll go 2 for 2 today if Disney can get going. We did get lucky enough. So we put on first there, wondering what was going on. Adara came through and just said it was just a simple price target upgrade. So that's nothing for me. But so we had to play it off 106, play it off that 50-period moving average, and try to use down here in the 200 or the day's low as our out. So we're still in 40% of it. I do have an offer at 35, which is the best we've gotten. We've just got 25. So if we could see if we can get something there and then try to hold like 30%, maybe for, here it comes. Okay, GameStop is now open and it's still going higher, guys. Here comes 40. Okay, there's the pushback. Now it looks like a halt down potentially here for GameStop. So let's wait to see. You can't get out when it's halting down. So you sort of got to wait for this. See if we can sit at 87 and get a fill. We are not getting a fill. We're trying to get out. There it is. It halted. So we did not get a fill there at 37. So, or sorry, 34.87. So the first initial pullback there, that was a great spot to consider getting out if you're still in it. So I tried to punch out there. So we'll wait to see where it opens up. I could see like 33 now, maybe, potentially even lower. So, I mean, we just halted at 34. So let's wait to see where we open up on that one. But that was the move down. So again, be careful with it. We did get that fill on Disney. So as that was all happening, it's too bad that I was over there. But we did have time to react. We did take out 38 and then pushed back in. So I'm not putting out a marketable order yet. But GameStop, that's the first move back. And sometimes when that music ends, we all know that what can happen after that. So there it is. First downside halt on GameStop.
Dollar says we'll be able to get AMC shorts now.
Yeah, probably. I'm surprised you haven't been able to get them yet.
No, I've tried 20 times. Look, we can short Lucid. So when I wanted AMC. Obviously, I said that all morning long. The second there was a weak move on GameStop, I would get to that. But I got into Lucid at $3 because it put this wick when GameStop came down. It was any short name you could grab. Cost was already halted when this happened, halted to the downside before GameStop even went, so that wasn't even an option. So I have Lucid, I'm gonna give it to the new high, and then we'll see what happens from there. AMC, Oh, I, for one, am shocked. This was the fact that it wasn't even making fresh highs made it the easiest opportunity if you had locates on this one. The second there was a down push on GameStop, and that's why I was trying to get locates the entire way. But it is what it is. You got to be able to move on to the next. The market itself is coming back. Tesla's still at 175. That looks pretty strong. Hey, remember Meta?
Yeah.
Meta's at VWAP
back,
here.
so.
With the market starting to come back, Meta's in and around VWAP. This was not a name I was thinking about the short on. What about AMD? Let me just quickly double check. AMD still hasn't taken out the top yet. I think it's pretty much primed to go. And with the market recovering in here, just looking for AMD to take out that top. But we can sit here waiting for the paint to dry on that. Thankfully, the meme stocks have given you a lot of excitement because I feel as if some of these break. I mean, Alibaba happened and Alibaba was good, but I've been looking for AMD to make this break for at least 15, 20 minutes now. I'm going to put my order back in there again. As I said, Lucid was the one I took because Lucid was the only one available with quick free locates if we're able to get there. So if it comes down into VWAP, we'll start taking it out. Got to keep an eye on GameStop. If GameStop opens back up and just starts running again, believe me, I'm punching out. I got no issues. I can be 3 cents in the money. I could be flat on the trade. And once the sympathy name starts to follow the leader, you want to be able to get out there. Well, I'm assuming Robinhood's pulling back as well.
No, Robinhood's ripping like crazy. And this was, again, so for me, look, we're already super happy with our day. We've already talked about that. Disney's held out okay. But honestly, man, this Robinhood, we should have had that. We did have it. And I was like 7% short. I don't want that. That was ridiculous. There it is. What's up to Rami Rahim? Thank you so much for the $5. But that's even a bigger win. $17,351 there for my guy Rami, who gets in off of the halt. So good job on that one, getting in there, grabbing some calls. We, of course, trade straight shares. So, dancing in and around these even pennies and things like that matter. I cannot believe Robinhood. That was, honestly, I'll pat myself on the back for that, although I don't have it. But we'll see if we could do the opposite in SoFi. We actually went short on SoFi now. So let's see if it can break 730. GameStop is about to be open, so let's wait to see how this one trades. I think a break too far below where we kind of are now, we're going to have to be careful with it. So watch out for GameStop, like 34-ish break, 33 break, probably considering getting out. It'll still be a $10 winner, but obviously we've given up $5 off the top. So let's wait to see what happens here for GameStop. This is trading. You can't, you put your offers out, you put your bids in, and
you know what's wild?
You can call the right spots.
It's wild. On the way up, there were no tap values higher before it would open, but the second it halts down, all of a sudden it has an indicated open lower at 33. On the way upside, it wasn't doing this. It would open higher off the halt, but it wouldn't tell you that was going to happen. All of a sudden, you're indicating 33s. You don't know until it actually opens where it's going to be, but like right here, I think 30, 27, those are the areas that make a lot of sense. The 3150, or that's 3170, would have been a halt top and then a reopened bottom at about 3170. So that 30 VWAP, if it gets down in there, a little rubber band action is what I'd be looking for in GameStop. It just opened.
There it is. So now, it is open now. 33 coming into play again. There it is, back up to the upside. Now trying to break a little bit lower. I am going to punch a piece out there at 32.30 there, whatever we got. We'll find out what we got after. But there's a quick out. It could not get back going. We got 32.12s right there. So another piece out. Now we'll hold a quarter of this as it's pulling back in now. There goes GME. Quite aggressively back down into the downside. We knew it's going to halt again. So here comes another halt. Oh, nope, back up. So there we go. Now let's wait to see. Maybe a false halt down there. Back upside now, 31, 31, 32, 32 and a quarter. Can we see 32.50? Can we see 33? No, we cannot right now. 33, here we go. 32.50, $33 inbound, and maybe 34. But as we get upside, that last little halt area, 36.80, 34.75. So we got out there a little piece. We'll still hold every single piece out. Obviously has been a higher situation for us. So let's wait to see what happens with GameStop. Honestly, I'm actually fine even if I hold this all the way back at this point. We're out of 75% of this trade. Let's see what happens now as SoFi not really pulling back and Robinhood sticking near the highs there. Were you able to get AMC shortables?
Of course you now have locates on AMC.
Yeah, there you go.
Like after the down halt on GameStop is when it finally happens. I have them, but It didn't even move on that push down because it had already gone. I was in Lucid. Check that. I still have a little bit of Lucid in here. It just tagged under VWAP when GameStop made that move down. Now remember, just anything that was adjacent, I was punching short once GameStop went to the downside. I got threes. You basically got that move in at 290. You can want AMC all you want, but if this is the one you get, it's what you get. I think down around 280, 285, if GameStop doesn't hold up, makes some sense. Lucid and some of these sympathy names have other reasons why people might not want to buy them. So you do want to respect that. But GameStop's going to halt down again. If it does, all right, I can probably give this to VWAP at least if I get this on AMC. So I'm going to take this just on GameStop halting down, and I'll give it, not VWAP, let's give it to 340 as we're going to Adara one more time. But this is what I wanted at 360. But we got the locates now. They were very cheap too, 1/8 of 1 cent per share at Real Trading. 1/8 of 1 cent to go short Adara.
Oh.
This one has a little bit less volumes than some of the other names running today, but WW, formerly known as Weight Watchers here, up about 14%, short float of about 21.3%. So this one worth keeping an eye on as well here, WW, guys.
All right, I tried to go short Robinhood, which I'm short right now at 1730. It's not, I have to stop at the high of the day here. It doesn't, I just thought on this pullback for GameStop that potentially Robinhood would pull back. So we put a little bit of our risk that we've made in GameStop into this trade now. SoFi's not really moving, so I'll wait for that. We still have the same kind of a target on high a day, but it does, it's funny how I go from like, oh, Robinhood's gonna be a short, or a long, sorry, into what position I'm in right now, which is kind of crazy. So we'll take a little bit out now if we can get back into the mid-20s as we're short here at 30 on Robinhood. So, okay, nice little pullback. Maybe we get something actionable, more than I thought, actually. For a nice little pullback here for Hood. So, all right, we're in it. We'll see if SoFi pulls back again, but Robinhood just did a little bit of a dip buy. We got to take advantage of it. Let's start getting out some more here on Robinhood. So, okay, so far so good. We shorted it at the highs maybe for Hood. We're still waiting for SoFi to pull back. That would be nice if that happens. And then Disney's doing nothing. And I know it is a pretty bold move holding on to GME. I do understand that. We're already... It's Monday, you know, we're long down here. We've taken good profit on it. I'm completely pleased, obviously, with the way we've executed on this. It'll be the #1 P&L stock for the day probably, and I can even get out for flat and that would still be true. So let's just wait to see what happens now. Robinhood, again, I don't know. We have shares on. I mean, if this one really tanks. The reason why I say, like, I feel like scalping, like the market, unless something happens, I mean, anything can happen in the market today, right? I mean, GME could absolutely be a disaster, and I could wind up losing the whole day on it. So, but I don't know what I meant by it being like the #1 thing. I don't know if we're going to see a move like that again on, what am I doing?
The only way that could happen on GameStop is if they decide to do what they did that day with Funware. Remember where they they don't open it up after 5 minutes or 10 minutes and they hold it for like an hour. That's the only way because, I mean, ultimately it's going to open up. It'll trade a couple minutes. Even if there's multiple halts the way down, you can get out. What I mean is there was one day, it was like a DWAC day. DWAC halted a couple times to the upside. It was going absolutely nuts. Funware was going up on sympathy. DWAC and Funware both halted at the same time. DWAC opened in 5 minutes. Funware never opened. DWAC then halted again. And then Funware never opened. And then DWAC that finally went to the downside. And then when it was tanking, it halted down a couple times. And it wasn't an hour. It was like an hour later when DWAC had come all the way back down. They finally opened up Funware. And anybody that had been holding just couldn't get out. It was kind of disgusting. Every now and then that's going to happen. It's very rare. Volatility halt or 5 minutes or 10 minutes. That's what it's supposed to be. But yeah, I think that'll be fine. GameStop's doing so much liquidity. I think it's okay. But I did get into AMC. We didn't get VWAP. We didn't get it when the turn actually happened, but the first short available was right here at about 330. I got 29s. I was just getting some out there in the low 20s, and it's starting to pump a little bit higher. I'm going to get off the offer only because GameStop's going to open in a minute or two, and there's no need to be sitting on the offer when GameStop opens up. Lucid, I just want to make sure that I'm getting out of Lucid. I'm gonna cancel that bid on Lucid and go the other way. I'm going to trail this now to 295 and just see where it goes. So if it breaks back above VWAP and maybe gets above like 96, I'll just get out of Lucid as that one's starting to come back into the downside. Just sympathy plays. I didn't want to be short on GameStop, even though I paid for it. I felt like it had to do something stupid, maybe like a 40 or a 50. But we're able to go over to one of the sympathy names as GameStop should open up in just under 1 minute. Oh my goodness, Nvidia's going to be back at 800, 900.
Yeah, oh yeah.
After all of
885.
After all of that, you're going to be right back at the 900 level. But that's fine. You knew what you had to be trading today. It was the squeeze names that were more exciting. I mean, I'm going to double check on Alibaba. That's one I want to get back into, but I don't think we're seeing VWAP anytime soon. So BABA doesn't have any levels up here in the shorter time frame. Yeah, there's really nothing up here in Alibaba. So like 85 just because it's 85, and then yeah, it'll have to be VWAP. Just got to be patient with Alibaba. It's in a new range here, so you got to respect it and just wait for it to pull back into VWAP.
All right. I mean, we got more SoFi there. GameStop is now open and starting to go down. Oops, let me just click on it. Starting to go down a little bit. Okay, there it goes. So it did get, nope, not anymore. It did go down and then now up. So just be careful with what you're doing here. It just went to 29.50, now back up to 30.50 and trying to dance around a bit. So let's see what happens now. All right, SoFi is starting to come back. I know you guys don't really want to care too much about SoFi. That's starting to come back in. We did take a 28, Phil. We talked about that a bit earlier. But I guess, I don't know. Starting to lose faith a little bit in GameStop because we can't really hold those bids. Like it tries, every single halt it tried to go, like here we go again. It's trying to go again right now. So I feel like patience, obviously, as it always tends to be around here, is very, very key when you trade. So here goes GME. I feel like the better break long might be to wait for a halt and then see if you can catch something there. But for right now, yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. Let's see if it holds above 30 bucks. And then if we can get a halt to the upside, probably would have to halt around 20. We don't have halt bands there, but we just were 29.50, so you got to add, so 33-ish or so. It should halt us here on this name. So let's get ready. I'm going to get some more out on Robinhood and things like that just in case, but it is starting to go back up to the upside here. Robinhood, our out is right here, a break of 40. If we break the high, we're gone. So we're only playing this because of what we just mentioned. So there it goes now, $8 back in the money for GameStop. So it looks like that halt we'll be fine with.
Yeah, it's now like it's really starting to go. I have a stop out, like we said on AMC, so we're already locked and loaded. No need to add when that's going into the upside there. Jay Rue, appreciate the super chat in there. It ain't over by a long shot. It's only 10.20. This didn't get to VWAP, obviously, but it did make the turn at that $30 level on GME. The next halt price is like that 33 in there, so it's still in a bit. There it goes, going into a halt. No, it might halt at 31.98. Ended up not halting there at 31.98. This is still the halt band at 31.98. If it goes into a halt, I am going to punch out half of AMC regardless the second I see it halt. Only out of the money 3 cents on AMC. Like that's an easy decision. Oh, I don't want to be long. No. There we go. Let's just get out of that one. We're in a halt now on GameStop, so let's just get out of that one very quickly. Lucid, we're good because we're in the money on that one, but AMC, let's just get out. As this should be a wild one, because I have a funny feeling the small cap recap is going to be dominated by names that have short floats at Era.
You would be correct. This is a special small cap recap with an emphasis on these heavily shorted names that are small caps as well. We have the IWM Russell 2000 just to kick off, getting a little bit of a move to the downside despite making a slightly higher high earlier today. Still up on the day though is the Russell 2000. First name here on the list is going to be ChargePoint CHPT, 25% short float for this one. Nice volume spike around 10 a.m. putting this one on the list here. We also have here KSS. This is going to be Kohl's slightly larger market cap, about 2.6 billion, but still fairly small comparatively, and a short float of around 32%. So KSS also benefiting from this short float spike. Last but not least here, we have SAVE. This is going to be Spirit Airlines, falling down a little bit, but still up about 10%. Short float of about 26%. SAVE, one of the many short floated small cap names to be running today, guys.
So it's actually like SoFi. McDonald's is going down. There's some watchdog alert there from China. Food issues in China. That's great. Okay, so here we go. Nice little downside move, though, for SoFi. So we just shorted that one. So we're starting to get some out right now as this is pushing back in 7.15. So, I mean, for me, yeah, buddy, decent trade there. But we'll give it back because of Hood. So one went one way, one went the other. So I guess we chose the wrong one. And it's funny that we talked about getting Robinhood long down here at 1680, considering where that bad boy is right now. So missed opportunity definitely there on Robinhood, but took advantage the other way on SoFi. So it'll be a net game if it stays here. If SoFi goes up, then we'll wind up losing on both of those trades. But for right now, it's all good. Nvidia, again, we liked 900 dip buys, but then that got squashed on that China stuff. And then here's McDonald's one more time, as we mentioned there, just a little look in from China. I mean, I guess the idea is that if anything winds up happening in China, then that's bad, having to shut down or whatever what winds up being right now. I didn't pay for shorts on AMC or anything like that, but this is, again, I don't favor the short anywhere, so we'll wait. Yeah, Novavax we're hearing as well. Apple.
I forgot about these.
A lot of things just really aren't moving right now. The market is pretty flat. I mean, Apple's still at here's Apple right here. Apple's still at 185. We wanted to buy the dips at 184, and the best we got was 184.50, but we were involved in something called GameStop, so I didn't
What's that called again?
Yeah, I didn't really
GameStop.
focus too much on Apple right there. But we are going to have to start to look around now because things are starting to die down, including, I know you already had Alibaba. Oh, I talked about this. The other name that was on the sticky note that's been left basically for naught is ARM. ARM came into 110 again, 110.85. So we're back into that level one more time here. So that could be something. I was waiting at 110.25. So I don't have that name anyways, but ARM now trying to come back in one more time to the bottom. So this is a little strange to me. Figured with the market trying to battle up, ARM would not be down off open, but they are. So right now ARM trying to figure it out, and we're now 7 cents in the money, but on SoFi and waiting for GameStop to open up.
Yeah, and when they do, which it will be in about a minute and a half or so, or just under 2 minutes, Novavax, 30-something% short float. They're pretty gigantic as well. They did have going concern issues, which they got a deal from Sanofi, and that's no longer the case. So the shorts have been unwinding. Let's just say it nicely the last couple of days. This just did a breakout, again, past 1050, almost I should say it's not out of nowhere because it's a big squeeze name, and it was last week. So this is adjacent. Anything squeeze potential, you got to have the eyes on today. This could halt, but it hasn't done so yet today. I'm going to look for a dip and rip on Novavax. As long as GameStop isn't falling apart, I think you want to try to find these. I just heard DJT's making some runs as well. So it's like anything with a short pulse is going to start to go. And this was one that was going anyways. I'm still in Lucid. I punched out of AMC when GameStop halted, but I'm still in Lucid with just a trailing stop. So if it gets above 296, then we'll get out of that one. But Novavax on a dip is going to be the next place I would look. Back into a previous breakout high. As long as we open up on GameStop and this doesn't fall apart, Novavax has a lot of room on that daily as well. The resumption price, CompuCare team's asking, GameStop showing me a flat open, 31.98 the halt price, and then it's indicating 31.98. So, whenever it halts up, it seems like it's indicating a flat open, and then when it halted down, it was indicating, it actually showed you the down.
32, yeah, we're
Yeah, so it's opening now at $32. Looks like it's still going. I'm going to have that look at Novavax, see if that's going to continue to go.
Yeah, starting to go back up to the upside again. We'll watch out for this. We're back. I mean, we're not back in. We're still in. We're still $8 in right now. Starting to go back up. Guess what? Janet Yellen now talking. So great, from Fed to Janet Yellen. 37 coming into play. Maybe for GameStop would be sort of the level that I'd look at. I mean, we'd have to halt before we get up there, I guess. The way it's moving, it's just so stupid. I really think that this stock could absolutely moon after hours if it keeps doing anything similar to this, or even if it calms down. There's no halts or anything like that. This thing could be at $80 because no one's going to halt this and let people get out. So you're just going to be forced to get out wherever it comes through, and that's a disaster for short. So we'll just be careful going short this name. We're nowhere near the closing of the day, of course. It's only 10:30, but watch out. Here we go again. The diamond hands at least are working now, but we did get out already at this exact level pretty much, 32.30s last time. So it's up a little bit from our last out. I thought we did really good, and someone in the chat said that was a bold move holding it, so I want to say thank you for that there, because, yeah, we always talk about this, fortune favors the bold in this business. So we'll wait to see what happens now. $33, it looks, possible pullback again. I still feel comfortable waiting for VWAP, and I understand that that's giving up this much money. So if for traders out there that are a little more risk adverse and you think this is a great move back, and I would agree 100%. I mean, we were just at 30 bucks. So like, although you'd be like, oh man, this is only 10% in the money or whatever, it's still a monster. So you might want to consider doing some stuff like that, taking something out at some point on GameStop if you have not. So nice move up, but seems to be a little more orderly now. If anything, I'm thinking it's looking like a short, it seems like. So watch out here for GameStop.
Yeah, it just came back under the halt price. So GameStop just came back underneath the halt price. So I just jumped back into AMC off of VWAP in there. So GME, there you go, double them up. So it just broke the halt price. You have a wick above on GameStop right in here, and then pulling back underneath. So if it gets back above like 32 or so, that can be a reason to just punch out. Otherwise, I'll just punch out at that local high. When GameStop was halted, I was short in AMC and just punched out. When GameStop showed me the halt to the upside, you could just punch out, not have to wait for it to go up. I accidentally went long and then punched out of that as well. I wasn't looking to be long on AMC. So we're going to go right back over to the same strategy, which is weakness in GameStop at any point, and we go into AMC. Still no break on AMD, and Nvidia doesn't break 900 either. So if you're watching those chip names, Nvidia can't get past 900, it looks like. It just turned around, and AMD did the same thing at the high of the day. So, I mean, the story is still going to be the meme stocks. Meta, for everyone that's interested still in what's going on there. It did bust VWAP and went higher. Clearly, our attention was over in some of the meme names when that was going on. But Meta did do a nice little pullback and then give you an opportunity to get in. And then I just heard Sharif say Apple. Apple just broke the highs as well. We wanted to be long Apple, and all of this other stuff happened. But look at it hold at 85. I guess Dip and Rip VWAP's in play. 185.50, the breakout price. If you like those, plenty of opportunities to still get in.
The worst part is here. Play Apple off VWAP. Like, it's just so stupid because that's exactly what wound up holding. So good play there. Anybody that has that. And of course, we said we weren't trying to go anywhere, but GameStop right now is not going anywhere either. $33, $34 looks like the top of this most recent move. So you got to get that break of 34 to start to scare people out that are holding shorts for some reason in GameStop. But again, like, if you're short it, you're going to have, I mean, if you're short it and you're a disciple of mine, then you're going to have an out. So I look at something like this and say 34, 34.15, 34.20. So I want to see that getting to that level and then testing it, right? Because that's the breakout there. So if you do have like an extraordinary position still or something that you felt like you haven't gotten enough out of, this is a good spot. Because that 34, it's come up to that a couple times and not really had too much reaction off that. I guess it was, I don't know, fourth halt spot there. Doesn't really matter. But anyways, let's just see what happens there if we do wind up pulling some back. We've made money on SoFi. We just got a 21 fill before GameStop opened back up, and now it's going up to the upside there. I did want to, okay, so Alibaba's already there. Because Alibaba, I know you're out of it, but that was a good trade anyways at the beginning. If it pulls back, again, there's that VWAP trade. So 83.70. The market's so strong. Not so strong, but it's been bullish here, bouncing off VWAP and trying to hold. I don't know if we're going to get any of those moves down on Alibaba, so potentially maybe a little bit greedier is what's necessary at some point. But for right now, Alibaba is trying to hold the highs up 5%, and that's a pretty darn good move. But the market's trying to pull in a little bit, and we did get some more out of Disney. So I just had to tell you that because it just went up to VWAP again. So not an overly exciting trade here for Disney, but we made the mistake early of getting in on some action, and then it pulled back, and that was the much better trade there off the 50 period. And Bitcoin is still down here.
Speaking of,
I didn't even think about crypto there, to be honest with you. I was like, well, let me see what else we can trade. 63. But there it is, Bitcoin right there at 63 and change. I'm going to go grab some water and come back and see GameStop at $45.
As we have GameStop, AMC, and some similar names making these climbs, Bitcoin also making a nice little move to the upside for itself here, bouncing off of that 60.5 area that we had throughout the weekend and making a bit of a climb yesterday, but really continuing this move to the upside today, just brushing up against that 63,000 as Sean just noted there as well. BTC up about 2.5%, almost 3%. Ethereum up more modest 1% here, just below that 3,000 area. Smaller gains here in Solana, BNB, Cardano, but nice upside moves for Dogecoin and Shiba Inu, both up around 7%. So Bitcoin, no slouch when it comes to items making moves to the upside today, guys.
Thank you very much there, Dara. Looks like Novavax just joined the breaking out the top party. Didn't give you a dip into 11s, but nice consolidation breakout here on NVAX. We saw this has like a big, it's like 32% short interest. I know there's obviously other sources out there. I think some of them have it a little bit bigger. I generally speaking, when you take a one late here, when it makes the first level move, which is the quarters into the evens, I want to tighten the stop up. So I'm going to give it to like 11. 50, like just underneath that 60 level. Don't want a winner to turn into a loser. AMC's still holding right around VWAP. I'm short at 42. It's at 43, so not a heck of a lot happening there. And then, of course, the leader, whatever you want to call it, the Don Data at this point, if you're in that sort of thing, making some higher lows on GameStop. If it takes out the top, I wanted to be in. Novavax has a lot of room to run. Big time short float. But if this does fail into VWAP, I'm holding AMC pretty much all day. All these chip names, big disappointment. I've just canceled my AMD breakout trade. Clearly, you're not getting the breakout here on AMD. It's just not happening. Broke underneath VWAP, so that looks pretty nasty. And then Nvidia, we mentioned this was going on in Nvidia. Couldn't get past 900. It just failed VWAP. Oddly enough, when the ones everybody likes are weak-ish, Intel is at the high, up 4% today. However, there's always a but. The but is it's getting into resistance. So you're about 20, 30 cents away from the spot that usually I'm short Intel. Breaks 31, and we'll look for the pullback as well. Joel, you're absolutely right. Before we get back to Adara, Reddit up 12%. Obviously, this is going to be an adjacent to GameStop move. Volume's much, much better than it was pre-market. I didn't think you could trade this pre-market. I'd be very, very careful above 60. If GameStop can't make another push through 34, I don't think you want to be buying this one on the highs. It's just very much a sympathy play, but VWAP looking pretty solid there. I'm picking AMC for my short there in the memes. I'm already in Lucid. And then Novavax was just a breakout play on a short flow sympathy. Still waiting on Baba at VWAP. That seems to not want to pull back for us to get back in. Let's go to Adara.
Solar names also on watch here today amidst that otherwise upward push in some of these heavily shorted companies. We have Solar Edge, this one actually getting a downgrade this morning, still up almost 7%. So nice look for SEDG, 14% short float. We also have SunPower, another solar company here, up 20% with a 20% short float. So nice move up here for some of these solar companies with short floats, guys.
Maybe it's not a horrible idea. So I went in the back there and I ran into my good friend Michael, and I was getting the honey lemon ginger combo, and he goes, no, my friend. Old Chinese medicine, mint.
Yeah.
So we've got the peppermint going on here. He looked at me like I was crazy with the honey lemon ginger. I like it, tends to work. So we're gonna salute to everybody with their mint. I don't know. I've never really had peppermint tea. I probably have, but not one of my favorites. We'll try it. So, all right. Just quickly here, Disney pulling back, GameStop. I'm sure, Neil, we've all probably talked about this a lot for you guys. So, I'm probably going to use the 50-period moving average. And then if it moons after that, like I like to sort of set my orders and forget them. And you know what? Like, if this comes back down to the downside, I don't want to sit here and like watch sort of a lot of this capital get depreciated when we've seen already this $33. We've already had a great trade here, I feel like. So maybe a pullback to 29-ish. I got to put my order in now and decide like ASAP if this is something I want to do. Just looking at like a 3 and a 5 and all that. Yeah, VWAP is down there at 29 anyways. So we're into those levels now. So a little bit of a break back down through 29. Let me just put that order in right now to get out of that one. So a break back below 29. And we'll punch out of it. I'm going to use a limit order so we don't get like completely railroaded, but that's going to be something for me to look at. 28.50 or so out here for GameStop. Remember the spread too, guys.
Yeah, and with GameStop back underneath that halt price, I just tightened my stop to essentially right here on Novavax. I'm reacting to every kind of move. And it's just holding the top end of the range. I still want it to break out, but if GameStop holds down or pushes down, I want to make sure that I'm not kind of trapped in there with a wider stop. You can always adjust if you want to. I just got some out on AMC, starting to pull back underneath VWAP. So, we sat that in that short. We just basically waited for GameStop to be under the halt price. And then when it came down, we get some out. If it goes back up, I'll only add to it if GameStop is looking weak in that moment. Still nothing on Alibaba. Baba's got a lot of time. So I think we can, like I said, we can be patient with this, but it is now just holding the highs right where we got out at 84.50. It's just kind of chilling out there and not a heck of a lot happening. So I'd like to get back into this, but I'm not chasing the high of the day on Alibaba. And as was rightfully pointed out by a few of the viewers, Pinduoduo also going adjacent to Alibaba. But one of the reasons to be patient on Baba is look at PDD now. Underneath VWAP, already pulling back much further than Baba did. So if that happens to Alibaba, I don't want to be in early, and then all of a sudden we got a bad price. Adara?
Looks like there is a catalyst for Tesla, though this came around 10:15, so a bit after this initial move. But we did have Xinhua reporting that Tesla's new mega factory has been granted a construction permit in Shanghai. So this news coming out a little bit later. Also lots of social media attention for Tesla, but this is a catalyst to keep in mind as well today for TSLA that I just saw, guys.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, look, any sort of positive news out of China, I think, helps rally a lot of these names because there's so much negativity surrounding the idea of China and all that. I mean, you saw Starbucks with a pretty big miss there as they had under sales as well. They're, wow, back up to 76. We had mentioned that 72 buy zone if you sort of zoom this back out. It's too bad I should have got involved there. Maybe we'll look over at some Dutch bros. It might even be more than this. Yeah, look how long ago that $72 level was for Starbucks. Come on. Where is that level? Oh my God, it must have been way under. I thought we had talked about 72 a lot of time. Yeah, here it comes right again. Let's zoom this back out. So there it is, man, $72. That goes all the way back to 2022. So some good little levels there on Starbucks to watch out for. Okay, so SoFi was actually fine. We wound up getting some out, but there it goes. We do get out now of SoFi, and let's zoom back in a little bit for that, as it does finally take out that top. So we had sort of got out of probably 75% of this, as we already lost on Robinhood. That idea didn't work out for us. So now I'm starting to get bullish now all of a sudden again. So, the market really sort of withstood that first move down. And then since then, we've just sort of been hovering around VWAP. We're holding the 50-period moving average. We're still above even 18.2. I mean, if you're going to look at the NASDAQ, we had 8 straight up days in the Dow. We talked about 3 straight positive weeks for the NASDAQ. And we're still above the 50-period. We're still above everything here, man. 18,250. That 18,000's nowhere near now. I'm pretty positive about the market. So, I mean, I don't know. So far, so good. I just want, and also, just because we often don't talk about, share size or anything like that. Even right now, so I lost about like 2 or 3% on SoFi and Hood, what we made on GME, if not less than that. So all the focus today, and I talked about this, for me was on GME. So whatever I lost on Nvidia, Nvidia was nothing. Hood and SoFi, yeah, I was in Nvidia early at 900, then I got out. Oh, it was on that China news right here.
Oh, yeah.
Right here, yeah. So I got in, and then I was like, oh my God, it's going against me. And it came back, and I was able to get out for flat, which now, I don't know, I'm still happy about it, but it did rip up there. Anyways, it just goes to show you about managing an expectation on a stock. Oh, this just halted, by the way.
GameStop halted down again.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. So if it breaks through, so my trigger was 29 and change. 28 and change. It looks like that's going to hit immediately right now because there's the 50 period. I should have been more aggressive looking at that 50 because obviously it's changing. But right there, VWAP is still pretty consistent in and around 29. So that's the idea for me is that level. So let's wait to see what happens here with GME. Disney's the only one I have left on board right now. So long.
I don't think you did.
Yeah, me and Neil do not think you did, Ramin. Check the logs back there.
It is 10:40. It is time for Sector Watch, although I'm not sure I heard it in my ear until just now either, Ramin. But let's go over to Adara to see what's going on.
Do not question Ramin, though. She did say it.
Really interesting look in these tech sectors. Some weakness in some of these mega cap names, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Nvidia, a little bit weaker here. Especially worth noting, Microsoft Google, and Apple, which is pretty strong. All three of those on watch heading into 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's when we're supposed to get that OpenAI event, which could have some interesting implications for all those companies. So keep an eye on that. Apple, Broadcom, a lot of these chip names very strong here. Intel notably strong on reports that Intel is in deep talks with Apollo for $11 billion financing for this Ireland plant. So nice look there for INTC. Health technology, kind of a mixed sector here. Finance a bit mixed to weak. Producer manufacturing pretty weak. Consumer services also a bit more of a mixed picture. But we have some strength in consumer durables led by Tesla getting apparently this regulation approval for this Shanghai plant, or at least for permits. Also a nice move up here in process industries, utilities, consumer non-durables as well. So lots of sectors to keep an eye out here, guys. Lots going on in this market, of course.
Oh, man.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Elon in the chat, what do you think why Oracle is so lame lately?
Go, man, go.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, like Oracle has kind of, like the cloud move for Oracle already happened in terms of the recovery. It's just been essentially trending down, waiting for a catalyst. It feels like when the market pullback, during this earnings season, you basically need to blow it out of the water, and then, go from there. Unfortunately for Oracle, people aren't as excited in where the growth is going to come from. Like they've already made the move. Like where is the next wave of growth going to come for them? There's the bigger cloud names, which obviously everyone is going to be involved in. But I just feel like it's fallen asleep. And anybody that wanted to put money into the rally and the recovery in Oracle kind of already did and has been reaping those benefits. So as far as I'm concerned, when you get back underneath the 50 period on the long term, that's when it doesn't have the excitement, and suddenly it's just, nobody really cares about this name until they do something again or have good news. Maybe wait till the next earnings cycle. I put things in the penalty box typically when they can't hold back above the 50 period. It's something even Daniel Shea was talking about. And I feel like it's just kind of in that penalty box. Right now, you're still halted on GameStop. You'll be open in about 1 minute or so. So I said I'm getting back into AMC on the halt, on the tight stop, but I don't want this going higher on me. So I had a break-even stop on it essentially right away. Because if this starts to go higher before GameStop opens up, I don't want to be holding it to the top without GameStop open. Tesla was a great short at 125 if you were in it. I just saw that in the chat there, DJK. That said, I mean, at that moment when Tesla turned, it's weird, but the meme stocks kind of turned as well. And it feels like that was weirdly adjacent. And unless you were thinking that going into it, I don't know why you would have been looking Tesla short, unless you were just attaching it to the meme names. That's exactly what worked out there. I liked Rivian and Lucid. I was in Rivian for the first move down on GameStop, but now Rivian kind of holding on to some strength. Lucid, on the other hand, is a sympathy play. Looks like it should have been the good one underneath VWAP here. So I kind of feel like Lucid is the better of the EV names to fade. Obviously, they're all weak in the long term, but underneath VWAP, as long as we're not breaking highs on Tesla or Rivian, I feel like this is going to be the safer one to hang on to. We're going to be open in, like we said, in GameStop in a matter of seconds there. We'll see what happens. I'm not predicting where it's going to open. It currently says flat. But if it does start going to the downside, I suddenly prefer Lucid more than I like Rivian or like Tesla or any of the other EV ones. And then COS is another one we'd try, but COS is already at the low of the day. GameStop opened back up. Looks like it's flat for now and trying to head higher.
Okay, we're in Google right now. I just put an offer a little bit higher. All right, so where is my GME? Here it is. All right, $30.27, bouncing exactly off VWAP. So it's all good, baby, because this is not all a dream. You're watching live GameStop trading. You're not, I mean, honestly, these are multiple fills, multiple outs, talked all about different levels. We're out if this breaks 28. Whatever that level was right there. I'm not here to gamble. Like, you know, we've really talked about these trades, why we like them, where we've liked them. So for me, man, that's going to be my stop area for GameStop. So let's just put that bad boy in right now. $27.99. If we break that, then we are gone like Donkey Kong immediately out of that. So let's wait to see what happens. Break of that, and we're gone on, oops, that's not a mock, that's being out. $28 break, and we're out of this one. So far, so good on that. We're going to put that stop in right now, $27.99 out of 100%. Push offer. It's now accepted. So that's that. I don't have to worry about it. We can look at other things. All right, so Disney. I mean, Disney started going there, by the way. It got into 30s. That was the best fill that we've had, was 35, 36. We're long here below. We're long at 92. But our first trade was all the way up there. So I know, Neil, you were looking at
900.
You were looking at shorting AMC, but GameStop right now is pulling back a little bit with AMC at 355. But you just mentioned Nvidia going to the upside. I wanted to short. We can go over there. I'm shorting Google now because it's down 2. All right, so I'm trying to find something that's relatively weak in case the market wants to pull back. But I am obviously acknowledging that the market's not doing anything. So in lack of GameStop doing much, let's go back over, have some fun here, and see if we can make a little bit of money with Google, trying the short rate now.
Oh, every single time we come over for a break, and I'm like, it's about to break on any stock, that's exactly when it starts dipping and the break doesn't happen until... I know what's going to happen. 900's not going to break on Nvidia till like 11:01 when we send you guys to the midday.
Yeah.
But it's at 898. AMD's taken VWAP. I do like a VWAP dip buy on AMD, but right now it looks like breaking 900 could be the next play on Nvidia. All right, I'm watching paint dry at this moment, so whatever. I like AMD off of VWAP in here. It just made a higher low wick, 152.40. So I'm on the bid in the 60s, and we'll give it into this level. Kind of a tight stop underneath VWAP. If AMD fills first, probably means that Nvidia hasn't broken that 900 level. I think that's kind of obvious. We'll see what happens next. Alibaba, pretty much a nothing burger. GameStop is back at that VWAP. I'm looking over. AMC's taking out highs, so I think we had the right idea to get out of that and just see what happens with the halt on GameStop, because GameStop going lower, AMC going higher, no need to be in it. Rivian looks like it's trying to hold up. Lucid, for my money, I don't know if we can still get this at VWAP, but I think this one in front of VWAP is where I need to reload. As if GameStop's going lower, I want something adjacent to it.
There we go.
But look at cost. Like, cost is already at the low of the day here. Like, there's no point even trying that. VWAP, at least there's room to go on Lucid, but there's no point getting costs. It's already retraced everything.
So it looks like we are now out of GameStop. So congratulations to everybody there today that was able to put some damage into your account on the positive side, at least, for GameStop or anybody. Remember we said like the shorts were going to print on this too. And they've had just as much opportunity, man. That's $8, $10 straight to the downside off that wick top. So again, that's an indicator generally. And there it comes back into the downside. So we got out on a 28 break. We didn't get any slippage whatsoever because it was ran right into a halt level. So 27.90 we got out there, 27.94 we got out. So now we'll wait to see what happens here for GameStop. Again, not huge, right? Our last little take there was just $5, but we did have a nice move there into $8, and we were basically YOLOing this thing up at 37. But at the end of the day, like I said, I don't know if I'll have a stock that's going to be bigger than this, but for right now, GameStop, by far, the P&L winner here. We're going to see what happens with Google now. Hopefully we can put some damage on this name as well, coming back in. But we already said, like, I don't think there'll be a stock that will move like GME today, but...
No, wow.
Well, maybe. It could just be getting ramped up. I don't... It's only 10.50, you know, so... We haven't had that many trades today.
Novavax is going.
Well, so we've only had 50 fills today, which is like, sound the alarm. Am I feeling okay? But again, 50 fills, and it's a great position to be in. So we're happy where we are, man. It's not a huge green day around here unless you were really trading GameStop. So far, so good. GameStop by far the #1 name here. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk with Adara now and see what's Money's talking about.
DXY continuing to trade in a pretty interesting range here, coming back to that previous support area around that 105. We got this as support in November 2023, a couple times as resistance, most recently serving as support last week. So definitely getting into a tighter range here is the US dollar. Worth noting as well, we did pretty light day for economic data today, nothing major to speak of, but we did get some comments from Fed's Jefferson saying a lot of what we heard the last couple weeks from the Fed, saying there was some progress in inflation and it has retreated to some extent, but it's still a source of concern. And Fed Jefferson also saying that it's appropriate to keep the policy rate restrictive until clear inflation is quote unquote ebbing, and also that we need to maintain the policy rate in a quote restrictive territory for the time being. Also making some comments about the dot plot, saying that it can be an important tool when interpreted properly. So some comments coming from Fed Jefferson. No more Fed scheduled to speak today, though tomorrow we'll have Fed's Cook at 9:10 and Fed Chair Powell at 10 a.m. That'll definitely be something to watch out for. Tomorrow as well, we have U.S. PPI followed by CPI on Wednesday. So lots of economic data and Fed speak to check out heading into the rest of the week, guys.
Appreciate it, Adara. Nvidia did make that break of 900. You see I got 20s to the long side. It got to 01s. Now starting to pull back. I also got AMD off VWAP. But that break, I mean, take a breakout trade, especially this time in the day. If it doesn't want to go right away, I do not need to hold on to it. If it comes back into VWAP, maybe we'll get like a 98 similar to what we're seeing over there in AMD. But either it holds a bid at 900 and we look for a re-entry in here, or we wait around for some kind of a bullish move off of VWAP. Again, everyone do your own thing. I always scalp out on a breakout trade the first push up. Just give me something at that first dollar, whatever that initial candle is, and then throw the stop in just underneath the break even. If it goes right away in one shot, great. If it doesn't, fair enough. I am in AMD in the different circumstances. This is a stair step to the upside situation on advanced micro devices. So we said we'd grab that one off VWAP. We're going to get some out in front of 153 and then go from there. Apple, I feel like it's been forever since we even mentioned Apple. So I feel like Apple is about like how I feel about Alibaba. Like I want VWAP, I want it to dip by, but Apple doesn't want to go anywhere but upside. I don't want to be chasing this move. Unfortunately, we didn't get any longs in Apple today, despite that being one of the ideas at the open. You know when the memes are going, you're going to have your attention on over there, which is the fair thing to do. That's what you want to have happen. So I don't know if we get this VWAP on Apple. Same thing, Alibaba is just, now it's barcoding. There might not be another trade in Alibaba today the way it's going sideways. But if you had it early, great. Same thing with Apple. You basically had to have those off the schneid, and that was more or less.
Here we go.
AMD is the newest trade off of VWAP here. We'll see if we can get into the highs. Zai asking a firm short. Remember, it's a meme name. So I'd be a little bit careful with the firm shorts because that's just going probably in sympathy to some of the others.
Nvidia, $2 right now. So we've got it. We took the 900. We took a dip buy as well. We're long at $899.60 right now. So it's coming up to $2 in the money. This is another sticky note trade, 900 long. Let's see if it works out, man. I mean, VWAP is right here right now for the market. So maybe we get an upside push here for Nvidia, sorry. Here we go, let's go. We're sitting right here. Can we make $3 winner for you again? This is why I told you we don't stop. I said we'd be on GameStop. Bang, Sharif, we just put $3 in our pocket again on Nvidia in 2 minutes. So there it goes back up there to the upside, man. We are definitely al fuego right now. Nice move upside here for Nvidia as it just continues to go. Right there, Disney as well, trying to go. Google, we got a piece out on the bottom there as well. Man, Neil, what a show. We destroy Nvidia for now and GameStop for now. Two big names today, Nvidia, GameStop, both the only sticky note trades that we have on board, and they're PL1 and 2. So far so good here, man. Let's go upside now for Nvidia. I mean, I want to try to hold this one as well. If the market actually rallies, we talked about how resilient this market is. Where is exactly the top of Nvidia? Trust me, it's not 908. It's a hell of a lot higher. So let's have some confidence in these trades. We talk about that all the time. We're sitting in Disney, we're sitting in Nvidia, and we potentially had too much confidence in GameStop. But not really. We put the money in our pocket. It's like when we got that super chat, the guy made 17 grand. Hey, if you get out at the very top, you make a little bit more. And if you get out right now, you make a little bit less.
That guy took the halt trade too, which is...
Yeah, big trade.
Same one that you had. That's like taking out that... It was also a break of the high. Like, technically, I know it halted upside, but it was also like a high break, like a right off the open. Look, Novavax is continuing to go through it. I feel like the meme move just went from GameStop potentially in an Vax here, is that's now up 50% or 47% and still going. If you're wondering where the high is, basically Friday's high is $14 on Novavax. Someone just asked what's the top on Novavax. I mean, Friday it went to 14, so Friday's level is the only one. You got to pull it out ridiculously far on the daily chart to find any key levels on this price. If it gets through 14, then this one could be the transfer of squeeze at this point. They were threatening going bankrupt, and then they got a deal from Sanofi, and it was a lot of money. It was like $500 million, something like that, when the market cap was like $500 million. So that's the reason for this one also going to the upside. The shorts are getting squeezed today, but a 14 level is what you got to get to on Novavax, and then you're breaking out some highs. With GameStop underneath VWAP, I feel like this is the next shoe to drop, would be that 14 level. If it pulls back, I think you go dips in 12. I had this as a sympathy long, and when GameStop pulled back, I got out. Probably should have thought about that the memes are jumping over to this one, and then got back into it when it retook that high break. So we'll look for a dip buy on Novavax. Could just break 14 right out, though, or outright.
We're having a problem now because Google's really getting excited here when the market's doing nothing. So it looks like this short idea was not a one for longer of a play. Market actually going down. I picked the weakest name, and it's going up. So we're going to have to discuss this, Google, and get out. So if this breaks 165.50, which it's going to do right now, then we're punching out. I do have some bids lower in case it sort of hits down. There it is. In case it sort of hits downside. So there we go. We will have to just slap a fail on this. I don't know. I mean, Google started going. We picked a relatively weak name there, I thought, and it started going back up to the upside. So Nvidia still trying to go, man. This is still $2 in the money. We're still cooking on this. So all is well over on this side. But we did just take an L there in Google. So we'll talk about real trading, man. Up on SoFi, up on Nvidia, down on Hood, down on Google. GME. GME, look nowhere else. Okay, look nowhere else. See this shiny thing over here? Well, this is GME. All right, Disney, again, Disney flat, basically, and that's that. So today will be a big day. We've talked about it, so we don't have to keep going, but so far so good. And look what's happening in Nvidia. Another sticky note name. Have faith. I always hear Adara talk about confidence. I mean, what else? What else are we even doing here? This is the sticky note. 900 dip buy long for Nvidia. Okay, I mean, we got out of it there. Instead of a dip buy, we were able to get it on the way back up. It broke 900, then dip bought into 900. Like, we did exactly what we said we would do. There's the break, there's the dip buy 900, there's the dip buy 899, and the rest, as they say, is history. With a GME long, Apple long, didn't get into, Nvidia long, ARM 110, if that comes through, great, and then Alibaba. So, I mean, what a day. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Make sure you do hit the like, the subscribe, and all of that. And if you're having fun now, make sure you do check out Real Trading as well. Go to realtrading.com. You can get all the shorts, all of this stuff, relatively cheap. That's what allowed us to do some of this damage here today. But although I didn't go short anything today, other than Hood and SoFi, which were completely borrowable. And by the way, boom, right back in right now. We get out there, so it's all good, but Robinhood is now pulling back in, and probably our friend SoFi as well. So there you go. Remember we always say this? There is Sean Katina taking the worst fill of the day. So thank you for that. But at the same time, you know, we know what we're doing, and we're still putting up numbers. So there it is, SoFi out there at the high of the day. You're welcome, whoever got that fill.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, a winner's a winner. If you don't have a stop on SoFi, like what if SoFi, I mean, it's probably not going to squeeze like GameStop, but you got to have a stop somewhere, especially when you're holding on to that last piece, right? Like whether you trail it. I love trailing stops when you're in the money. Maybe you move it around a little bit, but you got to have it out. Speaking of, back through 13, Novavax just put a dip. It just got to 1280 on a dip, and I had it on the way back through 13 on the way up. But the second it got into 1-to-1, it immediately started to pull back down in. And GameStop's starting to go again, so we'll see. I have my stop down here at 1280. GameStop is also starting to go. We do have Novavax. But these have been the two biggest percentage-wise squeeze names. Now that you're back above VWAP here, I'm going 28 stop, and we'll get VWAP long.
All right, here we go. We're back into GameStop right now. Long 29.24. Roaring Kitty is back at it. Here we go. Nice little move back up to the upside for GameStop. If we could put more money in our pocket right now, let's get out of a third of this GME position in and around 30 bucks. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. We're back in this name. We're not just one-trick ponies. We already averaged this in 3 times. And we'll get back into it now and try to use some of these areas as our out one more time. So like a break below this 27. I know it's so obvious. I'm trying to make trading as simple as possible. Trying to trade less names, the best setups possible, and then give you guys an opportunity to look at what I'm doing and say, okay, this is what's happening. Trying to risk management. So here we go, GameStop. We're gonna get a piece out at 90 if we can. We could just take it out right now. Maybe not a bad idea, but there it is, a nice upside move here, just temporarily for GameStop as volume starts to pick back up in this name. But remember, it's been real weak, man. I mean, like since 10 o'clock, it really hasn't been able to go. There was one moment where we halted and got going, but after that, it's been a weak name. So at this point, you're really just like...
Well, keep in mind though,
it's a little late.
It is past 11 o'clock. I knew this was going to happen. We'll get to the midday. This is still above the original halt price and breakout. I know it's under VWAP, but this is $27. It was that first halt upside. And look where it bounced. So when you go from like those halt to halt levels, it's still respecting it. I'm in Novavax. Oh, I just got filled. Novavax just took the high of the day as well. But it's been a fun one. It's been a wild one. It ain't over by a long shot. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, and who knows? GameStop could be at $40. GameStop could be at $20. AMC could be at anything as well. Let's just see what happens and enjoy the ride as we take you on over to the professor and Adara. I don't know what the lesson is this week, but I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic one, and there's plenty you can learn. Even if you're just paying attention and watching some of these squeeze plays and halts for the first time, there's a lot that we can gain from this. So let's get to the midday. It's been a fun one. Whew, take a breath. We'll be back.
Yes, yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And what a morning it has been on these here markets. Everything and their mother's fourth cousin moving to the high side or downside, depending on whether you're long or short. We already got the OGs making their way in the chat. I see you, Easy Trader and Mom Pulsive, Mr. Long Shorts in the house as well. Balba Nambi, yes, Ponzi, Fonzie, there's trades of all sorts of cars today for you. 605, Ronaldo, Andrew Chow, Ganja Fire, Fiddleback, and Darwin. Shout out to Michael Lloyd, one of the OGs there in the chat. Ted, Cass, Capucci, we got Matt Barth, 1320 Wolf, Benton C. I see you, Big Bob Dub. We got Andrew Chow as well. Stefanzo, Man. Who else we got here? Alaric B, D-Loaf, Alex Enzo. Shout out to all you guys. Thank you for joining Adara and I on the How to Trade show. Lots to talk about today. I'm sure you guys already saw the big kahunas in a plethora of trades. Some good trades already on this side of the desk. Let's get to AAPL. Late to the party, but look for that retracement on that 186 dip and pop, and was able to get long nicely on Apple. They already wet my beak on some profits. Let's look to see if we can break high a day. Keep your eye out on Apple and Softy and Google. The OpenAI event, Adara, coming up at 1 o'clock. Thank you for that. Yeah, yes. And that should have market moving implications. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing this fun morning?
Good. It was a good weekend. How was your weekend?
My weekend was good. I went out of town. Unfortunately, the weather was meh, so that was a little less fun. But, you know, you make the most of it. You have good times, and you're ready to take on this market with the viciousness and swiftness that it deserves. My game plan for today is to go back to being my scalpy self, to just kind of try to go at this market with conviction and to take trades if I have conviction. If I don't have conviction, try to stay away. But if you have that conviction, if you have that yen, that yearning to get involved, then get involved. I also got involved in Apple, so I guess I am joining you on this trade.
I like it.
But I saw, it's interesting, I didn't even notice you were involved in that when I was initially trying to get in, and I was like, oh, perfect. I liked that 9 EMA bounce, and I think basically the same reason you got in, though you definitely have a better price than me because you noticed it earlier.
All of 5 pennies, Adara. Let's hold on to these here horses, because, yeah, well, it's not a lot.
No, I just want to see if we break below 185.95, so a couple pennies away. I'm going to have to get out. I'm trying to keep risk management pretty tight. Same with, this is what I did with the TQs as well. Risked about 5 pennies. We dipped below that VWAP, but kind of a riskier trade anyway, and so I just got out of the long. I was really just trying to play it for a couple pennies there. Also, thank you so much to Kyle Burdett for the $4.99 super chat. Big Kyle will be back on the charts tomorrow, listening in and getting the bearings today. And then he has a special comment for you that I'm going to let you look at.
I didn't even look at it. Let me see here.
Just look at the last line.
All right, Kyle.
So
I like that.
much,
I like
Kyle.
that. It's staying on. You guys can come with the comments, but it's staying on. I love you guys, man. You guys always troll me in the chat. Shout out to Big Kyle. And I think he's still on vacation. So shout out to him. All right, guys. We have a couple of more things to cover before we get started on today's lesson. Let's get to that right now. Let me show you the small cap gappers. It's going to be full of these meme style names. You got AMC. I just heard the Katina man yell again about GME as it got off the 50 period. They're on the 5, 27.5 holds nicely. And there goes 30 in that 30.5 touch. Let's see if it can work its way back near highs. So GME, AMC just printed highs as we speak, a cool 33% up on the day, 391 HOD knocking on the door of $4. Donald John Trump also up as well. Keep in mind that a star witness may testify today, and that could help things move on DJT. So you should have eyes on it just in case. CCLD, not a meme name, but moving up nonetheless, a cool 84% above the volume weighted average price. Alas, it has not broken that pre-market high that at 266, only 260 pre-market high, but keep your eye on this one. It's above VWAP and trading quite well. NVAX, you heard Neil cover NVAX multiple times today. I'm not sure if the Katina man had eyes on this, but this one has been in one direction and one direction only since 9:55. We've only had one red candle on the 5-minute chart. Everything else has been green, and this thing is up well over 50%, 56% and change up on the day. So we'll keep eyes on this monster here, definitely. What else we got here? OUST at day's high as well. It printed 14. Sorry, not at day's high. It printed 14 at day's high. At the volume weighted average price right now, trying to hold above VWAP at 1340. This one is a holdover from last week. You'll see Elst had a fantastic Friday. I mean, this thing really got going. We still haven't broken Friday's HOD. That's around $14 and I believe 17 cents. Best we could do today is 14, so still an inside day for OUST. We'll keep eyes on all these monsters. I did get out of Apple because it did break my stop, but that's all right there. We'll look to get involved. But I think we have like one more minute until we got to do that read. So what are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, took a couple L's, but we're just trying to make some M's here. Did have this AMD. This went awry. We had to pop down an Apple that got me out of my Apple long, same as you. I don't know if same price, but I got around the same time. Then this AMD, I liked the short. We had the lower highs. We were peered. We had a perfect moment for that VWAP rejection. We were also having that rejection in that pre-market area. I thought, beautiful, beautiful. And then we're going to move down, and Apple, for some reason, AMD's like, hey, I'm going to jump. I don't know why these two are moving in opposite, but I'm like, do your thing, 21. We broke above that 65 area. I was going to risk about 15 pennies. Got out. No skin off my back. Slightly disappointed in what's happened so far today. But you know what? With slight disappointment comes a desire to continue and strive to do better.
Absolutely. Adara. We are brought to you by Blue Chew. Guys, do you remember the good old days when you were always ready to go? Well, those days do not have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in convenient, chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the good old USA and shipped directly to you. And we've got a special deal for you. Try Blue Chew free when you use this promo code TRADERTV at the checkout. Just pay $5 for shipping. So visit bluechew.com, promo code TRADERTV for that free special deal. Shout out to the good folks there at Blue Chew. All right, so let's get to the lesson du jour because we are already 9 minutes behind here. Daryl, we are talking about moving average crossovers all week long and all the derivatives thereof, Ram. And so today we're just going to introduce the topic and then we'll get a little bit more nuanced as the week goes on. So welcome traders. Today we're diving into the world of moving average crossovers, a powerful tool for identifying trends in the market. But before we jump in, let's establish that foundation. Look, we just got to establish what moving averages are and the crossovers, and then we'll get to the actual crux of the lesson for everybody who's new to trading. So imagine a line smoothly following a stock's price chart. That's a moving average. Essentially, averaging a security's price over a chosen period. So the moving average could be 50 days in length, 20 days in length, 10 days in length. You customize it, you choose it, and we use different lengths for different reasons, okay? So the longer the period, typically the smoother the line will appear on the chart, reflecting the long-term trends. Shorter moving averages typically react faster to price changes and capturing short-term trends. And you'll see more action, more zigzagging, more ups and downs on the shorter-term trends than you will on the longer-term moving averages. So just keep that in mind. So shorter MAs are for shorter term trends. Imagine, and here basically this is the whole idea here. So the red line, which is on this line over here on this chart, it's the 200 EMA, and the blue, the 20 is the green, and then the 50 is the blue. So kind of counter to mine. Mine, the blue is the 200 and the red is the 50. So you'll see exactly there, the 200 much less bumpy, much more smooth, even though it is sloped down. It has less peaks and troughs in it, and that just establishes that it's less susceptible to these moves up on a daily basis. So the power of the crossover, what are we using it for? So the magic happens when these moving averages cross paths. So when one, say, 50-period moving average crosses above the 200, either up or down, it's the crossing of the moving averages that we're talking here, not what the actual moving averages are doing. So here's where trend identification comes into play. So the first thing we're going to talk about is something known as the golden cross. This bullish signal occurs when a shorter moving average, like a 50, crosses above, so goes from south to north, above a longer term moving average like the 200. So the 50 crossing above the 200, widely seen in the technical analysis market as a bullish signal in non-consolidative markets. Okay, it'll suggest to you a potential shift in power with short-term momentum taking over and a possible uptrend on the horizon. So when it crosses from the south side to the north side, usually it's a bullish indicator. When it crosses, as I'm about to explain to you next, from the north side to the south side, it's a bearish indicator. And that's what we call a death cross. Brace yourselves, because this one signals a potential downturn. It occurs when the shorter term moving average dives below the longer term moving average. This suggests weakening short-term momentum and a possible downtrend developing. And here it is. Thank you, Adair, for adding these awesome charts in. You have the blue. Here is the 50, the black is the 200, and this is the golden cross. Now, we're going to talk later this week about what also look for when you get these crossovers. But for today, we're keeping our focus limited, mostly to the actual crossovers and not to the use of any other indicators to help confirm the bullish move. And again, here is another example of it. This is the death cross. The 50 period here is orange. The 200 period here is blue. And the 50 period crosses from the north to the south side below the 200 period. That is a death cross, and typically it precedes a longer term downtrend. So that's not the only type of what's going on over there. The Katina man is about to say bye-bye to Nvidia here, it looks like, as it's headed to the high side there. Katina man, what's your look on that one? You're looking for... The Katina man is long 899 on Nvidia, by the way, guys. It's trying to break through 902 as we speak. He's looking for 910. So we have a 908.88 HOD, but he's looking for that 910 break. Good look there for the Katina man. Higher highs and higher lows on that 5-minute look there on Nvidia. Keep your eye out on that. And if you don't know, sorry to interrupt the lesson, you don't know, we have another channel. It goes by the name of More Trader TV Live, and you'll be able to see Sean's general positions and Neil's general position. We're trying to work on the exact price for their entry. Sometimes it comes off a little wonky, but that's where you get it there, and you'll be able to see what they're trading. So the double moving average crossover, Ram, is another very important one as well. So we talked about the golden cross, we talked about the death cross, but there's also the double moving average crossover. So what is this? This strategy uses two short-term moving averages, like the 10-day and the 20-day, okay? When the faster moving average, like the 10-day, crosses above the slower moving average, like the 20-day, it can signal an earlier entry point into a potential uptrend and vice versa for a downtrend. So when the 10 period crosses below the 20 period. So it's the same idea here, but you're looking for it as an entry point for a longer term trend. So you're still keeping your eye on what the 50 and the 200 are doing. What you're trying to do in this case is become more nuanced with your entry so you can get a better price, and that's where you're employing the shorter term moving averages like the 10 and the 20. These signals, however, can be more frequent, and they are prone to false positives due to their shorter time frame. So as I always say about the charts, if you're charting on the 5-minute, versus the 1 hour, your failure rate on the 5 minutes is going to be a lot higher than your failure rate on the 1 hour. That goes with here as well. If you use a shorter term moving average, its failure rate in whatever it's doing is likely to be higher than what the 200 is doing. So putting it all together, remember, crossovers are just one piece of the puzzle. Here are some tips to solidify your trend identification. Confirmation is key, as it always is. We don't want to put too much stock into one indicator. So don't base your decisions solely on crossovers. Look for confirmation from other technical indicators like RSI and stochastics in order to gauge the momentum and identify potential overbought and oversold situations. We will be covering how to use RSI and some other indicators with moving average crossovers later this week. But price action is also super important. Price action confirmation strengthens the crossover signal. Look for breakouts above resistance levels, which is bullish, or breakdowns below support levels, which is bearish, obviously, happening around that crossover point. And remember, while powerful, crossovers can be misleading, especially during volatile markets. They generate false signals or whipsaws, as we call them in the trading world, where prices reverse shortly after the crossover. And here you have an example of a bullish crossover where the 200 takes the 50, and then I guess maybe a month later or so, less than a month later, you get a bearish crossover. So one thing you really need to keep your eye on, is the market trending? Yes or no? If the market's trending, crossovers do better. If the market is consolidative, crossovers mean almost diddly squat, okay? So you really need to understand the overall trend of the market before you decide to use these crossover techniques, all right? They happen often in consolidative markets. They don't happen as much in trending markets. So your takeaway, mastering moving average crossovers takes practice and a healthy dose of skepticism. I know I was quite skeptical of them, especially earlier on. By understanding the golden and death crosses, exploring variations, and incorporating confirmation techniques, of which we'll be speaking out more later this week, you will be well on your way to identifying trends with greater confidence. And here's a bit of a bonus challenge with you. Test your newfound knowledge. Grab some historical charts or paper trading account and practice identifying the moving average crossovers that we've talked about today. Paper trading, don't forget this, guys, allows you to experiment without risking real money. And I'm going to say something that's unpopular, and I don't care. You shouldn't be trading with real money if you can't prove profitability in the sim. That's it.
I concur. As someone who's still struggling to prove profitability with real money, if I'm being incredibly honest, but I do still think that this sim was incredibly helpful for me because it helped me get a sense of what works for me, and that's why I'm trying to trade more in that style right now, scalp.
Gotcha.
But yeah, thank you so much to your IT remote for 2 super chats. $1 super chat. Thank you so much for both of those $1 super chats. Your IT remote. Not seeing a message here. If you have anything we want to say, feel free to tag one of us, and we will definitely look at that. I'm seeing some mentions of Rivian in the chat. We'll get to my questionable life choices in a moment, but let's take a look at Rivian first before we get to that. Rivian, call it Revian.
What is happening?
That's a nice, I know Neil was looking at that one earlier. Is there any news on him?
Oh, this is
not seeing anything on Rivian. That's a nice look though, and look at these levels we kind of have. That 1107 area kind of popping up twice. This could actually be a head and shoulders. And I say that because this would be maybe too clean of a head and shoulders, but look at this little like kind of neckline you've got here at 1095, right? Shoulder, 1107, shoulder, 1107, head, 1120. Not sure, but this could be a nice look. Alex Enzo asking if I touched GME. I have not looked at GameStop right now. I haven't even gotten game started, so I can't GameStop. But if we have this VWAP bounce, I don't dislike that. Could be a little bit compressed. That being said, spread on this about 8 pennies. I do not know if I trust myself enough on this. It's something I'd have to like study very intensely before getting involved. That being said, yes, so I took some L's earlier, which I mentioned, but I have another thing to talk about. I put the L in Tesla. No, I'm joking. We actually had one really nice trade on Tesla, and I'm proud of how I managed the trade that lost. So first trade you've got here on TSLA, I got involved in this short because I noticed we kept getting to that 173.30, then batting it down to 173.10s. I got out 173, I think like 15, took 2 outs on that. Then I got short. No, I got long again. Sorry, I got long because I noticed these lows were getting higher and higher. So I said, you know what, Adara, go long, 173.21. 3 guesses if you figure out why I picked 21 there. But no, I got long 173.21. Was trying to take it into 33s. Tesla decided to drop. I said, if we get below that 173.10 level decisively, I'll get out. Got out, really proud of where I got out, because I get out and then it drops with the viciousness. So, sometimes you have to be proud of how you manage the losses, even if you can't make wins. I've been watching this like a hawk. I think today I'm going to marry myself to Tesla, and I don't mean marry to Tesla like that's the only thing I'll trade, but I'm watching this book because there are scalp opportunities here for me. Scalp opportunities, if you will. That 172.80, that was a nice little support area earlier. If that flips, I'll take that short. So I think there's some things for me in Tesla. I think my biggest issue on the last couple of days, trading way too many names, trying to limit my scope so I can make better trades on the few names I am trading rather than making trades on a whole bunch of names. That's the look. What are you looking at right now? I see NVAX.
Yes, I was just about to look at NVAX. I think, let me just find out their name. Rohit Sharma wants to look at NVAX. But before I do that, my man Nimit is back in the dang chat. And I'm happy because, he likes these small cap gappers, Adara. So anybody who likes these small cap gappers is a friend of mine. I'm kidding. Of course, everybody's my friend. Tup's making moves. Who remembers Tup, guys, from a few months ago? Well, it's moving big boy today. Again, not likely any news here on our friend Tup, but moving with all the other game stonks. The meme stonks that are moving on the day. We're coming into $2 here in a minute. So look. We don't have a catalyst, so we're not going to cover that part of things. But here's the look on top: $90.25 million market cap just dropped to 89.75. The float, 42.5 million shares. Let's bring in trade ideas and shout out the NOS boss on his crew and find out what the short float is, if any. On Tupperware, come on, Tup. Wow, 24.25% of the float on Tupperware is shorted. That is big boy shorts. So we will keep an eye for a possible squeeze here on TUP. It behooves us, though, to do some charting here. And as I said, remember Tupperware from a few months ago and it looked like it was moving big boy in October. It had multiple big boy days there in October and then again in December. So one thing I'm noticing immediately, 200 on the daily has been an excellent area of rejection. We reject October 12th, 2023, reject. We reject again December 26th, 2023. And now we're back right there. We've broken above it by a bit. So I am, thinking that there is a chance here that we revert at least below this 190 area, 180 area to close below the 200 period on the daily. That's just from a macro sense, right? Looking from the wider time frame. Now, with respect to areas of resistance that are not indicator related, that are price action related. Nimit, I'm thinking, you know, right away that $2 level, I'm looking at that $2 level because it's the whole dollar level. But there's not too much in the way of interaction with $2 here on the chart. In fact, it looks like, you know, the majority of the closing prints, you know, during this consolidated period over here from late November till essentially late January. We had definitely issues with $2 on a closing basis, but we were able to break above it multiple times on a wicking basis. So I don't think $2 is really going to be, it's going right now. It's breaking above $2, $2.03, right? Above that, really it's kind of hard to chart because just so down and to the right, I'm going to go ahead and say the peak over here, 260, 250-ish area. And then again, yeah, this 260, 250 area is even better. The reason is because we closed on October 12th at that level, even though we wicked all the way up to 298. And then this was a very similar close again in December. So 260, 250, I'm thinking, you know, you're probably, if you're holding and it's still going at that point, I'd wet my beak on some profits around there. So that's my look on top. Let's go into the 5-minute here and figure out how to weasel our way in. So the 20-period retracement looked to be the best. I'm going to say look for a 10-period retracement on the 5. For the most part, it's held the 10-period quite well, save and except for this candle over here at 1020. Most of the retracements into the 10-period on the 5-minute chart have all been bought up. Keep your eye on that. I hope you print on it. Now, let's look at NVAX for Rohit Sharma. Rohit, this was a big boy move into $14, $13.97 technically, and now we're doing the dance with, you guessed it, the 10-period moving average on the 5. So this is featuring a lot today. It's at about 12 3/4. We've had wicks into that 12.5, 3 bottoming tail candles, all of which have been met with buyers buying at that $0.50. I'm talking about NVAX, $12.50 seems to be a buyer. Looks like we're curling here. Look for a break and hold above 13. If you close above 13, I think there's a good chance we start curling up here. I like the fact that we're holding up at the first EMA, not the second or the third or VWAP. You're holding up at the 10. So this looks awfully bullish if it is able to hold up at these parts. But look for a closing print and then a curl. I'd look for a first 5-minute candle to make a new high as confirmation on a closing basis on NVAX. There's so many small cap gappers to talk about today, Adair.
That's a gorgeous look on that Novavax.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice look. Right now, Andre Bourget was asking if there's any news on Amazon. I did see that earlier today, the National Highway Traffic Safety Association opening a probe into its Zoox vehicles because there was some braking concern for that its Zoox portion. This initially, I did see this in the morning, it wasn't reacting too much. Now looks like a bit of a delayed reaction there. So just a note on AMZ, I'm not sure if that's why it's dropping, but that's some context. Basically flat on Tesla now. I don't want to sing, I don't want to pull Rick Astley, say never going to give you up, but I think if Tesla keeps showing these areas, I'm going to keep trying to play them. I think I've been a little bit too, let you down and trade you, I don't know. But basically, I did trade that short there. I took that short I was mentioning, took it at 90, so got about, I think, 15 pennies, which for my purposes, I'm pleased as punch with. Then here's my issue with Tesla. Every time I try to flip long, Tesla's like, meh. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is just stay short. If I take, and it doesn't even matter if these levels are ranging. The second I try to flip long, Tesla bares its teeth. Tesla shuts the door in my face. So I say, you know what, Tesla? Then I'll keep going short. That's cool. I can take these levels short. So right now for me, the short on Tesla is still, at least in my little baby ranges, going to be that 172.85-esque into 172.40s. That being said, I am willing to play it long, but I've noticed every time I try to play it long, and I mean, when I say play it long, I mean we've been bouncing. And Tesla's just like, bye. So I think the long has been really bamboozling. I think there are opportunities in the short, at least for my purposes. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. And keep in mind, I do trade a highly specific way. So that's something worth noting as well. And as I say that too, we keep bouncing. Now it looks like we're going to break that floor. So Tesla really does not want to be long right now, but I can live with that. If Tesla wants me to keep scalping short, I shall keep scalping short. I'm also acting like Tesla cares at all what I want to do. And I know it doesn't. But yeah, it's been a really fun time in these markets, not for my P&L, but certainly for my energy and for me just, participating and being an active participant in these markets. Intel, I wanted to wait before I got involved in this bounce, but I'm seeing a bounce. I'm seeing a bounce of that previous support. a little bit.
They were able to get new money again.
They did, yeah. I knew you were always calling, saying that
The world's
they're
most,
for
the world's most, I don't know, what's the word?
coddled.
Yes, thank
Coddled.
you. Perfect
That's
word.
the word.
Perfect word. They seem to be getting money from every which way.
Very
And
coddled, Sharif.
I'm looking to go long on Apple at 185.50. So the dip trade's already in. You'll be able to see that through the aqua line right there. It makes it down there fantastic. If it doesn't, I don't trade it. So simple as that. Here's a look on AAPL, the VWAP, the volume weighted average price at 185.50. But that's not the only thing at 185.50 that I like. Look at this pre-market top here where that $0.50 acted as a level, a prolonged level of resistance for whatever reason. If it makes its way back into the $0.50, I will want the smoke. And so I'm putting my order already there. Now, initially I was looking, I'm like, all right, you know, let's see what it does with 186. All right, so we took a quick scalp and pop on 186, but it's become awfully consolidative, a little bit below 186 in the 185.80s, a little bit above 186 in the 186.20s. Okay, so it's a bit of a sideways move. Fantastic. That's not how I'm going to trade it, though. I'm going to trade it off a key level, a more specific level. I'm not looking for Apple to range today. There is a catalyst for Apple. We do have the event coming up at 1 o'clock. That will either be I don't want to call it a make or break for Apple, but I don't anticipate it's going to be consolidative during that time. It may sell off if the news comes in that the market didn't like, or it may pop if it does. So I'd like to get some momentum trades rather than range trades on Apple. That's a really labored way of trying to say that very simple sentence. So I'm looking 185.50 here on the dead one. We'll continue to see what happens there. Somebody was asking me to look at Meta, and I absolutely will oblige to look at META. Now, I've said this in the past, and I want to say this again. I looked for Meta today to basically reclose or to close this entire down move. Meta has had this propensity to go red to green multiple times last week, multiple times the week before, and I assumed we would get that entire move back today. And alas, we didn't. We got almost about half of the move, a little bit more than half of the move we recovered back. 462, essentially 463 low of day, with the breakdown area being around that 474.5, even though technically the high of day is 473 and a third. But look, this is where we started breaking down in the pre, 10 minutes before the open. So I'm looking for a possible hold of this level. It seems to have found support at pivot support level 2 at 465.50, and now it's kind of consolidating sideways below the volume weighted average price, below the 10 period as well. Let's see if this one can curl back and put a higher low. So if this ends up being the low, this will be the lowest of the lows. So I'm going to keep my eyes on Meta. If it starts curling back up, I want to see a gap fill from that big down move today, because it's been doing it in the past. The other thing that is doing things here, the Amazon, I was just talking to somebody in the chat, I forget their name, I think his name was Gorev, was just telling me, look, man, I took Amazon, it was a blue sky setup last week, and then all of a sudden it tanks. I said to him, you know, when you do get all-time highs on a name like Amazon, there's likely going to be some profit taking, but I was unsure about exactly how long his hold window was, because, you know, I mean, if it's just 1 or 2 days, then you're stopped out. But if you're looking for a little bit longer of a swing, Amazon obviously looking good. And it's looking good here as well. And the reason I say that, Adara and Ram is because neither of which cares.
Oh, I care. I care.
Yeah, I know. I'm just teasing. We're putting it.
So salty.
Ram just said in my ear, she personally does not, you know what, right?
Oh,
so
I do know what. I do know what I think.
185.58. It's putting in these bottom tail candles. If this closes above the 10 period, this will be interesting. But right now, it is one rejection after another on the 10 period moving average, on the 5 minute on Amazon. But it is looking here like it's bottoming, tailing. So we'll have to wait and see whether that actually shows us that it's going to curl back up, or what the situation is. The dead one, though, is on the way back up, I guess, into 186.25, Katina, man. I was looking at 185.50 for a dip trade on Apple. Alas, it doesn't look like it's coming back into that almost $0.25 here, there.
Yeah, it's a nice look on Amazon, those rejections. And I see what you mean. Like, I feel like it's trying to be a bit of a bamboozler. It's like, I kept rejecting, but now I'm bouncing. So I think that Amazon could be nice. I'm also really proud of what I did with Tesla. I'm just gonna say it. Like I was saying initially I wanted that 172.80 rejection, right? And then I was like, Tara, you know what you're seeing here is you're seeing that we're having slightly lower highs. So I did something that is not the type of trade I would normally do at all, but I felt really confident in it. And like I said, the biggest thing I'm trying to do more of is don't get involved in trades if you don't feel confident, but if you feel confident, by all means, put your foot in the door and get involved. And that's what I did. I basically started building this around 172.52s. Why? Because that was an area we had a little bit of a rejection off of. So I said, worst case scenario, I get half the position I want at 172.52s. Then I say, you know what? Imagine things go even better. Let's also have a dip sell at 160. Oh, sorry, Nvidia first.
Doesn't matter. Keep going.
Sorry. Then my other opportunity was like, you know what? If we reject at 172.67, then we'll add to the position there. So we had an average of 172.59, pretty respectable. I said if we break above 80, we get out. We got to about 77s. Then we fell to the downside, started scraping in this out around 172.40s, scraped out the rest around 172.35s. Please this punch. We could actually look like we're bouncing up again here. I don't have a read on this right now, but I think like what I'm trying to say is if you like something, go for it and treat it with the swiftness and the viciousness that the market will treat you. So that's what I decided to do there. Going with that swiftness, that viciousness. Apple getting a little bit of a pop-up. As much as it pains me to say, yeah, I do not think this is the range trade. I totally agree with what you said there with Apple. Yeah. I think it's going to be what happens at that event.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sense. Like there's so much riding on the line. Apple, no AI news. Apple, no AI news. All of a sudden, they're teaming up with OpenAI, the AI. So, I mean, I think we're going to get some sort of move here. It looks like it's curling back up, Adara, and yeah, so a bit of a tougher look here for me. I was sitting at 185.55. It's not gonna trigger. It's putting in a rounded bottom, likely defending the 20 period on the 5. The wicks are coming into the yellow line and bouncing off that yellow line. You do not have a closing print below that yellow line. So here we go. It looks like it's gonna rounded bottom. Shout out to the NOS boss and all his rounded bottoms, and Kyle Burdett, who likes them as well. So we'll keep an eye on this. We'll keep an eye on this. 186.50, I guess, really is going to be that breakout area or resistance area. I know we have 43 highs, but that $half area has been holding up for a little bit. Let's go back from a few days ago when Apple did pop. Where do we get up to? Have we broken those highs? So what the hell day is this? This is 187. So that's a 9 a.m. print. This is in the pre, and then right at the bell, we got into 187. So 187 we know is resistance from both the is that the aftermarket? Yes, the aftermarket on May 2nd and the opening range, thanks Katina man, the opening range trade on May 3rd. So 187 in full focus today. That is a local resistance level on the dead one Apple. And I would say, you know, if we make it into 187 and we don't continue through, I'll be looking for a short off there because each one on the previous days, May 2nd and May 3rd, has paid and paid with dollars, not pennies, with dollars. So 187 resistance on AAPL. That's if it makes it up there. We'll continue to watch that. Guys, I don't really have any good trades on at the moment. I'm not liking anything. So let's flip back into the small cap gappers and see if I can trade these nutty stocks. Okay, let's. I don't mean that. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, so we're getting a nice $12 hold here on NVAX. And yeah, I'm going to flip to NVAX here because it's trading like a decent small cap gapper. We know this one has 24.5% of its float is short. This $12 area was an area of resistance earlier. Now it's holding as support. So I'm going to go ahead and see if that area wants to defend again. I'm going to look at NVAX for a possible $12 dip and hold it there.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that NVAX gives you that shot in the arm to the upside. That would be fabulous. It's a nice look there on that VWAP hold as well. And that actually reminds me, I want to ask you something. So with some of these small cap gappers that are more like the GMEs of the world or the Novavaxes, where they have a short float and they behave a little bit more parabolically, do you treat them with the same rules and the same kind of approach that you take with normal small caps?
So if they're meme stocks like GameStop and AMC, I'm not going to have that pre-market high trading above the pre-market. No, these are for the we're not around for a long time, we're around for a good time kind of stocks. Yeah. So that's my look there.
Yeah, I was just curious because I was like, I know that some of them are kind of similar. Yeah.
Yeah, they look the same.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, one thing too I'm searching for is this out on Google ahead of I want to take this long. I don't And the reason it might be like, I initially thought this was maybe a short as well because we were kind of curling down. And I said, you know what, Adara, we did the nice pop up. And the way you trade, you know you're not going to be in this very long, Adara. So I guess I'm talking to myself out loud. So I was like, you know what? Take your 14 pennies and wave goodbye. Nice little British hand wave there. I want to get out 166.09s. Is that what I set my order as? Yes, it is. 166.09s. That was the top of that little flag earlier. We could break out. I'll miss the breakout. That's not how I trade, though. So I'm okay with that. And that's what I'm realizing. You have to trade how you trade. My biggest issue, my hamartia, my fatal flaw, to use, I guess, an old English term from like grade 10 English, my hamartia since going live has been that I've not been trading my style. And that's why I really appreciate Sharif talking to me about this last week. Like, hey, if you found something worked for you when you were in the sim, why the heck are you not doing that since going live? And you know what? I didn't have a good answer. I did not have a good answer. And I think my lack of a good answer was an answer in and of itself. That being said, Google, if you're gonna curl down a little bit, I'll take you out a little bit earlier. I have no qualms. I am qualmless. We'll get out 166.03s. I'll take 8 pennies. I was basically risking here into like, 165.90, so I'm okay taking a little bit less, and that's why I call it scalpulation. I have a plan, but I am more than willing to adapt that plan if that means I make some profit and I don't lose anything. So you could call that greedy, and I have called it greedy in the past. I think that's a different form of greed that oddly enough comes from fear, but you want to secure the bag or secure the egg, and in this case, my market protein was going to be that Google long.
Wow, you were just bam, one after the other. The egg, market protein, I love it.
Well, I mean, why not, right? You gotta have.
No, but I agree with everything you just said there.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Big Kyle Burdett is in the chat again. He just dropped a nice little level there. SPY gave a nice bear flag. Look on the 15, and if you were patient, it paid on the continuation down. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Here is the look at the SPY. This excludes pre-market action though, guys, because I excluded on this particular chart. Here's the 15. Shout out to Big Kyle. Yep, there it is. And there you got the L-shaped kind of move, and then down we go again. So we'll see if we hold this 52.50 by the end of day, Kyle, because we were talking about 52.50 as a level of support if we were able to hold it. If we can't hold 52.50, it's that quarter point level, 52.25, that we have an area of support on the daily, or on the 4-hour at least, on the ES June contract. So keep your eyes on that. Shout out to Big Kyle for his call outs there. Now, I've put in several dip trades. I even put one on GME. I'm looking to defend this here double bottom on GameStop, and I put my order at 27 and change. So I'm looking for that 27.60s to hold that 50 period. The 50 period seems to be holding up. If we can curl, this would be a nice 50 period general hold here on GameStop. We'll have to wait and see if that gets filled. I've also put my dip trade, as I showed you earlier, on NVAX for that level. It hasn't filled yet. And I also have my dip trade on AAPL at 185.50. That's like 60 pennies away currently. Very, very sideways. I think you may be right, Adara. I think, I think I said earlier that Apple would not be, I would not be trading Apple as a range trade, but I think right now it currently is ranging a little bit until maybe we see or get something from that AI event. So, yeah, that's really all I have at the moment. I really wish I had more, but I don't. And I'm looking on the ones that I've been watching all day, but nothing is to my liking. Okay, Tupperware just came back into VWAP at $1.80. Last time Tup came into VWAP, it bounced up quite nicely there, about 26 pennies off that 180. What's going on over there, Katina Man? Nvidia is trying to break again, says the Katina Man. So let's have a look at say that again. The Katina Man has 898 HOD. As we pointed out to you last time, these higher lows and higher highs is an obvious upward channel. The Katina Man is looking for 910. On that, we have a 908, 88 HOD. But look at this. This is an upward channel. So this is a great move. He's got 898s off that VWAP dip. Shout out to him. And yeah, we're going to keep updating you about his position. He's looking to wet his beak at 910, Adair.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk myself out of taking this Intel trade, and I want to explain why I'm trying to talk myself out of it. So I just kept saying, oh, this bounce at 30.90 is beautiful. And then I didn't take it because, you know, Mr. Stressla requires all your attention. And so if I wanted to short that successfully, which I'm happy to say I mostly, oh yeah, actually all the shorts on Tesla were successful. It was when I tried to flip long that it went badly. So yeah, you know what I will say, the shorts on Tesla were successful, currently up on the name, but alas, that meant I had to leave my Intel in the wind. But now I look at this again and I say, you know, Adara, you initially saw this bounce here at the 30.90, not once, not twice, but thrice. But now I'm like, we're kind of rejecting off that 31. So I was like, you know what? Maybe we could take a bit of a short here. It looks like in all of my dilly-dallying, my humming and hawing, we've already missed that opportunity. But Intel, there's something in the water here. I just don't know what it is. And I don't want to, you know, put my, like, you know, my rod in the water and end up reeling in a shark. Right? I'd rather reel in a nice bass or a cod that I can, you know, serve to feed my family. This analogy got very out of hand. But I want to keep an eye on INTC because there's something here and it's staying on the side chart. I honestly, I think much like you, I don't have a read in a lot of things right now and I want to probably renovate my side charts. But this Tesla, I think, is curling. I know I just said I don't like any longs on Tesla, but I do if we're going to have these little wicks off the bottom. And hey, if previous resistance is going to form a support, you guys know what I'm about. I'm about going long here. Taking that long off that 172.45, I might have missed that opportunity. If we break below 172.30s, bye. Won't be in sync anymore. Right now, though, we are, and we want 60s. And I'm pretty sure I should have just stuck to my rule of not going long Tesla because it looks like it's going to give up the ghost here. But I mean, if I like the trade, if I feel confident about the trade, got to take it. So we're going to go for 65s, risking about 15 pennies, trying to make 20. That is something I would say I can more than live with. Really just trying to take these scalps slightly larger size. And again, not massive size, like Adara size shares. So, you know, smaller. Ashera, I guess. But yeah, so smaller positions. I need us to bounce off this 172.30 though, because if not, I'm going to have to say, Adara, you should have stuck to the original plan to avoid going going long Tesla altogether. But I did like the look. So hopefully, to quote Prince, you got the look. And I got this Tesla long on lock. That would be the goal. But we are falling a little bit below that 172.30s here. So I'm going to have to say sayonara to Madame Wazelle Tesla. I've never called her that before. I think Eli Lilly might get a little bit jealous. But got to get out of this right now. I'm going to pass it over. How's Tupperware going?
Yeah, it's good. I just got into Tupperware now. Going to be super tight stop. And it's bouncing off the area that I look for. So, I mean, I don't have much to risk here because I'm literally getting in at the area that I wanted to get in at. So if it's not right here, then I'm going to lose about 6 or 7 pennies on this name. So we'll see exactly how we do on TUP, up 39.5%. Okay, Tupperware, I see you. I don't think I actually have any brand name Tupperware, all like fake stuff, I guess. I
know you have a lot of reusable containers. I was going to ask you.
Adara, I do. With all the eggs that I eat, you got to be able to preserve all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, can't just be eating eggs willy-nilly like that. You got to be able to preserve it. So, yeah, we'll see exactly. TUP curling into 182. We'll see if it is able to make its way up into 185. That is where I have first said profit taker. TUP, no headline, guys. It is moving. It looks like at least we see now in sympathy with these meme stonks. So we'll see exactly we'll get there. I don't want to stare at it because I've already done everything I needed to do on it. Now, it looks as if my NVAX dip trade will not come in, at least not for now. And if it does come in, it may come in at a time where it's no longer valid, which will precipitate me to cancel it. So right now it is coming into that $12.80 area. For whatever reason, we had a bit of a top at this 12.80. Here we go again, coming into 12.75. Do we break that top with vigor or what the deal is? Let's see what we get here on NVAX. Neil was covering NVAX all day today, and it has been moving, not just because of these meme stocks. No, this bad boy did get a separate headline last week that caused it to go up. So it's moving, yes, maybe in sympathy with these memes, but it does have some fundamental reason why it should be moving here. So now it looks like we're printing 185 on top, and there it is, baby. We get the print there. Let's see if we can continue to move up here on said Tupperware. Yeah, it's doing R right now. Yeah, see, this is what I mean by, like, look. You keep thinking, I'm looking at Apple right now. I keep thinking, you know, we're going to get that breakout, higher lows, possibly higher highs here on Apple, but I think I'm seeing what I may want to see. This is likely going to be a range trade until we get more deets from that. What is it called again? That AI conference from OpenAI?
I don't think it has a name.
It doesn't have a name,
See a
eh?
name?
Okay, well, yeah, if it doesn't have, whatever. The OpenAI AI conference. So that's, we're likely going to get some information about Apple and whether or not they're going to be actually partnering with OpenAI there. All right, so that's the look there. I'm going to let that one go. We're nicely in the money now on TUP as it comes into 190. So good hold off that 20 period. That's what I was looking for on top. But alas, I'm greedy and I want more. Let's see if we can get that $2 move. That's about 10 pennies from where we're at. J. Lee. Everyone buys Tupperware at the dollar store. They don't make money. They knock off, the knockoff brands do. Exactly, Jay. That's where the majority of my Tupperware comes from, like the fake Tupperware from Dollarama. You know how it is in Toronto, man. Everyone hits up Dollarama. Big Kyle Burdette, if you made spicy dill pickled eggs, all you need is a big glass jar. I've never had that. I've seen it before. I've seen said pickled eggs. I've never tasted them. I don't know if you've done that before.
No, I was going to ask you though, are you a deviled egg person?
My mom is.
Okay.
She absolutely loves her deviled eggs. Yeah, she's all about that life. To me, I'm more about function. You know what I mean? I'm more of I eat for function.
That is, you do.
Yeah,
You do.
I'm a functional eater.
That's a good point. I guess eggs are big in the Gabriel household then. It sounds like that is like the vibe. Yeah. But yeah, so that's very cool. It's I guess it runs in the family. But yeah, I heard you say Apple in a range and I went.
Bang.
So I got involved. I am getting out if we break below 185.91, so I am risking the highly specific 7 pennies, but I want at least math quickly. Dara, do math fast. It's gonna be like at least like 19 pennies. Usually I'm faster at math, but you know, it's a Monday.
Yeah, she's
But
quite
so we're gonna
good.
get about 19 pennies. I want to get into that 186.15. In the words of the pal next to me, Sharif, I want all the smoke. So that's what we're gonna be getting. Tesla, I should have stuck to my rules of not going long Tesla. I went long Tesla. Okay, trying to get out, I accidentally go short. And you might be thinking, oh, you can quickly extricate yourself from that. I could not. We went right back up just as soon as I got in. So that was a little bit of a, a rinse, a bit of a haircut there. Now Apple breaking below. So this has not been my trading day, but you know what that means? Things can always turn around. Turn that frown upsidicity. Shout out to Parks and Rec if anyone knows that show. And just keep going, keep pushing, keep churning. Right now I don't have any profits to store in my Tupperware container, but hopefully Sharif, we already took that beak water there. So
yeah.
That's a nice look.
It's still moving up.
Yeah, I just feel like it's just finding the right opportunities. You know what I mean? And being willing to see, like this Tesla, I sort of just kept taking that short. You know what I mean? It kept saying, I don't want to go long Tesla. And then what did I do? Where did I mess up? Trying to go long Tesla. So it's all good in the hood. Which reminds me, how's Robinhood doing? I literally just said that and was then like, how is it doing? This could get spicy. Like how I pulled this up just because I made a pun.
The
but I think
Katina man was with on Hood all day today too. Yeah.
I knew he was on that. Yeah, I knew he was long and then short. But so here's what I find interesting about this. Look at that bounce.
Like it.
1710. I don't know if I want to go long or short yet, though. I want to make that incredibly clear because we are in a bit of a downturn from that high at 1025. So with that in mind, he goes on the steam side chart. Step aside, Intel. I have no room for you right now. Robinhood, sorry, Intel, I might want you later, but right now it's just not the vibe. Robinhood going on the side chart, going into my mind. I would like to, if we keep projecting off that 9 EMA, that's where I go short. If we don't, I will go long here. There is a play for me. I don't know what that play is. Someone's excited though.
Well, because it keeps breaking higher. Shout out to the Katina man. NVDA is on the way up, guys. 905 incoming here. It's about to break 905. Shout out to Oshawa and Whitby. I mean, it's a great move up. Let's go. If the higher end of the pre-market range there was 908. We got a break of that 908 level on the IB high, got to 908.88, but generally that 908 level was in play all morning. The Katina man has now changed his profit taker to 906.60. He's taking it out there. So shout out to him. I love that's a monster trade. He's long 898, guys. So 906.60. The Katina man is going to take out the position on NVDA. It's a great move for. Here it is. $7. Hit it. Oh, I thought you were going to hit it 7 times. Hey, that's a lot more than 7, but it's all good there. Shout out to Sean, baby. Prince way higher than that 905.60 area. Big move up there. Now, what else is moving up? on these here markets. All right, here we go. So Softy really recovering off that low, 410.82 LOD on MSFT. And here we go. Now we're knocking the door of 415. We broke above the volume weighted average price. We're at the closing print from Friday. So this is the resistance level that we could encounter. 414.75 is the closing print. So I always chart closing prints because they act as good areas of support and resistance. And this one is conflating with the 50 period here on the 5. I'm not going to just get in willy-nilly. It's going to have to prove to me that this is, in fact, a resistance level and show me some red candles. As my friend Neil likes to say, I'm going to get that on the backside. So it's going to show me its propensity to find weakness there and curl back down off Friday's closing print. Softy, good look there. And one other thing I wanted to mention is goggles. What the hell is happening here on goggles? 166 flat top breakout? Question mark? I mean, this is a fantastic look here. So the IB high takes you right into 166. So you already have something off which to chart, because we know these IB highs and lows often feature somewhere in the trading day as key areas of support and resistance, typically. And now we're getting this higher low, higher low, higher low, holding the 10 period like a glove, but can't seem to break through 166. On Google here, I mean, technically the high of the day is 166.21. You have a little bit above, a little bit below. So this could be interesting. It could be a flat top break, especially if we get some sort of good market strength. But keep in mind that Google is down 1.5% on the day, and that's not for no reason, because it looks as if, you know, maybe their dominance on search a little bit up in question at the moment, as well as maybe this deal that they had possibly with Apple to incorporate Gemini into the iPhone. That could also be up in the air, as now we're hearing more about them making a deal with OpenAI. So all this unconfirmed, all this still speculation, but we can definitely comment about the price action right now, and Google is down 1.5% whether you like it or not. So 166, definite area of interest right now on Google. Let's see how this resolves.
Yeah, that Google breakout, I got involved right before it broke. I got out right before it broke out, but that Google was a nice look. Congrats to anybody in that name. Also, you know, Tesla, I feel like I'm yo-yo dieting with Tesla. You know, we're up on the day, we're down on the day, we're up on the day, we're down on the day. But you know what? I'm okay with it because there are no trades here, except for that accidental short that I got into, that I'm like, I dislike my impetus for getting involved. You know what I mean? There was a reason for everything. I just wish that there had been a few less of them. But that being said, so I tried to get short Tesla, slightly larger size, and again, large for me, so still not huge. 172.36, because I thought, oh, we're going to reject off 40s again. We didn't. I should have waited for the back end, but then this next time I did, because I said I knew I love that 172.80 area. I've been waxing poetic about this all day, right? So I said, if we can't get there, Dara, this is the real short. Forget that 172.36 nonsense. This is what you want. So I got short. Risking into 172.80. We have not reached 172.80. I watched this a couple times, keep rejecting that 172.80. So probably as I say that, Tesla's gonna be like, but you know, until it does, I'm okay staying with this. I want minimum 172.40s. I don't know if we'll get that, but that is kind of minimum what I want. That being said, I will always calculate. So whatever my minimum is usually pretty malleable. I'm willing to move it around, but I'm really happy I got back in this because I think, and I've said this a lot, my best week by far since going live was my first week, but I was pretty much flat every day and I took no risks. I'd rather take risks and lose and learn than risk nothing, do okay and you know, not learn. So that's gonna be my very poorly worded thesis of my life right now. Also, thank you so much to NurseWorks, becoming a NurseWorks 2020, becoming a Trader TV Live member. We're so happy to have you here, NurseWorks. Hopefully the trades are working as well, and you have some opportunities. Right now, Tesla, if you want to keep going to the downside, give me a call. Be fine by me, but right now I think she's edging back up to the upside. I'm gonna have to get a little bit scalpier. If I have to take things out of 55s, I can live with that. So we're gonna have to wait and see what Mademoiselle Stressler does. You're in 2 trades right now.
I am. I'm in TUP. As we've been hanging out with this one, there is resistance here, you can tell, at 190. I haven't wet my beak on TUP because I've been, I guess, looking at these higher lows and saying, okay, well, maybe we can get something around $2. So that's kind of been my impetus to stay in the trade. We'll see if it ends up being the right or wrong idea here. But what I see is a series of higher lows, higher highs, no reason for me technically or price action wise to get out. So I'm trying to pack my patience. But, you know, with these ones, you know, Yeah, look, it's moving up in sympathy with GameStop, but there's really no fundamentally sound reason that this should be up other than a squeeze and possible sympathy with another meme stock. So I am completely aware that the bottom could drop off at any time, and hence I have placed said stop in the right, or at least I think it's in the right area. Now I'm looking for the dead one to continue to range, and by the dead one, guys, I'm just joking. I mean Apple, right? I'm looking for it to range until that 1 o'clock time slot, and as a result, I took this range trade here, looking to wet my beak at 10s. We'll see if we get 186.10s is what I'm meant by 10s there. So I'm gonna keep my eye on that on Apple. The out here will be the break of the range. So the break is 185.76. If that range breaks and the trade is no longer accurate, in my opinion, other than that, I'm going to try to pack my patience with Apple. This other trade that I've had on for a while, and this isn't a trade, it's a dip order that has not triggered on NVAX. I am looking to defend that $12 level on NVAX. Reason being, there was an interesting area of resistance here at said crest into 12 that we rejected, broke down, broke into 11 1/3, and then moved up with the viciousness, as my friend Adara likes to say, and knocked on the door of 14. Technically, that's not the HOD, but essentially for all intents and purposes, it is. So 14 resistance on NVAX. I'm looking to defend 12. We'll have to see what we get on that trade. It hasn't triggered yet. It may not trigger. Up 40%, this thing's a monster. As I mentioned at the top though, NVAX, not like Tupperware, AMC, GME, it had its own catalyst last week, but it is heavily shorted, so it is moving in sympathy with some of these, with these meme names. So know that if you're gonna trade NVAX, it has a catalyst, a sound catalyst from last week. I think they're getting a lot of money injected in their company or something to that effect. So look, back to this AAPL trade. It's now trading below 186. Again, I'm cognizant of the fact that it has put in lower highs. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see this, but I still think that we could probably play the range, even with these lower highs on Apple, until that 1 o'clock time slot comes in and we get either a good or bad headline, maybe nothing, but I'm assuming it's going to be good or bad from the OpenAI event. So that's the look there. Tupperware coming back down now into 183. Can't really seem to break that 190 area. I'm going to pack my patience here. I just don't want it to go against me. So I think the break of 75, $1.75, is going to be my line in the sand on TUP. But I also want to mention this. So very weak to start the day is the Amazonian, but it's since got a second wind. Now, a nice move off that 185.5 LOD, and now it's not. Now it's knocking on the door of 186.25. It is coming into the 20, and I'm going to mention this, and I'm going to mention it again, and I don't care. The shallow retracements on the 5-minute with these large cappers seems to be coming into the 10 period. The deeper retracements often come into the 20. We just touched the 20. So look for a possible rejection of this 186.25, a 186.5, and then a possible move back down. Now, you don't have to make low a day off that 20 touch, but look for it to encounter resistance at 186.25, 186.20. That is the look there. All right. The dead one is not dead at the moment, Adara. It is on the way up. Nice move here on Apple. I knew that this would range a little bit. Let's see if we can wet our beak maybe at 20s.
Bite that apple. Woo! Bite that apple, Sharif. Shout out to you. Congrats to you. I have been staring at GME, and I kind of want to go short GME. And I say that, like, as I say that, we're kind of curl. But I like that. Look at that range. Look at that rejection we had. And we rejected this for a good while.
And that's a halt level? Sorry, is that... That's
oh my gosh, it's a halt level.
Yeah, you know how
okay, I actually think I might want some shorts on GME.
The Katina man is, he's in awe over what's happening there on Nvidia. I just want to mention this. $9 in the money on Nvidia. Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, I think I might have to secure some shorts on GME because I actually... Oh, never mind. I was going to take it short into 29s, but you know what? Yeah, okay, I think may I have some shorts on GME, please? Thank you very much. The Katina man
will secure shorts.
I do not need that many shares. Honestly, I could probably have like a 10th of that, and that'd be more than enough.
Love it.
But thank you so much. I appreciate that. I want to try this.
Amp it.
Because why not? And so this is why I do like this level. It's something I want to try. and I think it could very much well go against me, but it's something, as more I'm watching it, the more confident I feel in it, at least to attempt it. So let's see what happens. I don't have to use them, but it's something I want to have the option to use. So thank you very much, Sean, for securing the bag. As Sharif secures the egg, getting some profits out in Apple, having his, the Tupperware, which actually ironically contains his eggs, although a knockoff version. So shout out to that right now. We're always trying to have a good time here. Also, I want to shout out Sean in the chat. Sean's little message about Nvidia in the chat there, having Nvidia ticker and another three-letter phrase that describes what Nvidia is doing there. So shout out to Sean. Shout out to Nvidia. Shout out to anybody going long. Okay, we're gonna get ready to go.
What does WTF stand for? Where's the force?
Yeah, well, or I guess where's the floor? Where's the floor?
We're looking at said ins and outs, and I mean, I love that. And the thing is about that, Sean, keep that up for a second. And I love that because it's conviction. That chart shows conviction. He's convinced about his levels, and every time his level comes in, he punches long. Shout out to you, Sean. Yeah, that was a resting order at VWAP. That was a resting order at VWAP. That last one, right? He was talking to Marissa at that time, which is the wife. So. That's why it's a good luck fill.
I love that.
These guys dropping hot lines. I love it. All right, I'm done my Apple trade here at 15. So we took a nice little winner there on AAPL.
Thank you.
He said,
Thank you.
The Adara now has secured shorts on GameStop. So, oh baby, let the excitement begin. Shout out to Adara. I'm obviously cheering for you as I always do. Very happy that you're actually. You're doing stuff outside your comfort zone.
I am. This is very out my comfort zone. I got short and then GME popped like 30 pennies. So outside my comfort zone. Shout out to Sean though, getting long there. And you know what? I'd much rather take a risk than yeah, okay, maybe now I'm regretting that choice. But you know, I did like it. We were rejecting off it for a while, watched it for a while. I was aware of the risk going into it. And you know what? One of the things Neil said to me right as I started going live is like, you know, don't like not take risks just because you're in the live. You know what I mean? So I want to take risks. This could very well go against me. Currently it is. If we break above 50s, I'll get out here. Yeah, we're going to have to say bye-bye. But I had fun taking it. Happy I took it. I'd rather, you know, not just sit in the sidelines. I'm happy I got into the game. And then it was like, you know what? You're not trained enough. This is the NFL and you are a Pee Wee football player. Go to the bench. But I still tried. So happy I got it where I did. Honestly, happy to take that trade. And I'm not going to be, you know what I mean? I'm not going to lose sleep over it. We managed it okay. Where's the next trade? And thank you, Sean, for getting me those shorts. Appreciate that. And shout out to you for that long, because you're like $2 in the money right now. So congrats to anybody going long GME. I'm just happy I got out where I did, you know? So please just punch. That's what you got to be. Thank you so much to Donnie Zimbabwe for the $4.99 super chat. I see it hanging around 443.20 on the QQQs. Have some of my calls left. What y'all think on its direction and your opinions? Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. I'm just happy I got out of GME where I did. Sorry, I'm just like... But yeah, so Qs, let's see how these Qs are going. You know, we had you said 443.20s. You have some calls left. Yeah, I think it's interesting. Right now, I think I don't know when these calls are for, but I know right now on the 5-minute, 443.20 to me seems a little bit like the top of the range to a degree that I actually want to go short on my TQs on that. But let me see here what we've got. We're still up on the day. Let me see on the daily chart what we've got 443.20s. Yeah, to me, this looks a bit like a top right now, that 443.20s. Again, this is just one person who is very new to chart reading as well. But yeah, I think right now, like we're strong on the day. I don't think we're going, you know, necessarily having a significant drop, but I think it is worth noting that's a bit of the top of this range we've had on the TQs. A little bit of resistance area. If we can break above it, I don't think that's a bad look, but I think right now it is worth noting both on the daily chart, it's a little bit of a top. We also had a little bit of a top as well on the 5-minute there, the top of that range at 443.20. But again, not advice, Donnie Zimbabwe, just my view of the chart. I do think it looks like it could be a bit of a resistance area. I want to talk about my GME trade one more time as well, because I know some people are saying, you know, that was a bit more of a gamble than a trade. I'm not sure I agree with that. And I want to say why. I understand that it was risky, but look at that resistance we had. Now, mind you, we did have these wicks coming into that 29 area, and I will admit that. But also, we had a range as well.
Absolutely.
And so, you know what? As much as it did go against me, I'm still happy I took it, because I don't think it was, you know, as much as I think it could have been viewed as a gamble, I don't think it was a gamble, because it was a level I really liked for reasons that I think were kind of clear here, that continuous rejection. So was it perfect? No, but I mean, I would be more upset if I didn't take it. So I just wanted to address that. it looks a little gambly, but I do not feel like I mean, look, we got out.
I don't
in a
think it
place
was
that I'm really
gambly
proud
at
of.
all. You had a level, you got into level, it went against you, and that's it. That's
Thank
the end
you.
of the story.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't, I don't want to beat a dead horse here or like, beat a dead game controller in this case. But I really just want to talk about that because I think sometimes you have to take risks, and I liked what I had. Yeah.
All right, guys, it is now time for Neil's lesson of the day. Send it over to him, baby.
Welcome to the lesson of the day, and this should be an obvious one because you got to make it related to what's going on in some of the meme stocks today. So I thought we'd talk about halt trading, or at least what happens during a halt and how you can take advantage of it. For anyone that doesn't know, when you have too quick of a movement in a stock in too short of a time period, you have circuit breakers that'll go off and the stock will get halted for 5 minutes or 10 minutes on the NASDAQ or the NYSE or over in formerly the AMEX, the NYSE ARCA markets. So that is standard across the board. And usually it's 5-10 minute halts. You have an auction just like the open for a stock to then resume trading. And if you think about what's going on here is you have too little liquidity and too much crazy price action, and they're just taking a breath for the stock to calm down and find a market. Now, usually when a stock is being halted, it's probably trading in a way that it wasn't before. It's trading at levels that it wasn't before. So you might not have traditional entries or strategies that you can take advantage of. So one of the things that we look for are halt entry trades, which I'll get to first, and then using halt prices to your advantage later on to try to make scalp trades after the stock has calmed down. So the first things first, when it comes to a halt entry trade, this is probably one of the riskier things that you can do because when a stock gets to the halt band, now GameStop was up a bunch, but when it dipped at the open, it fell all the way from 27, put in a move down into 25. At that point, it was underneath that 25 level, burst right into, it was 26.89 was the exact price. At that point, it immediately hit a halt band. So when 89 is a halt, you have 89 on the bid, and it cannot print above that price. It cannot print the 90s. You can only get hit on the bid. And if it doesn't go down underneath that 89 level, in 15 seconds, the stock is going to go into a halt. Now, the only way to get long in there is to actually bid on the 89. Now, you run the risk of if it gets filled, that bid could get taken out. It's ridiculously volatile. The stock was just at $25. So for myself, if I'm looking to take that halt with the idea that it could just go absolutely nuts, opening higher and give you free money, I'm putting that bid in there, but I immediately have a tight stop. Because if it doesn't halt, I understand that it could just drop right under, be at $25, and I'm not looking to risk to there. So the first things first is I have to have myself an out. Now, I happen to put it just underneath that 89. I don't like giving it too much room. Sometimes I would put it at 88. In this particular case, I think I had it maybe 10 or 15 cents lower. It doesn't matter. I was going to get right out if it didn't go into that halt. It did. Now, for myself, I like to do this where I'm taking some out at the open because I'm expecting a gap up. And then the first push up, the first dollar, usually I want to take some out. And at that point, I'm trying to hold for another move higher. It ended up trailing me out there. But the idea with that trade, and keep in mind, you are taking a top-level break. In some ways, it's kind of like a breakout trade, except you're getting filled and then hoping that it's essentially going to open higher. This is a much better play if you also have, like, just imagine you had a top up here on Friday that had the same level. I've only seen that a couple times. We have a double top on a daily or a double top on a 15 or 3 minute from the day before, and it's also a breakout level. That would be even better. At that point, I'm usually not taking anything out early because I'm expecting a bigger move. But just remember, if it does not go into a halt, you run the risk of getting rug pulled. So I would never do this without a stop. I think the safe way to play this is to have a stop in there. And AMC's at 35, so I'm gonna get some out there. Sorry, AMC's breaking higher as well. GameStop, after that halt upside, we're kept on going. And remember, Sean Bad Boy's in there with the 23 long, which if you have the dip buy, you can then withstand a halt down because you're in the money 10, 15, 20% at the open, regardless, depending on when you have it. But once it goes into like uber halt mode that you don't want to chase, the halt levels can be your guide. They're like liquidity points. It's the price at which, if it closes at a halt price and then reopens at the same spot, closes at a halt price, reopens around the same spot, it can be a nice little indicator. Now, when it starts to really go parabolic, I don't love them as much, but you could have had this one marked off as well just to see if something happened. But once it came back in, let me ignore this level, let me get rid of that line. I had that for my own purposes before. 31.65 was the first level where you had a halt and reopen. It tries to hold that, immediately fails. There's nothing to do there. Then the second halt price where you had nice little confluence. You had it's halted in there at 29.40. You then came right back in and held that. On the bounce, this is where you can look to trade off of these. It holds on 2 separate candles in the 3-minute. That's right at 29.60. Once you see that double bottom, break back through that 30 level on this candle, or maybe you like a 30.50. Great risk to reward trade. It goes into an upward halt, so maybe you could hold some more. Then look what happens as it tries to come back in. If you use that support level for a dip buy, then you're out before this stock halts. Now, ultimately, I don't like going back to the well a second time. Once you've used the halt level, I just give it up at there and look for the next one. This is where it gets tricky, because that 26.89 halt price, it never really tests. I think you have to be willing, if you're trading off of the very first halt price, to try to grab somewhere on that bounce and give it wider room. Now, I would argue that if you have 28 and you're giving it to 26.89, it hasn't truly given you the home run trade yet, because I think you almost want it breaking 2-to-1. But look at how well the original halt level has treated you. The very first halt of the day, the very first breakout price of the day, and it is still support. In a case of a GameStop here, sometimes it can be better than VWAP. And I'm saying that because I used VWAP, and then after it bounced, this is part of the reason I wanted to use this as a lesson of the day. I was using VWAP. I'm like, yeah, well, do you like it that much? No, I should like that original halt price where we had the one big trade anyways, and then use that as your entry point. If it dips down underneath, I think you go into that well, that 26.89, just throw your stop underneath. It gives you a good risk to reward. Underneath VWAP, when everyone else is in at like 29, they can be getting out and you're just getting in off of your support level. One last thing, because I wanted to show you guys another type of halt scenario that you can pay attention to, something like a COS. Now, the easy thing when a stock is trying to go halt up, looks like it's going to be good, halt up, when you have one of these types of candles where the stock opens up, immediately fails a halt breakout price, and halts to the downside, well, just flip it in reverse. That is a rejection of the breakout. All the chaos is now gone. And when this opens back up, that halt level becomes a resistance level on COS. Now, on top of that, if you're trading COS, it's sympathy to GameStop. Everybody understands that. So if GameStop starts breaking out, you can always get away from this trade. But that halted down at 480. It opens back up here at 430. Look at the test right underneath that 480. It double taps it in the 70s. Again, this is a sympathy play to GameStop, so you do want to be watching GameStop when it happens, but it gives you that short back into the halt price. You don't have levels oftentimes when you're trading around these halts. So what you can do is look for specific setups. In this case, it failed immediately after the last halt, so you're probably thinking short in the first place. Second part is, if GameStop is starting to come back even a little bit, which it was, you're probably thinking short cost again. Then it shows you the halt down price that you can use for resistance. It gives you 3 good reasons why you can play that to the south side. With cost, you would have had to pay for locates. But the key here is there are some simple strategies where you're not necessarily trading the halt, but you're using the halt price as a de facto support and resistance area. And then you can use that to your advantage when these meme stocks or these squeeze stocks are going crazy. You have something in your toolbox that gives you a little bit of extra confidence to trade off of, because you might not like VWAP or whatever moving average you happen to use when you're trading some of these names. The halt bands, the halt prices give you just a little something extra that you can trade with. That's your lesson of the day. Good luck out there. They're crazy to trade, but you don't have to be involved in the halt to use those levels to trade more traditionally and get those gains.
Yes, Neil, thank you very much. Informative and awesome as always. Adara didn't see that coming in. That kind of came in last minute there. All right, guys, as Neil was dropping hot lines, I did get involved in a newer trade. I'm talking about goggles. So Google is down 1.6% today, but it had been putting in a bit of an uptrend. Specifically, it had been holding the 10-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, and then it did a bigger boy retracement, and this came into the 20. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say this. The deeper retracements go into the 20, the more shallow go into the 10. So if you're looking to scalp something that's a bit stronger, maybe just have a resting order that shadows the 20. I don't know what the odds are on that, like what kind of hit rate you're going to have, but for me, it seems as if it's a good bet. So anyway, we wet our beak there nicely on about 15 pennies there on goggles. Off that, I'm long 87, so decent move here. Let's see if we can continue through 166. We're having trouble now with 166 as we come down into 87 again. So right back into my entry again. On goggles. Let's see how this one resolves. It does look like it probably wants to go down here as it is hugging now that 20-period EMA. I'm going to let this one go for a little while longer. It did wick off that and come right back up. But as I was also watching Google, I started watching Meta. And Meta was put in a beautiful rounded bottom. I'm going to get out of this Google trade because I have to concentrate on the next lesson. But I want to show you guys this Meta rounded bottom. So we had a big move down on Meta. It was uninterrupted there off the open, and we got into 462.85. Then we got a nice move up into support level 1 on pivots. Reject that. Come back into support level 2 on pivots. Yes, it is ranging between pivots today, and I won't be convinced otherwise. So there is it opens up at the pivot point, it rejects at support level 1, and then it bounces off support level 2. Here we go into the 50-period moving average at 469. Let's see if this one rejects at the 50. It hadn't featured with the 50 earlier, but it's something that I always look for to see if something is going to reject. And if it does reject off that 50, off that 469 and change, and then start curling back down, I definitely will be looking short, maybe into another 465 and 2/3 touch, which is where it bounced off last time, which is support level 2 on pivot. So we'll keep eyes on META. Hopefully I'll have eyes on it before the lesson is over. Thanks for that, Neil. I appreciate you. But no worries there. So keep your eyes on that. Now the market is at 18.3, but it's not at highs. So the reason I was mentioning that is because I started seeing some stuff curling here. Amazon start to curl again. Softy's been curling. Apple's curling up. Apple's 13 pennies off day's high. So I just figured, the market might be a little bit higher, but yeah, we're not. All right, let's get to the lesson du jour, baby, because we are talking about moving average crossover trades all week long. Today we're going to introduce the topic, and then we're going to get into the more nuanced variations of the trade. So welcome, traders. Today we're diving into the world of moving average crossovers, a powerful tool for identifying trends in the market. But before we jump in, let's establish that foundation. So moving averages, we're going to recap them. So imagine a line smoothly following a stock's price chart. That's a moving average. Essentially averaging a security's price over a chosen period, like for example, the 50-day or the 200-day. That's what we're talking about. The longer the period, the smoother the line typically is, reflecting longer-term trends. Shorter moving averages react faster to price changes, capturing shorter-term trends. So there is a use for all of these, the longer and the shorter. And yeah, that's shorter-term trends. There you go. And then you'll be able to see them here. The 200 is the red line. You'll see it has the least amounts of peaks and valleys, followed by the 50 with the second least peaks and valleys, and then the 20, it's like a gong show, up, down, and up to the side and everything like that. So it reflects the more short-term end of the trend rather than long-term end of the trend. So the power of the crossover. Now the magic happens when these moving averages cross paths. Here's where the trend identification comes into play. We'll talk about two important examples of these crossovers. The first one you may be familiar with, called the golden cross. So this bullish signal occurs when a shorter term moving average, like the 50-day, for example, crosses above the longer term moving average, like a 200. It's suggesting to you a potential shift in power with short-term, bless you, Ram, with short-term momentum taking over and a possible uptrend on the horizon. So I'll show you what this looks like in a second, but all you really need to understand is the shorter moving average crossing from the south to the north side over the longer term. The one that we typically use, the one that's most used, is the 50 and the 200-day. And so when the 50 crosses above the 200-day, we call that the golden cross. Conversely, when the moving average crosses down, the shorter moving average crosses down below the longer one, we call that the death cross. So brace yourselves, because this one signals a potential downturn. It occurs, again, when the shorter term moving average dives below the longer term moving average. This suggests to you weakening short-term momentum and a possible downtrend developing in the works. And there it is. This is the golden cross. So you have the blue line is the 50 and the black line is the 200. You get a break of the 200 by the 50 right there. Now, it's not that simple. We're going to talk about what else to look at when you're looking at these crossovers, but that is in the lessons to come later this week. In this chart, we see the death cross. The 50 here is depicted as the orange line, the 200 as the blue, and you can see there was a big boy Huadunk that came into play once that 50 crossed below the 200. If you're a newer viewer, Huadunk is basically a big boy move down, and it was a noise I made one day, and it kind of just went.
That's where it came from?
Yeah, it was me and Luca. All right. There is also room for the smaller moving averages, like the 10 and the 20. It's not just about the 50 and the 200. We're specifically talking about the double moving average crossover. So this strategy uses two short-term moving averages, like the one I just mentioned, the 10 and the 20. When the faster moving average, the 10 in this case, crosses above the slower one, the 20, it can signal an earlier entry point into a potential uptrend and vice versa in a downtrend. However, you should be very cognizant that these signals can be more frequent because they are shorter term, 10 and 20 days, and more prone to false positives due to the shorter time frame. So if you're going to use them, they're great for entry points. Employ them with good effect if you can, but you have to be cognizant that the false signals will be more frequent on shorter term moving averages than they will be on the longer ones. That's just part and parcel of the trading game, baby. Putting it all together. So remember, crossovers are just one piece of the puzzle. Here are some tips to solidify your trend identification strategies. Confirmation is key, baby. So what do we mean by that? Don't base your decisions solely on crossovers. Look for confirmation from other technical indicators like RSI, stochastics, and the like to gauge momentum and identify potential overbought, oversold situations. We are not talking about incorporating RSI, MACD, and stochastics today, but I promise you we will be incorporating them with the moving average crossover come later this week. So you'll be able to have that confirmation check beside your trading strategy with moving averages. And price action. So putting it all together, we're looking at confirmation with other technicals, but we also want confluence with the price action. So price action confirmation strengthens the crossover signal. Look for breakouts, for example, above key areas of resistance or below key areas of support. Are the breakouts and the crossovers happening at important areas, or are they happening willy-nilly at a random place in the chart? Doesn't mean that they're not right if they happen at a random place, but it adds more credence to them if the crossover takes place at a key area of resistance that hasn't been broken. 200 on Apple, for example, okay? So look for the price action to conflate with the crossover. And remember, while powerful crossovers can sometimes be misleading, especially during volatile periods, they might generate false signals or whipsaws, as they're called, where prices reverse shortly after a crossover. And this is one thing that I really want to point out. If you're going to use these mechanical trading strategies like moving average crossovers, you need to understand which markets they do better in. And they don't do well during consolidative markets because you often have multiple false signals, crosses above, crosses below, crosses above. You're moving sideways, so it stands to reason that your moving averages are also going to move sideways and show you false signals. However, if you're in a trending market with obvious higher highs and higher lows, that's where the crossovers really shine. They do well in trending markets. They don't do that well in consolidated markets. Shout out to John J. Murphy and his book. That's where I'm getting this information from, okay? And here is a look again. This is the bullish crossover. So you have the 50 here is the blue, the 200 is the red, and you have that bullish crossover there. And look at this, the RSI entering bullish territory. So you're looking, we're going to again talk about this in the upcoming lessons this week, but you're looking for confirmation from these momentum indicators like RSI, MACD, and stochastics, for example. So this is perfect example. And then you have the bearish crossover over here, and you have RSI coming back into that. It's not bearish territory because it's right at 50. Bearish would be below 30. But that's the entire point. So you got to keep your eye on these RSIs. Again, we're going to talk about that later. The takeaway, mastering moving average crossovers takes practice and a healthy dose of skepticism. Don't rely on them too much. Always be skeptical about. They're not price action. They are indicators. And therefore, you know, there may not be resistance or support at that level. By understanding the golden and the death crosses, exploring variations, and incorporating confirmation techniques, you'll be well on your way to identifying trends with greater confidence. And as a bonus challenge for you guys, test your newfound knowledge on older charts or in the sim to see if you can identify these death crosses and golden crosses. And remember, paper trading allows you to experiment without risking real capital and to figure out exactly what kind of trading style you want to have.
Yeah, speaking of risking real capital and paper trading, just kind of also transition this. I had a moment. I accidentally fat fingered into GME, and so now it looks like I am, shut down. So that was fun. It happened. Thank you, Sean, for communicating as well with that, because I was pretty sure, but I wasn't. Yeah, appreciate that. You know what? You live and you learn.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not, you know what? And the thing is, I probably would have been fine had I not fat fingered into this, like with a large amount of shares. By the way, Nvidia.
Oh, my God.
$10 in the money.
Good call, homie. That's a really good call, because that's not an easy trade to take. Good call on you for Sean.
Yeah, shout out to Sean.
I'm gonna talk to Adair about this on the recap.
Yeah, I want to talk about it, because you know what? I'm not gonna sit here like, you know, little boy blue or whatever, or I'm in green, but that's not the point. The point is you live and you learn, and you know what? Never gotten to the now before, so this is gonna be, there's a first for everything. And I'm gonna take this as a learning opportunity. And it's all part of the game. I'm gonna get my sim set up, which, as Sharif and I both know, is a little bit more disorganized. So we're gonna maybe have to get, and I mean that quite literally. The charts are all a flutter. But yeah, gonna get back, as Christina Aguilera says, back to basics. How are you doing?
If I could have a dime for every time I was shut down on this floor, I'd be very, very wealthy. So yeah, you're not alone in that, Adara. Shout out to you, and I'm sure you'll absolutely learn from that. No worries.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, we're breaking above 18.3 on this future here, and it could have something to do with the monster being at higher days. Yes, I'm talking about you, Nvidia, knocking on the door of $910, $909.98, breaking through pre-market high. It is absolutely skyrocketing off that 885 touch. Katina, man, this thing moves $25 in a day. Like, that's just ridiculous. We have this level here from Friday that we need to be cognizant of. That's that 914 HOD that we printed at around 9:45 in the morning, so it could be considered the IB high. There, that's 914 exactly, 914.01. Alas, the closing prints are all south of 912. Look at both these closing prints here, 911.80. We also have this resistance level one on pivots at 911. I'm not going to use that because really Nvidia hasn't been kind of straddling the pivots in the way that Meta has on the day. So we'll keep eyes on both those. Anyway, Apple printed another high a day, as I was talking earlier, 186.50. In about 27 minutes, we will have the launch of that OpenAI event. Is it going to be on YouTube?
I'm gonna have to look for that.
We're gonna have to
I've
look,
been having
yeah.
some issues with my Unity, so unfortunately I cannot narrate the event. But I'm gonna have it up for sure and keep an eye on that.
Sounds good.
And I will try to find a way to do that. I am back in the sim, and I really need to switch up my sim side charts so they're prettier. But yeah, just
Do
try
your
to find
thing.
opportunities.
I'm still yapping. I can yap.
I'm still yapping.
No, seriously though. So look, there's a good chance that Apple starts moving at around 1 o'clock. I don't know exactly what the format of the comp or the whatever the event is going to be, or there's going to be a keynote by Altman right away, or what, we don't know. So we're going to find out 1 o'clock. Make sure that you're aware of that. You need to be aware of it for Softy, for Google, and for Apple. All those have implications with this news headline, okay? Now, Google's done real well here. I'm really disappointed that I got out of my Google long. I was long 165.87 before I started doing the lesson, and now we just broke through the $0.25. So goggles looking like it absolutely held to the T. That 20-period retracement, I'm going to say it every time, and I don't care how boring I get. The deeper retracements on a trending stock come into the 20-period EMA on the 5, the more shallow hold up on the 10. That has been my observations for quite some time. Hopefully I can actually make money off that observation, but this one, held it to the T right there. Still down 1.5% on the day on goggles. That is as a result of that news headline that Apple's going to be teaming up with OpenAI and not incorporate Gemini as possibly was announced, I think not last week, that it was a possibility, not that it was going to happen. So yeah, there's probably a lot of money in that. We know how much Apple pays Google, or how much Google, pays Apple for default search. It's 20 billion, right? They pay them 20 billion a year. Goggles pays Apple 20 billion a year. It's like in the vicinity of 20 billion. So there's a lot of money here that, to be made from this deal with the AI. And again, we're assuming it's going to have something to do with Siri. Anyway, let's look at AMC here, Ram, because AMC's been doing things. And again, look at these deeper retracements on AMC coming into the 20 and then bouncing off the 20. Right now, AMC's been dancing with the 10 period for a little while, ever since putting it that 437 top. This one is not retracing and giving back the move like some of these other ones have. Like, look at KOSS. Who remembers KOSS? I do, because I saw this trader take it for over $100 a share. Live back when this was moving. Anyway, so this moved up big there in I don't want to call it the pre, it was right at the bell actually, got to 550, and we've retraced the entire move right back where we started. So AMC is not doing that. AMC is actually holding up near highs. So good look here for AMC, and we'll see if we can get something in on it. I'm assuming $4 is going to be a good area to get a dip trade. Couple of reasons. One, you have a crest here at $4 that you rejected before you dipped into 360 and then finally broke 4. That's number one. Number two, we just finished yapping about the 20 period and how it's a better area for retracements, for the deeper retracements, and that's sitting right at the $4 area. So AMC's looking real good here. I gotta tell you, for a possible dip and pop off this $4 area. So let's go ahead and load AMC on these side chart, or not side charts, these actual trading screens over here, and AMC trades on the New York. So let's go ahead and put an order for our friend AMC here. I'm going to put it out at 03 because what is life without whimsy? What if I get filled? If I get filled, if I don't, I don't. Too bad. We shall see. You good to go?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you so much for the patience there. Like you said, I can yap. I enjoyed that. Also, I did put the link to the OpenAI event in the Google Swap. You're gonna have to see what Sam Altman and co are dropping there. Also, yeah, I am currently in AMD. You're looking at AMP. I'm looking at AMD. So funny how that works out. I like this range play. I'm trying to take this. Initially, I was gonna wait till 35s. Then we get to VWAP and we bounce. I say, you know what, Adira, switch it up. Currently in the sim as well, I want to clarify, we did get shut down, but I'm going to use that as a learning opportunity. We had some fat fingers. I had a fat finger in Tesla this morning and also a fat finger in GME, which even though I am obviously, not live anymore, I want to talk about that trade because I want to explain what happened. Because I basically got long. I was watching and I said to Shreve, I was like, now I feel like we're kind of bouncing off 30, right? Because initially I took 30 as the short. So I got involved around 30.50s and we were holding up 30.50 with the 30-35 support beautifully. So you get below 30, I want to get out. I used the wrong button. I add to the position. And then that's how I got shut down. You know what? It happens.
Feel you.
It happens. And it's all you have to do to that is you have to say, you know what? I'm going to use this as a lesson. And so that's why I'm honestly, in a way, happy I had the opportunity to take this in front of people. GME is certainly, it's a unique little dude. And we say the fun never stops. Unfortunately, in GameStop, for me, the fun did stop. But it taught me a lesson. So I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on that. Got the next day, brush that dirt off your shoulders, keep climbing, keep going. Boop, 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 boop. Also, shout out to Ahmed Amwala, Durham, $10 here. Oklo, love it for long term, looking good for me. OKLO. Let's take is this on the NY? Let's take a look at this one. Definitely, this is a ticker that I've heard before, but I know little about. So let's do our research here on OKLO, Oklo Inc. Right, this is the one that Sam Altman, okay, so this de-SPAC'd on Friday.
Is that the
Sam Altman company?
Is that the one that creates fusion? Fusion reaction?
Yes,
Oh,
that
yeah,
one,
he's talking about that. Yeah, that's going to be big.
This one getting a nice play from its brothers, ChatGPT. I keep calling the company ChatGPT, but it's OpenAI. So Oklo's brother or cousin or blood relative, OpenAI, having its event today. Not seeing any specific news in Oklo. Some people are saying that it could be an overall meme stock thing. Yeah, hard to look at here on the daily chart, but that's a nice look there for you. Shout out to Ahmed. And I think, with all of the Sam Altman goodwill is very strong right now, especially with that iPhone. And I think as much as that could be good for Apple, that could also be good for ChatGPT.
Oh, 100%.
Because I think that I keep calling the company ChatGPT. The company's OpenAI. But I think it could open some AIs to the company if you're involved in Apple as well, right? So I think that's a great look. I really enjoy that. Right now, my AMD just chopping and turning. But yeah, this Oklo is a nice look. Let's take a look at it in the 5 minute, because I know you mentioned long term, but we can take a look at it in the 5 minute. Right now, we're bouncing off that 9 EMA. It's a nice look. I shall check on my pal AMD, because we're gonna have to check on that. And I'm just happy to still be here trading. You know what I mean? Every day is gonna be an adventure, and that's what's great about these here markets. What adventure are you taking in the movie theater?
I'm trying. We're trying to get this 4 dip to defend the 20 period and the whole dollar. Alas, the order has not come in. It could come in now, though, because now we're printing 07s. I'm hanging out at 03s. Look, this is not a hard science, guys. So the fact that I'm trying to front run $4 at 03s could mean that I miss it. Maybe I got to go to 05s or 06s, right? I'm seeing these bottoming tail candles come in through the 10 period on the 5 right now. So I'm going to try to be frugal, but that's pinched me in the rear end a couple of times, this frugalness, because sometimes you just got to get in. All right, so that is what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at AMC. I see you guys talking about GME in the chat, talking about the 50 period. I see it as well. The 50 period has held on the 5. You had an initial hold over here at least from 10:50 to around 11. So this is 15 minutes worth of holding, but you had the real move at the 50 here from 11:30 essentially till 12 o'clock. You held that 50 period quite well. So if it does make it back into that 28.5, we'll discuss at that time, but I still feel that this is what Adara said. This is essentially a range trade. 27.5 to the bottom, 31, 30.5 to the, and now it is getting a little bit wider. Right? Look at this candle over here. You could have used that as your border, saying 31. Well, this one made it a little bit wider. It took you to about 31.5. So we'll see with GME. If it comes back down into that 50 period, I could definitely be persuaded to get long, but I'm not getting long. AMC, man, it's holding up at these levels, and it's holding up without me. So I'm not going to get long at these levels. I want my dip trade, and if I don't get it, then I don't get it. Simple as that. All right, the other stuff that's happening. So I missed these trades here. This is on me. We mentioned Meta at the 50 period, and it did come into the 50 period at 469 and curled down beautifully. You could have had another almost $2 off that 467.5 a third, or general thereabouts did hold up, but that was the bottom off that nice 469.5 rejection off the 50 period there. META still putting in higher lows though, so watch out for this one. This one's compressing because you did get a lower high, but you also got a higher low. So this kind of looks like a really, really big bull or bear pennant with lower highs, but also higher lows there. We'll see what we get with Meta. Amazon also curling back in. I see Apple at high days, but that's a different trade. So We'll get to that one in a sec. Now, this one is curling off the 20 period a little bit here and did break the 20 period. So this one didn't strictly hold to that deeper 20 period retracement rule that I'm trying to concoct in my own mind. But this what basically is coming right back down again. So it's doing a rounded top. So this could be another down move here for AMZ. It's only down 0.78%. It's not had a big down day, even though the chart looks awfully negative. We can get a bigger move here for AMZ, and I could be definitely persuaded to punch short into the Amazon at these levels. Yes, this is the Apple move. As I did want to mention this, this $0.50 break here came in pretty aggressively. I'm not going to trade this until 1 o'clock. So this is obviously people jumping in ahead of the move, 186.77. Now it looks like we are going to come into that level that we talked about from a few days ago on Apple. That is that 187 resistance level. Here it is. Where the hell is it? Oh? Hold on. Half an hour? Here it is. Okay, I was on the wrong time frame. This 187 level, this takes us back to the highs on May 3rd and the high on May 2nd. One was on the aftermarket when we got news of, I don't know, I forget exactly what it was that day, them making their own chips or something. And then on the open there, the IB high took us into almost 187. What was that high? 187.04. So if 187 comes back in again, keep your eye out for resistance on AAPL at that critical 187. Do you know that that's the code for murder?
Oh, yeah. No, we go to 187.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I remember Neil's like mentioned that last time. He's like, that's quite an ominous number. Right, anyway. So 187, AAPL, keep your eye out on that.
Yeah, that Apple and Tesla, who will get to 200 first battle that we were talking about. I know I said Tesla. Now I feel like Apple might get to 200 first. So that was a conversation we were having in the pre-market a couple, I think last week off camera. It was Sean, Sharif, and Obi and I saying, you know what, will it be Tesla or Apple first to get to 200? And it looks like you
What
guys,
did Obi say?
Obi said Tesla as well.
Obi said Tesla?
Yeah, Obi and I were both team Tesla and you guys were team Apple.
Is that right, Obi?
What would
200?
Apple or Tesla 200 first? Yeah, that's what I said too. Yeah.
But now
I don't know because now Apple's got a nice leg up on Tesla, but I did initially say Tesla as well. Also, I want to look at Mara here for Gaurav saying Mara making head and shoulders in the 5-minute chart. I don't know if it's a perfect head and shoulders because to me it looks like, you know, you've got this head here, but then you have like maybe a ponytail sticking out or something at this 1805. I totally see the shoulders though. Like look at these shoulders, 1785. That's a gorgeous look, Gaurav. Especially look where we have that rejection. That's right, VWAP. It's a great look. And then we have that nice clear area of support at that 17.6. We're breaking down below. I don't know if it's a perfect head and shoulders, but you know, no pattern is going to manifest perfectly either, right? So I will agree with you. There's a nice little rejection happening here. That VWAP rejection, if you got that, that was a great look. So shout out to you, Gaurav, for calling that out. That reminds me of the other name I thought looked head and shoulders-y today. And Rivian's like, Dara, what are you talking about? I initially thought this could be head and shoulders because we did have those beautiful clean shoulders at 1107 with that nice clean area of support at 1090 and the head of 1119. Now it looks like we're just kind of continuing to peter out. This actually could be decent short. This is kind of rangy. Don't mind if I do. I might have to okay, we're gonna try and go short at 11s. I keep forgetting, because my keys are set differently on the live in the sim. I am still in the sim, not still, well, I got back in the sim, and yeah, really, really proud I took a chance though. That's the biggest thing, right? So you gotta, you know, shake it off, learn from it. I can't believe we just quoted Taylor Swift there. But I also want to take a look at AMD because I'm proud of this trade. Got out a little bit early, but this was a range, wanted the range, took the range.
Oh, that's really good.
So really proud. This type of trading I need to do more of. And hopefully my opportunity to come back here, and I'm going to treat it as an opportunity. My opportunity to come back here and learn in the sim is going to hopefully teach me to grow, learn, and get better, come back the next day, be like, hey, market, who's laughing now? So, yeah, you know, you just got to look at things. You got to get involved and get ready to get involved.
Man, AMC's going without me, so I'm just going to cancel this dip trade to defend 4 because it's no longer valid. It's far too, you know, it cleared it by way too much. Now, what I'm looking at here is Amazon. So now I'm getting really interested in taking Amazon long. Now, I'm going to wait to see what it does with this candle. So if we have a new 5-minute candle to make a new high above and closes above this 186, I could be persuaded long here. But I want to see how this ends up rounding out. So it looks like a rounded top and that you could basically take this short, but it is the second rounded top because we had an initial one over here. So I'm hesitant to think that we're going to continue to print down on Amazon. Maybe I shouldn't be thinking that way. Maybe I should get short here and look for something as a stop above the 20 period, because it is starting to curl right back down. So Amazon, I could definitely be persuaded to get short on, even though the market looks like it's defending these levels. It doesn't really want to break that far down below 18.3, but doesn't want to break above 18.3 by that much either. So I don't think we'll move that much down. Okay. All right. Well, I'll pack my patience with that. The other trade that I should probably tell you about is that 910 rejected on Nvidia. So whoever was smart enough to take that, the Katina man was long 898, and he rode that bad boy up for an $8 winner there. But look at this, 910 HOD. This is where he actually wanted to take it out originally. 909.98 HOD, and since that time, it's been curling down about $5 coming into the 20 period. So we'll see if it finds its footing around these levels. But I like this possible 904 area a little bit better. You had more interactions and more tops at this 903.50, 904 area. We'll see what Nvidia brings. Yeah, Softy does, I mean, sorry, not Softy. Amazon looks like it is putting a bit of a hammer candle right now. Let's see if it's able to break above this level on a closing basis. That could possibly give us a nice trade, at least in the VWAP here, into that 60 penny level. Yeah, I don't have too much, I'm sad to say, because I tried to get into some of these small cap gappers, the meme stocks, but they're all calming down on the day. I want to mention this one. I removed OUST, O-U-S-T, from my SAR chart because it broke down below VWAP, but CCLD is still the real deal, yeah. And the only thing about this one, Adara, is it didn't break the pre-market high at 2 2/3, but it's still holding above VWAP, and it's giving you good opportunities off that $2 area. That was an amazing dip trade. Anybody who took that $2 was did well. So CCLD continuing to do things. Let me give you the deets on this. $36 million market, 36 and a quarter. And the float, very small, 8.7 million shares. So quite a small float there. Not minuscule, but definitely small enough to get this bad boy parabolic. So Apple continuing to come into today's highs, and Meta bouncing off VWAP here. So I'll continue to watch this stuff, but I'm sorry, guys. I don't have a trade right now. I'm going to try to weasel my way into something.
That's too bad that AMC didn't let you into the movie. That's like a
I know, bro.
Like, what, like a minute late and it won't accept your ticket?
I was 2 pennies
That's
shy, Adara. Like if I show up and the movie's $15, I come up with $14.98. You're not gonna let me into the movie?
Right? Like, don't you do rounding? Like, come on. Also, though, you weren't let into the movie theater. I was not allowed into that R1. So we all, you know. And this was maybe me. We got into 11. I wanted $11. We got into 11 on the sell side. We never got there in the buy side. So I had to say bye-bye to my R1. So yeah, I guess I got RJ scared. I got scared out of the trade here. Not me, but I guess the market scared. That worked better in my head. And maybe not at all. But it's much like in the market, you have to take chances. You got to take chances with these puns sometimes too. But yeah, Rivian did not work out for me. That being said, hey, you know, with the call to range for the reason if we bounce off 1090, I'm getting long. So I like that. I'm going to cancel that order now because I think the chances of me getting this are slim to none. Let's also take a look here at UV, the great hip-hop recording artist. Wanting to take a look at sound and SunPower. I know SunPower was killing it this morning because I was looking at that and SolarEdge because, you know, and one of the many waves of meme stocks moving, these solar names, SunPower is over 20% short float, got a nice move up. And to me, this is a beautiful chart. And I want to explain why I think that. Look at that 286 rejection, right? Look where we see support. That's right, 286. Now we're making these higher lows. Higher lows to the flattish top, trying to make the high of day. That's not at all a bad look for me. UV did great. Also, what's cool too is on the daily chart, we're coming to break. This is okay. I like this even more than the daily. I gotta say, look at this. You guys know how when I get excited about charts. Look at that resistance around the resistance is more around 290, but look at that 290 resistance, right? Then look where we see another little pop of resistance. Rejection. If we can break this level with the swiftness, that's a great look. And I think given all of the hubbub around some of these names today, there could be some nice moves. I'll also take a look at Soundhound for you, see if the hounds are baying to the upside. Let's see how Soundhound is sound hounding. This is, okay, this one to me, I am a little bit less excited about because SunPower was such a clean look. I would say SoundHound is a little bit messier. I think, you know, the dogs are not in an orderly line here. We did have a bit, the one thing I really like about this, we did have that bounce here off 548. Then we come to reject off VWAP, which is the same level. But with that in mind, I think if we have that break above VWAP, it's going to take a lot of oomph that I'm not really sure we have. And I say that because the fact that we're rejecting off this level that was previous support, it's also below VWAP, not a great look. That being said, we are kind of consolidating below VWAP. So if we break below VWAP, that could be a nice look as well. The other thing too that I think could be interesting, and why I don't have a clear read on this, because I think there's just as many you know, catalysts that this won't go further as there are signs it could. Because look at this area we had here, a bit of rejection around that 5, or resistance, whatever word you want to use, around that 544, right? Look where we're bouncing. That's right, 544. So the fact that there's resistance and support in both areas means, honestly, for me right now, this could be a bit more of a range until we break below VWAP. Again, not advice, just my take on a chart. And I mean, could be looking at this in a more biased way because I do fancy myself to be a range trader. But the fact that we are kind of bouncing between two earlier points of support and resistance, I think does add some credence to that analysis of the chart. Now, is there anything interesting on the daily? Not really. We're kind of near some gaps we had earlier, but to me, this isn't a huge look on the daily. I'm much more interested, though, in that tight little range that actually I would maybe even fancy taking. So nice look there. Happy to take a look at those charts. Fam wants to look at Hood. Shout out to you. Let's take a look. Oh, okay. I was mentioning this earlier and I didn't take it. Dang nabbit. Look at that. It's always funny when you're like looking at stuff earlier and you don't take it, right? So I said I want to see what we did at 7-Elevens, right? On Robinhood. I was looking at this way back when. Support, right? But look where we push up to and then resist. That's right. We're resisting at 1720. Look where we bounced, 1720. If we bounce again off 17, that's right. Someone's going long.
1328.
1728. Hey. Yeah.
Love it.
Hey, what's up? Hello, Robin. You're gonna bounce at this level again. I'm not.
I just need to give you like one like line or a couple of beats from the song, and you'll pick it up on it. I whistle in the morning sometimes, guys, right? And she'll pick up on what I'm whistling on in like, I don't know, a couple of notes. It's kind of crazy. Like it's fun and not crazy.
Yeah, no, I like.
You know what I mean?
No, it was funny too. I was hanging out once, and I remember some guy, like, you know, that song 93 Till Infinity by Souls of Mischief. And someone played like 2 beats of that and then skipped the song, and I said that was 93 Till Infinity, right? He was like, How did you get that? Yeah, no, it was pretty funny. But yeah, I like small aspects of a song. Just like small aspects of a chart can trigger something within you and make you want to get involved to bring it back to the market.
Exactly. Yeah. Broken finance. I know. It's like 1738. I was saying it because I saw 13 on her chart, but yeah. On the chart. Adara in the kitchen cooking. All right, baby. I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, we printed there on Amazon, guys. So I told you this was looking like a rounded top, and we took that bad boy on Amazon. I'm still holding the piece, so let's see if that roundy top continues to head down. I would have liked that a better price, obviously, but that's not forthcoming at the moment. AMZN 185.43 LOD. You know, I don't anticipate printing a new lower day while we're just hanging out at 18.3s on the fuge. But if the fuge gives up VWAP, which is at 18.293, I think we could move down a bit more aggressively here on the Amazon and on some of these other names. Now, Apple is just uninterrupted to the high side, 186.84 HOD. The dead one ain't dead today, baby. It be up, and it be on the way up. Now, look, we know exactly what could happen here. The headline could come out of the conference, which starts in 3 minutes, and it could be a sell the news type event, right? It may not be what the market wants. It may be a very watered down version of what the market anticipates. So anything can happen here with the dead one Apple. Just if you're in long or if you're in short, I don't know why you'd be in short right now, but if you're in a position on Apple right now, just know that in a few minutes, things can change. Now, we don't really know how long it'll take for the news to hit or when the speaker that will, you know, come on, who changes things, who says something that changes things will come on. But just like, these auctions that come on at 1 o'clock, expect some sort of delay. It looks like we're headed into 187. 187 is a key area of resistance, Ram, on the 30-minute, going back to the 3rd of May and the 2nd of May. I'm going to keep talking about it because that is a local area top that we haven't been at since these 2 days here. And this was on AI News. You'll recall that moved in the aftermarket there at around 4:30, sending Apple well above that 180 resistance level that we had been kind of below for the time being. So 186.88 HOD right now on AAPL. Let's see exactly how high we can get here and what kind of move we get after the beginning of the conference. We are going to have it up. I know Adara has it up. It still hasn't started yet. She's got it up. I'm going to load it up on my side chart too. I'm going to see if I can actually listen to it in real time so we can actually give you what's being said in real time and not wait to see the manifestation of that news on the charts. So big event coming from OpenAI. Altman was doing the rounds on the weekend, clearly, looking to create I don't know, not noise, but to create awareness around this new launch. We had heard last week that there was going to be a search engine that was going to rival Google's. He came out and said that that was no longer true. Now it looks as if maybe some sort of relationship or some deal here with the dead one.
Well, as you said as well, Sam Altman on that All In podcast said some things about Apple, like, oh, the iPhone it's very different. And
yes,
that was an interesting interview. But yeah, I think so. Sharif made the very astute point, because I watched it, I didn't make this connection. Sharif was like, you know what? Kind of seems like he's showing his cards towards Apple a little bit, towards the iPhone. So I think that's a really interesting look there coming from Sharif. He just took a bit of a dip down here in these there markets. But as someone who is sim short, and I want to clarify, sim short Nvidia, I am pleased as punch for that. I'm trying to take $1 on this. I was risking into 906.70s. This type of thing, I don't want to just be in the sim and not do anything, right? If I see stuff I like, I want to try trading.
Sure.
So that's the whole point, is practice, practice, practice. That's how you get to Carnegie Hall, says the old saying. Took $1 on Nvidia in the sim. Pleased as punch. Thank you, I appreciate that. Also, I don't know if you saw this, Rivian millionaire firing shots here. I think you jinxed Apple by calling it dead, bro.
Hey man, there's gonna be a top somewhere midday. It just happened to come when I was talking well about it, or call it dead or whatever. Yeah, you know what? You guys know I'm invested. It's my biggest position by far. Now that Caterpillar is done as a trade, Apple is my biggest position. First only to Pandub. Pandub being the second position there. Oleg, it's been a minute since I've seen you, Oleg. Where you been at, man? Can you look at Fiverr? Looks like second leg to upside as short interest. Let's have a look at FVRR. Let me load up the side chart over here. Let's bring in the RSI one so we can have a look at the RSI as well. FVRR. Here we go. Let's look at this bad boy. What do we got? So we're up 8% on the day. Jeez. So we'll see exactly once this chart loads. It's not loading for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. Yeah, it's all good. We have other charts that we can use. So let's move this. Oh, geez. Amazon just, oh man, it popped back into my entry. I should have went my beak there at 80s. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to get out of the Amazon trade. Yeah, just so that I can load up this monster.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this chart and I'm saying, Adara, why don't you trade like this in life? I want to talk about this because I'm really proud of what I did here with Nvidia. We took that short at 906. Why did I take that short at 906? I was looking at my side chart and I said, this is kind of coming into that area of support earlier, around that 906, right? So I said, you know what, Adara? Take the short. And I was like, well, what am I going to use my risk? Well, then another area kind of came to play, and it's going to be that 906.70. So to me, the clearer bottom of this range, and also that pre-market area that we were bouncing off of. So I said, I like this. We got into 905, we got into 906.60s, and they were rejected. So I said, I'm okay with that. And I'm really happy, because this is the type of trading I need to do more of. And that's what I'm going to take away from this experience. Like the fact that I've taken 2 trades in the sim so far, and I've done better in the sim today than I've done since going live. And I think that's why I really need to take what you were saying last week, Sharif, to heart. And it's like, whatever worked for you, try to make that work for you. Also, that was not English, but you know what I mean. Like, you have to.
I got you.
Yeah, if it worked for you before, why are you not staying true to that? Be true to your school, like you would to your girl or guy. Shout out to the Beach Boys. But you have to stay true to your trading style and let your colors fly and become become the type of trader that you see yourself as being. At this point, I sound like Yoda. With that in mind, Mira Murati, CTO of OpenAI here, chatting about ChatGPT-4 releasing their newest flagship model. Oh, so it's GPT-4o, apparently. Yeah, this GPT-4o. Here's Mira Murati talking about that. So we're going to have to stay tuned, see what's happening here. It's apparently a faster version. So we're going to have to keep an eye, see what's happening here. I've got my Benzinga open. I have the stream open as well. Looks like she's speaking out of Urban Outfitters, something that's a very nice little area at which they're having that meeting. Ramin's laughing because I'm right. It looks like an Urban Outfitters. But yeah, so some of these, Nvidia getting a bit of a pop here. Pardon?
No. Do you know who this woman is?
Yeah, Mira Murati.
Yeah.
She's the CTO.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, she's a heavyweight.
Oh, yeah, no disrespect to her. I'm just saying that where they're shooting looks kind of like an Urban Outfitters.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Did you get out of that?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm done. I'm done my Amazon trade. I've got it loaded up as well. I just want to see if there's going to be Apple news. But as we got that, Google just popped up here, guys, into 167. So there was that 166.50 top, whatever reason. I don't know what it was, but we popped up bigly there and moved down on Apple and Microsoft, both moving down here. Softy, not by that much. Let's be real about it. It just dropped about 50 or 60 cents on a $400 name. The dead one, though, did drop about 30 pennies off that 186.88 top into the $0.50 now. It is trying to hold at the 10 period. Keep your eye on both the 10 and the 20 period. They have been, either one has been the area of support for Apple today. Neither one has been broken on a closing basis. You've gotten wicks below, 3 wicks here total below the 20 intraday. And obviously, the 10 prints were where it was holding up the majority of the time. Here we go again, now bouncing up the 10, coming into 186.60. But I got to tell you, Nvidia looks awfully weak at the moment. Yeah, this is really headed down here, guys. This 910 rejection, this could be an interesting move into 900. And the reason I say 900, a couple of reasons. One, it's 900. Number two, it's where VWAP is as well. VWAP's like 40 pennies or so above that $900 area. And pivots is at $900.24. So a lot of intersection at this $900 area. Very interesting here if we can possibly retrace into that down move there on Nvidia. So watch that. The future just took a big move down. So we were talking about 18.3 or thereabouts being this area range. A little bit above, a little bit below. Well, this is a lot below now, given that what we've done on the day. The majority of the prints have held above the 200 period. On the 5, down it goes. The future is moving down. Here it is, right into pivots again to break even point on the future is 18.254. So we're two points away from it. We're about to go red on the NQ on the day. I'm not sure exactly why we're getting this. Likely as a result of this conference here. We'll see exactly what we get. Big move down on the future. Adara finally giving some intraday range here to the futures. That's been awfully consolidative on the day.
Yeah, I tried to take advantage of that move. I noticed for a second we were bouncing up 903 Nvidia. I was like, cool, I like that. I want all the smoke. I get involved. And then it actually was working out for half a second, then we fall. I'm like, cool, we break below 902, we'll get out. Yeah, guess who added to the position yet again, pulling another GME fat finger moment. It's all good. I'm actually flat on the day because of how we did earlier with that Nvidia, but I think it just goes to show, you know, like, triple check, and I'm saying this to myself, triple check your trades, Adara. When I say you, I mean me. Because today, after having a pretty decent track record of having no fat fingers in the sim, since going live, I've had a total of 3, so that's pretty bad. But you know, you just have to take that, you have to learn from it. Also, apparently now they're going to do advanced data analysis with this new ChatGPT-4.
Oh.
So that's nice. You can upload charts and tools and analyze information. It'll give you answers and so on, to quote Mira Murati there.
It would be awesome, something that could like analyze charts for you.
I was just thinking.
Like throw in a chart, be like, where are the flat bottom breaks on this chart or whatever. You know what I mean?
Do you know
Ask
what
it
we
whatever
would call
question.
it?
What?
Chart GPT.
Hire this woman for whatever. She seems to have ideas Any which way. Shout out to Adara. I love it.
That is the funniest comment I've ever heard, but thank you. So I appreciate I appreciate the cut. It's just the way it was worded, it was pretty.
You always have good ideas like that, like especially wording ideas. Guys, we're coming down into the soft one here at 414. So the entire market's moving down. I get that. So we're going to get moves down on all the Meg 7 names. That's not surprising, but we are getting some good support here at VWAP and at pivots for Softy. Keep your eye out on these levels. Apple has been fighting with the 20 over here. It did break below the 20, but look how quickly it got bought up. Now, we've had wicks below the 20 earlier during the more calm time of day. Now that the future's moving and we've got this conference on that everybody seems to be watching and the market definitely was waiting for, because all of a sudden this OpenAI conference comes on and the market starts moving here. So yeah, a little convenient. So we'll see exactly if we can hold above the 20 period here, and especially if we get some new news here on Apple with OpenAI, this could curl right back up and break through that 187 like it didn't even matter. So we're gonna watch. I'm gonna pack my patience. I'm listening to it as we speak right now. Mira Muradi's dropping hot lines on the stream right now, so we're keeping that in check, and we're keeping tabs on that. So I'm watching Apple. I'm watching as well Softy at VWAP over here. Softy's right at VWAP at the moment. The future is at break even as we speak. Nvidia bounced off 900 quickly there, got into 899.50s, bounced right back into 901. But look at Amazon, man. Amazon cannot catch a break, and I closed my short way too early on that. This was a beautiful rounded top, coming right back down into the low of day. Again, I didn't think that this was going to come back into the low of day. All right, Mira Muradi's done talking, and now there's two dudes coming on the stage. Yeah, Mira Muradi.
Ramin laments.
So now she's talking to these two dudes. I'm not sure who these dudes are. We'll find out what they have to say, though, Adara.
They're Barrett Zof and Isaac Chen.
Eh?
I only know from subtitles.
How do you know this?
I'm reading their subtitles.
I was like,
Barrett,
wow.
Yeah, I wish I knew Barrett Zof and Isaac Chen, but I'm not on
Those
that
aren't
level.
even easy names to remember.
Well, Isaac Chen kind of, but Barrett Zof's a weird one. It's like Sophie, but with a Z and no fee.
Okay, Adara, apparently they're talking about the iPhone now.
They are. ChatGPT audio
break time now.
Okay.
Here we go.
We got ready. We're ready to go. I'm going to keep this open. They're actually talking to ChatGPT. ChatGPT just talked back to Mark. So yeah, he said, I'm doing a live demo right now. Yeah, ChatGPT's talking to him. This is crazy. This is quite the look. We're going to have to keep an eye on that for sure.
That's amazing.
Also
I'm watching it. Wow. Wow.
They said, can you help with your nerves? And ChatGPT said, you're doing a live demo? That's great. ChatGPT was having a conversation with him, guys. Like, this is actually kind of nuts. This is wild to look at. And then, like, Mark Chen was like, sorry, it's not Isaac Chen, it's Mark Chen. He said, should I take a couple deep breaths? And then ChatGPT is like, slow down, you're not a vacuum cleaner, Mark. This is amazing. ChatGPT for talking to Mark this is amazing. This is quite the look. He said he's going to try breathing more deeply. He and ChatGPT are doing meditations together. Nvidia is hanging around this 900 that Sharif very astutely called out. Nvidia is bouncing off that 900 area. There's so much happening in this market today. Like, I don't know if I woke up this morning, did I think that we'd have a mini meme stock resurgence? All of these moves with this event with Apple and ChatGPT. Like, this is crazy. Let's take a look at the dead one, as Sharif sometimes calls it. Not dead anymore. This is a crazy bounce here. Look at bouncing off that 186.40 area. Why this is interesting too, that top that we get 10.45, right? We come back at 12.30, chop around a little bit, pop up, and look where we bounce. That's right, 186.40. This is definitely a nice little level here on A to the A to the P to the L. We still have Mira, Barrett, and Mark sitting around this Urban Outfitters looking table right now. They are still talking right now. That's a really nice look. I'm trying to see if there's any other updates coming in to Benzinga so I can succinctly summarize this. But yeah, nice look there. Talking to ChatGPT, which is having a nice little conversation with him. So Shane W saying this is probably lip synced and pre-recorded Milli Vanilli style. As much as I love that reference, we can't say that for sure, right? We don't know. But I did want to, I like that reference. And it does seem like, he's talking to it live. But again, we never know what happens.
That's like Baidu. What happens. Remember Baidu? They released the Ernie chatbot and it was like recorded and the market didn't like that whatsoever and it sold aggressively. All right. Should we do the lesson?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right.
Just wanted to make sure we had like the stuff going first. But yeah, we can get that lesson
Sounds good.
going for sure. And Sharif will let us know if there's stuff going on
Absolutely,
there.
I'm listening to it.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So let's talk about. Also, I wish Sharif gets a great bite of that apple there.
I'm hoping.
AAPL.
I've got my stop through the break of 46, guys. So I'm going to give this one a little bit of room.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, we'll see.
So let's talk right now about moving average crossovers and trend identification. So today this whole week, we're gonna be diving into the world of moving average crossovers, which can help you identify trends in the market, but you gotta have to understand the foundations first, right? So moving averages, basically imagine a line smoothly following a stock's price chart. That's gonna be moving average, and it's basically gonna average the security's price over a chosen period. So 50 days, 200 days, etc. And the longer the period, the smoother the line, which can reflect a longer term trend. So shorter MAs will react faster to price changes, which can cause capture shorter term trends or shorter term movement. So here's an example here. You have your 200 moving average. This is very smooth. This is like a nice clean shave here, just a nice smooth move. A little bit more topsy-turvy though is gonna be the 50 moving average, which is this kind of purple black line here. As you can see, following the price trend a little bit more closely. Then you have this lime green line. That's gonna be your short-term moving average. You can see this one is topsy-turvy. Every time that price moves a little bit, so does in turn the 20 moving average. So that one's a little bit more reactive. So there we go. Also, let's talk about the power of the crossover. So the real magic is not what these moving averages do on their own, it's what they do when they create magic together. And this is when identification comes into play.
Bang.
So you've got your bullish signal, which is going to be that golden cross, which will occur when your shorter term MA, par example, the 50-day crosses above a longer term MA, par example, the 20-day, right? And so that will signify a shift in power because you've got your shorter term moving above the longer term. That's like, hey, in the shorter term, we're in charge now. Bulls are roaring. I don't know if bulls roar. They're ready to go. They're ready to continue to the upside, and that's what the golden cross signifies and why you have to keep an eye on that.
What's the problem, Ram?
Ramin said, quote unquote, this is bamboozling me of the meeting. So yeah, it's really, I need to get my Unity working because I wish I could hear all this. But death cross as well is worth noting because this can signify potential downturns. This is going to be the opposite of your golden cross. You have your shorter term MA diving below your longer term MA. And that signifies, in the shorter term at least, the bears are taking over, they're growling, they're ready to claw some markets to the downside, and that's what that's going to mean. You've got a weakening short-term momentum and a potential downtrend developing. So here's one example. You've got your golden cross, your 200-day moving average, la-di-da-di-da, and the 50-day is like, sorry, I'm going to scoop in here. And then you have your golden cross, and look, the price action responds in turn. That's a nice look. Now you also have your death cross. That's when you have your 50-day moving average. You can see here, nice little upturn, la-di-da. Then it fails, quaduncan your 50-day moving average, and it crosses over the 200-day moving average. Now, of course, these are not going to be perfect on their own, but they're just nice little signals and potential markers of what's to come. Now, let's also talk about your double moving average crossovers. This is when you have two short-term MAs, your 10-day and your 20-day.
Yo, it answers math questions, and it like tells you step by step how to answer the math question while you're writing it. Yo, this is with the camera.
With the camera?
Yeah, look at Apple go. That's why it's going, man. Okay, this is pretty cool.
I mean,
sorry to interrupt the lesson. I mean, I'm just kind of happy about this whole thing here.
Yeah. Beak wetters galore, right?
Yeah, this is more like the long-term play, though. You know.
Oh, that's true too. I mean, it both works out for you.
Thank you.
Confluence.
Hey.
But yeah, shout out to Sharif and shout out to Barrett, Mark, and Mira having what looks like a great time over there.
They're having a jolly old time.
Having a jolly old time. But Hermine says she would like to be there. So I guess the show's gonna have to go on hold while she schleps it over to, I'm guessing, LA, where I'm assuming this is happening.
Yeah, I'm assuming.
But yeah, no, all jokes aside. Yeah, shout out to
Silicon Valley,
Hermine was killing it. Silicon Valley, probably. But let's talk again back to these double moving average crossovers. So you have your two short-term MAs, so for example, the 10-day and the 20-day. And when your faster MA, in this case the 10-day, crosses above the slower one, the 20-day, it can signal an earlier entry point into a potential uptrend and vice versa for a downtrend. So if you have your 10 crossing below your 20, that's going to be a signifier of a downtrend. However, these signals can be more frequent and prone to false positives due to the shorter time frame. So it's the same thing we talk about when, as Sharif mentioned earlier too, when you have something on your 5-minute chart and your 15-minute chart, or your hour chart, like the longer the time frame, the more significant it's going to be.
Exactly.
That's the same with moving averages. These shorties aren't going to give you the same confluence and the same level of confidence you might have if you're looking at a longer term.
Did you call them shorties?
After I said that, I
love it.
But yeah, I did call them shorties.
All right.
We're all having a great time over here. But let's put it all together, right? You got to mix it all up in a big pot. Crossovers are just one piece of the puzzle. So if you want some more confidence, if you want to secure the bag, and I know someone next to me is securing the bag because I just saw him pump his fist there, you have to have a better sense of trend identification. So confirmation is going to be key. You don't want to base your decision just on crossovers. Look for some confirmation from other technical indicators like the RSI or stochastic oscillators to gauge momentum and identify potential overbought and oversold situations. So also price action will matter, of course, right? Price action confirmation can strengthen the crossover signal. So if you see a breakout above resistance levels in a bullish situation or below support levels in a bearish situation around the crossover point, that could be a huge sign that you want to get in or out or, whatever right now. That's a huge sign. You also want to remember here as well, crossovers can be misleading. We just talked about false positives. They're also not super reliable in volatile periods because they can generate false signals or whipsaws where prices will eventually reverse after a crossover. So here's an example of an MA crossover with RSI. This is on, I believe, a daily chart. But you see you have here your bullish crossover and the RSI entering bullish territory. And look, the market's like, la-di-da-di-da. You've got the State Bank of India moving to the upside here. Then we start to see a little bit of pause. We get a little bit stagnant. And then the RSI is like, I'm not going to be in bullish territory anymore. Bye-bye. Crossing to the downside. We have our bearish crossover and the price action reacts in turn. So here's just one example of how we can use these. So what's going to be the takeaway here, right? I mean, we'll have lessons all week, but by mastering moving average crossovers can be really great skill, but it also takes time and practice and a healthy dose of skepticism, which you always kind of want in this market, right? So always make sure that you make your list, you check it twice, and you find out which of these crossovers is naughty and which one is nice, because moving averages are coming to town. You also want to understand, you can actually strengthen things by understanding your golden and death crosses, exploring variations and incorporating confirmation techniques to help you be well on your way to identifying trends with greater confidence. And here's a little bonus challenge, extra credit, if you will, take home homework. You can test your newfound knowledge by grabbing some historical price charts or a paper trading account and practice identifying crossovers and potential trends. But remember, and believe me, I took a hard lesson in this, paper trading allows you to experiment without risking real capital, like say, for example, fat fingering on GME, just as a hypothetical. But yeah, and all jokes aside, yeah, I can laugh at myself. You learn and you live, and that's why paper trading is really nice. So you can, as Christina Aguilera did in her 2007 album, back to basics.
I like it.
Thank you.
All right. We moved up on Apple, but not with the same aggression that Google's moving up. So it looks as if this was kind of movement for Google shareholders, because I think they were a little worried because it's moving up nicely here. We're knocking on the door of 168, guys, and the flat top from which we broke was 166.50. So Google doesn't typically move $1.50 at a time like that, but it did now. So great move up here for goggles. Keep your eye on that level, 168. It's not like a level that I charted or anything. It is the whole dollar level. To go green on the day with Google, we got to break above 168 2/3. That's about almost $1 from where we're currently trading at. We're trading at in the 80s at the moment, knocking on the door of that whole dollar. So we'll keep eyes on Google. No real levels of resistance or support to talk about other than this 166.50 as a level of support, because it's the area from which we broke, and this 168 2/3 as a level of resistance. There goes 168 on goggles. This thing is moving up. A lot of aggression on this name. So this gap down that we experienced early to this morning at 4 a.m. when we basically opened at 166. Where do we open? 167.39, and by the time that candle closed, we were down to 166. So it's been a tough day for Google, but recovering right now, as are most of these Mag 7 names. You have Nvidia, which absolutely had a beautiful, beautiful bounce off not only the 900 level on a closing basis, but even the wicking basis. Took you right into Friday's closing print. That's 898.80. So if you were at $8.99 and the spread was within 10 cents, you got printed. And now you're $3.50 in the money there, because that would have been an $8.99 print, not a 900 print. We're curling back here into 903 on Nvidia. Keep your eye on that. Tesla's really the only one that's doing bupkis at the moment as a result of this newer headline that we just got out of the event. It's still a downward channel. Nothing's changed ever since that big boy move, which ended essentially at 950. So this one had all of 20 minutes of fun, and then it's been down and to the right since that time. Nothing really to report other than the short is absolutely paying on Tesla and has been the entire day. All right, so the dead one is about 4 pennies off HOD, so that's as good as it's gonna get for me. We're gonna take it out there for a nice 24 penny winner on AAPL. We'll see what other trades are in the works. Before I get to NVAX, say it again, Neil? Really? Duolingo got smoked, Neil says, when they showed the real-time translation. So dang, son, let's look at Duolingo. Not that I really care about doo-doo, but yeah. What's the ticker, Neil?
D-U-O-L.
D-U-O-L, thanks. Wow, what a big move down. Here it is. For some reason, this chart's freezing, Ram. So just show Neil's chart there for a second while I figure out what the hell was wrong with this chart. Yeah, sorry about that. You want to take over for a second?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, I got lost in the sauce there for a second. Yeah, I want to say great jobs on your Apple trade.
Oh, thank you.
Pun intended.
Very nice. Appreciate you.
Yeah, great jobs. Also, AMD. I don't know what it is with me today. Apparently today, you know, like the season of the witch, the year of the dog. Today for me is the day of the fat finger, but we're gonna have to change that. Another fat finger move for me on AMD, unfortunately. But I was like, you know what, Adair, you still like it? Add back in, same amount, same position size. Actually got a slightly better price, so I'm okay with that right now. We're gonna be getting involved here. Since I've gone back on the sim, I've only played 2 names. They're gonna be AMD and Nvidia. They're semiconductors. They move semi-similarly, and I really have levels I like on both of them, which I want to discuss. AMD, I'm taking that rejection off the 152.20. I want minimum 151.70, so I'm actually gonna get, we'll do 151.74. We're gonna get half the position out there, and I cannot have that fat finger move again, because that's what happened the first time, and I don't want to have to keep adding into this. There we go. Then Nvidia, let's see how she's doing. I want to take this short here, that 902.30s. I totally agree with what Sharif said about that 903. If we reject 903, that I'll stay in the position. If not, we'll get out. My Nvidia position is infinitesimal. It is minuscule. It is really just for me to practice getting involved in levels I like. Because if I can do that in the sim, why can't I do that in the live? I'll have to find out, but I want to do it in the sim at least so I can actually feel like my, me getting shot down was not for naught. I want to learn something. I definitely use that incorrectly, but I want to learn something, and I think the biggest thing I'm learning is just if you like it, take it, manage it appropriately, and get involved and want all the smoke. So I do indeed want all of the smoke, but I just said Deuce. That reminds me, how is Deuce doing?
Not doing very good. It's trying to recover a little bit here. Duolingo, a bit of a tough. If I completely understand the market's reaction to this because, if you have an AI that's just going to be able to translate anything for you on, I think we already kind of have that, but not to the extent that I think, the market is predicting this will be. Anyway, 183 bounce right now on Duolingo, trying to come back into 184. It had really done no volume to that big monster red candle. That did about 30,000 shares on this 90,000 shares on this 3-minute chart, by the way, on Duolingo. So we'll keep eyes on that. I'm still very interested in this 187 rejection on Apple. Say it again. It looks as Mira Murati just thanked Nvidia. I'm assuming, obviously, because she has to thank Nvidia. Without Nvidia, they wouldn't be able to do any of this stuff over here. So we're going to find out here if it's done. I think it might be done here.
It is, yeah.
It is done, yeah. So it's all over. And that is the end of it. So that lasted exactly 26 minutes, a little bit less than half an hour. Let's see how the market reacts now that the event is over. Google is still knocking on the door of that pivots at 168.35. It looks like it's going to head higher here. Google looking awfully strong. The question is, does Apple get continuation? I think the fact that we're at 187 really sets up a good short here, like a sell the news. Again, I don't want to jump in front of this and absolutely get smoked. But, this is just kind of experience talking here, like where let's see. Maybe I'll miss a little bit of it to participate in some short here. Now, if you have a 187 break and take, the short's off the table. I mean, I'm not even thinking about the short. The short is because we're in front of 187 and it could be a sell the news event. That's really all that is. So I'm keeping my eyes here on Apple, and it's coming down. So we popped up into 93. Now it's at 72s, not with any vigor though. We'll keep eyes on that. JG, I see you, sir. Duolingo is tanking. We mentioned that as well. People asking about coin. All right, let's find out about coin. Let's look over here. What's Coinbase up to? I moved cryptocurrency down so I could move these meme stonks.
How dare you kick out crypto for memes?
I gotta prioritize, Adara. Who's moving on the day? Is it crypto? Is it Chinese ADRs? Chinese ADRs have a good day, by the way, today too.
I understand, but will crypto understand?
No, they won't. They won't.
True. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but you know what? Crypto's not that important to me. Where's Fabian? Okay, good. He's
Ruben enjoyed that one.
Yeah, Coinbase is down now below $200, guys. Down 1.5% on the day. We'll keep eyes on that. It's not something that I've charted all day, and I don't really want to start now because we're focusing on these Mag 7 names and these meme stonks, and that's kind of what I'm focused on the day. I just want to see if Apple catches a win here at either the 10 or the 20. If it breaks both, that's it. Then I'm going short on Apple. To break both, it's going to have to break and close below 186.50. So that's about 17 pennies from where it's currently trading. Apple heading down after the end of the OpenAI event there.
Yeah, Apple heading down, and, you know, Mira Murati thanked Nvidia, but short sellers also taking Nvidia right now. And I just took Nvidia short, small position. Shout out to Jay Lee, who I know said was involved in this through NVDL. This is, you know, this is just, honestly, this is a huge lesson to me. As I mentioned earlier, if anyone misses, I am in the sim right now because I had a fat finger moment on GME, which is not the stock you want to have that in all honesty. But you know what? I'm learning from it, and I'm trying to trade the way I want to trade. You know, it's like treat people the way you want to be treated. I'm trying to trade the way I want. Yeah, this analogy got lost, but you know what? It's okay. I am really just trying to learn and grow, and I think these trades I'm taking in Nvidia in the sim have me kind of questioning how I've been trading in the live. So I think I'm gonna have to take a long, hard look at myself in the mirror, take some journal notes. You know, I'll have to start with the man in the mirror and ask him to make a change, because I think that's really what I need to be in the market. I don't like how I've been trading since I've been going live. I'm going to be really
I don't mean to laugh at that because I know you're talking real here. You're talking serious.
Yes, I am.
But you said the man in the mirror thing.
I'm not at all. Like, I want to clarify too, because I've seen in the past sometimes people in the chat like, oh, Sharif's laughing at Adara. It's all in good fun.
Not at all.
And I would say it's very mutual as well.
Yes.
And you know, if I'm going to say serious stuff and throw puns in, that's kind of, you know, we're all good with that. But no, I appreciate you acknowledging that because I am being very honest. It is something I'm going to have to reflect on because there's really no reason that my, you know, turn in the sim should be more effective than what I've been doing since going live. So I think it's all the mental, as Obi says. A lot of it's in the mental. So I need to get less lost in the sauce. I need to dig myself out of the sauce and maybe go on like a sauce-free diet for a little bit. Just focus on what worked and try to improve myself. Someone though just slid into Zuck's DM, so I want to hear all about that.
I did. I'm just gonna put my stop on this. So we're gonna put it at 4.6 now. Let's go 20s because what's life without whimsy? All right, we're let's see, where did we get short? 61s, and now we're at 39. So let's put it over here. Let's see if we can get a nice move down. Look, this is short for one reason only. Well, a couple. One is because, wow, I just got filled. That was super quick. Dang, son. One is because Meta's down 1 2/3, Adara. The other, it came into the 50. And it rejected previously off the 50. So I said, look, this is I don't want to call it a high probability trade because it's not. But it was, hey, this was accurate before. Is it going to be accurate again? Looks like for the moment it is. So about 40 pennies in the money on the monster Meta. Let's see if we can get a 4, 6, 7 2/3 move. That would be the volume weighted average price. I think that's a reasonable area to have a profit taker, maybe 468 even because it's the whole dollar level. I'm going to pack my patience. I put my stop above 469. Because it is the whole dollar level, and I figured that would be a good risk-to-reward ratio. So we're going to keep eyes here out on Meta. I'm looking for a curl off the 50 period on the day. That was the impetus for the trade. Now, we were looking for the dead one to reject and start curling back down after the event with OpenAI is over. It really hasn't done that. So, I mean, the market is not over exuberant about the information that was released there or Apple's connection to the information that was released, but it doesn't dislike it either. It wasn't like they hyped it up and then it ended up being a bust. No, because it's not selling off. In fact, it's continuing to put in higher lows. So right now it's trying to hold the 10. It didn't even make it down into the 20 on that last little 5-minute dip. So good look there. And dang, Meta. Wow, that was a quick move down 468. Very happy with this trade on META. Took the short at the 50 period, and there goes 468. We actually got on the sell side of 468. I'm thinking VWAP, though, is probably the better level, 467 2/3, but I suck as a trader. So I just took it out at the holdout level. Good move back down for Meta. And there's also a topping tail candle coming in here on the soft one. So look at this topping tail candle that moved into the 200 period, and it looks a little better when I do it like this. When I zoom in, it looks distorted. So Softy, 415.75 or thereabouts, curl back down, holds at 413.25, and then it comes into the 20 period, which quite honestly hasn't featured as a level of either resistance and support, and then decides, yeah, okay, I'm going to use it. I don't know. Well, yeah, you just don't even know why sometimes they use levels and sometimes they don't, and you just got to kind of go with it and figure out which time frame off which the algo is trading and what moving average it's using, if any. So keeping an eye here on the soft one as it does a topping tail candle. We'll see what we get on this one.
Yeah, it's been quite the day. Shout out to Sharif. That's a great level. And I really like where you took it out too, because you took it out where we had that resistance earlier and that that average. So I think it's a really great look. Like I know you said that. But I think it's a nice. I like it. Thanks. So yeah, shout out to that for whatever that's worth. I think that's a nice look. Shout out to Sharif there, killing it with that. No Zuck needed. All skill, no Zuck. No, I'm joking. But yeah, nice look there. Also, yeah, so I want to look at GME because Miles in the chat was like, oh, no one's looking at GME. Yeah, so I also want to explain something because someone was asking in the chat, like, how did you fat finger GME? So I totally want to explain it because we're all here to learn. So first of all, I want to say I'm still happy with the initial short I took on this. Took the short just shy of 30 because we kept rejecting this area and we had the nice move down earlier, right? So I said, I'll take it short. Took it short, risked about 50 pennies, 60 pennies, got out at 30.50, clean break, etc., move on. Then I'm sitting here at lunch and I'm like, I kind of like this 30.50 area, right? So I get involved and it's holding so clean. It's holding too cleanly. In retrospect, I should have known this was a sign. Holding way too cleanly. Also, sorry, you can't see these because this is when I was in the live, and right now I'm in the sim, thanks to my boy GME over here. No, I'm joking. It's thanks to my own fat finger, but basically got involved 30.50. Was like, cool, great. We keep bouncing off that 30.35. I'm like, Then we fall with the viciousness. That's this big old candle here. We fall like crazy fast, and in my attempts to get out, would have been fine, except I accidentally added in, like, honestly, 4 times the shares I even had in the first place. And that was where the fat finger got me. It was the fact that I fat fingered in the first place, and it was the size with which I fat fingered. So unfortunately, I did get shut down, had to switch over to the sim. But you know what? That's why I'm repeating this, because it's something I want to learn from. Sean also alluded to the fact that this will probably get mentioned on the market recap, which I'd be pleased as punch to talk about, because I think you only learn from figuring out where you went wrong.
100%.
So there you go. Stan in the chat said as well, how many fat fingers will there be today? Hopefully no more, Stan. I really hope no more. But I'm right with you there, Stan. I'm like, because I've been pretty good about not having any fat fingers since going live until today, where apparently it's just like one after the other. But you just gotta have a bit of a sense of humor about things, and just keep going and keep learning, keep growing. GME, if you keep rejecting off that 9 EMA, someone might be interested. Right now, though, I've really just been playing semiconductors since I got back in the sim. AMD, Nvidia, up on the day. Always bullish positivity, ready to keep working. Yeah.
Randy, what are you looking at up there? I love it. There he is. He's up to no good, as usual. I love it. It's going to be something EV related, hopefully. Okay. Give us a little bit of a clue. Randy on the 1s and 2 up at the big desk. We'll keep tabs on what he's looking at. I'm sure he'll have something great for us on that. What do we call it? The afternoon rundown?
The rundown.
The rundown, yeah. All right, sounds good. Havana Woody, Sharif, you think we might get a primer in futures trading someday? Oh, okay. Look, so we're doing moving average crossovers all week, and then the NOS boss really brought my attention this morning, Adara, to the measured move. So I want to do 5 lessons next week on the measured move, and there are some really 5 good ones we could do. But I would not be at all upset about doing a futures trade after next week.
Nor would I.
Because we haven't done futures in a minute.
Yeah.
So we could talk about, you know, the different the different approaches you and I take to futures trading. Absolutely.
I like that.
Havana Woody, we're sold. So this week we're going to finish the moving average crossover. And then next week we'll do the measured move. And then I promise you the week after that we will do futures trading. And maybe we'll even have some guest traders on for you.
I would love
Who knows?
that.
Who knows? All right, the dead one is making a bit of a move down now. So Apple is on the way down here after the end of that OpenAI event, and it is at the 20 period. I'm not going to punch long here, nor am I punching short. I want to watch how we deal with the 20 period because there has not been a closing print on the 5-minute chart on Apple that is south of the 20 period. If this one closes, it would be the first. Obviously, since, you know, not the open, but since we broke out here at 1020, right? This has been obviously trending, and the point of the moving averages is to try to catch something on a retracement while it's trending, the larger trend, right? So we'll keep eyes on the dead one Apple here as it tries to hold its closing print above the 20-period moving average. Day trader cut, bring in Arun for future. Hey man, I try, but he's too busy gymming all the time, so I really can't get him in. Jonathan Canny, please call Arun as a special guest. Bro, you trust me, I have tried. Believe me on that, I have. So you just take my word for it, and if it was forthcoming, I'd be all up on that. But sadly, it's not. So we'll have to figure some other stuff out. Guys, everything's curling back down now. I'm not really seeing a whole bunch of strength. Even goggles came in exactly into 168 2/3. Technically, it has a HOD of 75, but this is a $170 name. Forgive it for going over its closing print by 10 pennies. And right off that closing print from yesterday, Friday, 168 2/3. It's now $1 lower, 167 3/4 incoming here on goggles. Keep your eye out for possible support at 167 1/4. That is where the IB high is, and if we get support at the IB high, it'll be at around right here, 167 1/4. The 10 period, the first moving average on the way down from the high a day is this 10 period, which is hanging out at 167 1/2. So that could be an interesting area there. It's broken now down about 20 pennies below the whole dollar, so not much in the way of support right there. Price action wise, we'll have to wait to see if a moving average comes in. The first price action support I can see here is 168 1/4. We'll see what happens there. Stephanie Rudy, Sharif, that mustache though, you gotta give it time to work in, man. I'm just working in at the moment, right? Like it hasn't fully manifested yet. Give it some time. I'm trying a new thing here.
No, I literally never mind.
Ray Ram's laughing at me, and Randy's laughing, you're laughing, and everybody's laughing.
He was like, "Oh, did you see the mustache?" And I was
usually
like,
you're pretty quick to pick up on everything. If I wear a new shirt, if I wear new shoes. Yes, Randy. Yes, Randy. Adara picks up on everything right away. So the fact that she didn't pick up on a stash, I was like, you feeling okay?
I didn't notice you shaved your beard right away either. And that was the one where Brendan was even like, how did you not notice that?
Because we hadn't known each other that long.
That's true. Yeah, that was like pretty early. But you're right, like this mustache, for shame on me, because I don't know how I didn't notice that. Until then, everyone's mentioning it, and I was like, oh, there is a mustache. But yeah, there is indeed a mustache.
It looks like I have some dirt on my face, eh? It looks so...
I think it's a mustache. Ramin's like laughing like a
Ray-Ram's laughing up a storm back there. I love it.
Brad Gober says he must ask you a question.
Oh, wow. What is it,
Or
Brad?
maybe he must ask you a question.
Yeah, that's
I want to bring it, you know.
Ah, so you have some
Elon
Tesla
Musk.
stuff to talk about there. Oh,
Not
no.
even.
I thought you were trying to prime in some Tesla.
Ramin.
Dewey, Sharif has the face for a stash. I hope that's a good thing. I don't know.
Compliment.
My old man always told me you have to have a long upper lip to have for the mustache to be nice on you. I'm like, I don't agree with that, Dad.
That's highly specific.
Yeah, I was like, where did you get that? Who told you this kind of
He's
stuff,
like
Dad?
studied it. He studied like the facial symmetry.
Yeah.
Like, this is the right face for a mustache. I don't know. I have
So
no idea
funny.
what he's doing, but.
All right, who's to New York sent? 2 NY cent. Wants to short Amazon soon. I like that. Well, Amazon's been awfully weak. A good-looking double bottom, my man, though, at that 185 1/3. That's where the second double bottom, or like the right side of the double bottom, bounced off. Shush, Ram. A Bluetooth side effect? Bluetooth. That's all I got to say about that. I don't know what else to say.
I think Jag's enjoying that one too.
Yeah. Jag's always silent back there. You never really feel Jag until he starts giggling.
He's always having a great time back there.
I
great
love
presence.
Jag.
Yeah, sure.
Good vibes, Jag, man.
Everybody's good vibes. Right
But the Katina, man, is good vibes. 186.50, where VWAP is, Adara on Amazon there. So what's his name? 2 New York cents wants to short Amazon at those levels. I think you got a good plan there. Maybe even the 50 period. 186.40 on the Amazonian. Amazon has been down into the dang right all day and absolutely has resistance for whatever reason here. Local area resistance at 186 1/3, between 1/3 and 1/4. That's where we topped out. That's where the rounded top started going in. And now we're getting resistance around there again. So I do like your call out on there. I just received a message from Big Kyle Burdett on the gram. It reads as follows. Sharif, just heard the talk on futures trading. I think it would be beneficial to focus on the SPY and the triple Qs. So many here, like myself, trade them both as shares and using options. Dan Emmons might be interesting for the NQs, triple NQs. Absolutely agree with you, Kyle. We will be talking about the Qs and the SPY. I know that more traders, at least on our stream, like to trade those for futures rather than the actual futures contract themselves. You bring up a valid point, and Adara and I definitely will take that into consideration when we do that week on the futures. Thank you for Big Kyle.
Thank you.
For letting us know about that. All right, Apple still above that 186.50 area, and it did break below the 20 period. But look at this, the closing print right above that 20 period again, but I don't know for how long now, because now we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 red candles on the 5-minute chart off that 186.93. We're trying to dance with the half dollar. Let's see if this holds up. I've been telling you this half dollar to basically 1/3 area is an interesting price action support area because of this top that we put in here. So keep your eye on that. Apple headed down after the end of that event. And yeah, most of the names are headed down as well, Adair.
It got a little bit nicked by that Nvidia spread. Tried to get out, and then Nvidia was like, you're stuck. So I was like, cool, now that's working, it's fine. But I'm just gonna have to get out here because I just don't want to stay in Nvidia anymore. So yeah, didn't work out. Currently, what, you're gonna let me out, Nvidia? Okay, cool. Apparently not. This spread is in a word spready. My mood is in a word, huh? It's been a crazy day, honestly. Like I said, first time getting shut down, but when you get kicked out, you just have to keep getting back up. And you have to be proud of how things happen and how things worked. Clearly, the theme of the day for me has been, for whatever reason, fat fingers, and I don't want that to be the theme of the day tomorrow. I've learned a lot. Currently down right now in the sim as well, but risk management has been pretty decent. And you just got to live and learn. As cliched as that is, it is a cliche and it's a term for a reason. And I think I'm happy I even had the impetus to trade GME at levels I liked. It wasn't meant to be. You got to keep going. Nvidia long, what do you think? Zion Lala? Yeah, I mean, as someone who's been doing that dance with Nvidia, I think it is a long. Initially tried to take the long way too early. Tried to get long 90140s. And if you're thinking, oh, that's kind of early, it was indeed kind of early. We had that nice little range. Tried to take that short off the top of the range, and then Nvidia was like, Adara, the range is done. I'm just going to be long now. So I don't at all disagree with you. Zion Lala, not only is it a VWAP bounce, right? That's why I yelled that.
I love it.
Very excited.
It got me.
It's also a bounce of that area we had earlier at 900, and we had the 900 rejection earlier. And you know who else called out Nvidia 900? The guy to my right. So
yes.
That's going to be, shout out to Sharif for calling that level. I think that's a nice pop here, and I think the fact that we broke that range we've been trading pretty steadily in, below 903, above 900, I think that's a nice look there. Zion Lala, not advice, just my take on the chart. However, we did reject a little bit off that area, that just shy of 905s, so we could still have some resistance in the water. But yeah, I think that's a really nice look here on NVDA. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. If we come back to that range, though, I'm going to have to be Walker Texas Ranger and come right back involved.
All right, I want to point out this name. I haven't had any trades on it, nor have I charted it. I haven't even mentioned it, but it's worth some respect. ARM is up big on the day, 7 2/3% on the back of news that they will likely be releasing a server chip. And there's also going to be more chips, AI-specific chips for ARM. It had a big day, guys. 110.86 low, 117.58 high. It's not like your regular run-of-the-mill ARM days where this thing's moving 20-some-odd%, but a good recovery. And I want to show you guys where this is now on the pivots. So you'll recall that this was the high, this 165 high was the high on earnings, and then we take it all the way back down into the breakout area at around 72. So this area that we're coming into is a 50% retracement off that top into the breakout area, okay? So this 120, 118, 120-ish area is an important area on ARM, not just because of pivots, but look at the price action right above there at 120. There is a lot of support on these bottom wicks at 120 on ARM, and now we're recovering off that 85 dip off earnings. From 165, we dipped into 85, guys. Like, that's the kind of madness that we had on ARM. 165 into 85, and now we're trying to recover into 120. There is price action resistance at 120. It's not just about the fib, the 50% retracement mark. Keep your eye on that for ARM. Chart that, have that in your mind when you're trading it the next few days. See if it means anything, or it's just another line, another price action support or resistance, that didn't hold up. But I'm definitely gonna have my eyes on ARM at this level going into the week to see if it does reject. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. ARM, great day, 117.58 HOD. And that 118 area is essentially 50% retracements on fib. So good look there for that chip name. And it's been a mixed bag in chip day today, right? We've had Nvidia a little bit up, a little bit down. AMD is down. Even TSM is down. INTC's had a decent day. $30 to the penny is the low of day. So whoever was sitting there at $30 absolutely got printed, because this one moved up into 31.13. It's coming down now into 30 1/3, below the 50, below VWAP. No real price action support here, kind of just trading in no man's land. These are the two kind of the ones that I wanted to mention. Also, Duolingo, in case you're just joining us, absolutely tanked. It has a 189.30 HOD. It printed 176.81 at the low. It's below 180 now as a result of the new AI tools that are going to come out from ChatGPT that has live translation. The market didn't like Duolingo for that, and as a result, it did tank. Keep your eye out on that. It's down 4 3/4 more than 4 3/4 currently on the day. That is Duolingo. That's DUOL on the NASDAQ. What else do we have here? In case you're just joining us, obviously we have the likes of GameStop up 71 1/3%. AMC's up 50. It's meme craze again. We forgot about VinFast. VinFast is up 28.5%. Dang it, VinFast. Identify yourself next time. No, seriously, VinFast on the way up. It did have resistance. They're at 401. So that whole dollar level comes into play as a level of resistance on VFS on the day. Let's add the ticker in here so people can follow on. VFS did have a decent move last week, but yeah, the reason is moving today is because not of any catalyst specific to it, but likely as a result of the meme craze that we're currently having. 30% of the good, nothing to disparage. Costs, also trying to recover here. KOSS, I saw this thing trade live in living color when it squeezed. I watched it live in the pre-market move from like $15 to over $100. I watched it live, and there was a guy trading it. So I'll never, ever forget KOSS, even though it has done nothing in 3 years. Yeah. You know what this is? Remember those headphones that used to say KOSS? That's this company. That's literally this company that you don't see anything from anymore. KOSS, though, up decent, 32%. Let's see what we get tomorrow. Do we get continuation for some of these memes? Or is it going to be a wham, bam, and thank you meme stock, and then we're done with that? Also, Adara, with meme stock craze, Ram, if I can show this, Rivian up 10 3/4. Fisker down on the OTC up 13 and a bit. Plug Power, for whatever reason, up 13 2/3. Do you have anything to say?
No, I was just like
you had something
going like,
Yeah.
I'm just shocked.
So big moves up, and we're assuming, again, these are assumptions, that Rivian and Plug and these other names are moving up because of the meme squeeze. There's no specific headline for Plug Power, no specific headline today for Rivian, other than the fact that maybe it merges with Apple, which I think is absolute bupkis. But what's going on with Rivian stock? Let's look here. Trading higher and above average trading volume. Better than expected, likely as a result of the meme stock craze. Okay, so that's exactly what that is. So yeah, that's a look in a nutshell. What are you guys looking at? NVAX as well. Sorry, Daniel. Yes, NVAX is on the side chart. NVAX had a great day. It's still having a great day. It's still up 40% RAM at these levels. This level, though, is quite important because this double bottom over here at $12.11 is what precipitated me to actually have a dip trade at $12.10 earlier. I since removed that because it got away from my level so far. It got up to 13.5 since that time. I mean, this was at the beginning of the show. I was thinking this double bottom would come in to test VWAP. It didn't. It held up at the 20. And so did every subsequent print, for the exception of this candle right here at 145, the first candle to close below the 20 period on the day. So that could bring a different, vibe, tune, whatever, for this stock into the afternoon. And the 10 period is about to death cross the 20. It hasn't done it quite yet. Perfectly appropriate for our lesson of the day today when we're talking about moving average crossovers.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's certainly confluence with our lesson. Also, yeah, that thing's gonna need a shot in the arm to recover from that death cross. That's for sure there for Novavax.
Love it.
But that's a nice look. Also, some other meme stocks too to keep in mind, or like stocks with heavy short floats. Talked about this morning. ChargePoint, Kohl's, KSS, another one to keep an eye on that I saw this morning. Solar Edge, SunPower, which I looked at for. Someone in the chat, UV to great hip hop artist, I believe. We also had Soundhound, another one that was kind of barking up there with its friends. So I think those are howling a little bit there. So the hounds howled. But yeah, there's quite a few things to look at here. Also, I cannot believe I had another fat finger moment today. I mean, I can. It's what I've been doing all day. Apparently I'm becoming a natural at it. But no, I can make fun of myself,
okay,
right? But I
fair.
think the thing is, I was not joking when I said I'm gonna have to look at myself in the mirror and be like, what happened today, and how do we have that not happen again? Because today has not been my best trading day. You know what I mean? And I think the biggest source of that was the fat finger movements. That was really my, whatever the opposite of saving grace is, my death knell. That's what it was. It was my death knell, time and time again. So you know what? We're gonna have to stop singing shares time after time and have to, stop. I can't think of another example here, but we just have to stop having fat finger moments. And I'm really excited to come back tomorrow with a fresh head on my shoulders, a fresh perspective, and proofread these trades. You got to look at it as the upside. Yeah, so I'm in Meta. I like the base of that range here. Shout out again to Sharif for killing that Meta short earlier. I
appreciate you.
That was awesome there. Yeah, you did. Yeah, that was. I was trying to make a pun on Eduardo Severin and Saving Grace, but I couldn't. But just know that was the intention. I'm about on and off around 10 pennies in Meta right now. I have to say, since I stopped trading Meta, the spread has gotten slightly better, I think. It's not perfect, but it's not as bad as it was. But yeah, got involved here at the bottom of this range. I'm aware we have slightly lower highs. I'm cognizant of that. Happy I didn't chase. Waited at the level I like. Did have a bit of a fat finger move here when I was trying to set my out. But going to stay in this unless we break below 50s decisively, risking about 25 pennies. Please just punch.
So 4 minutes left on the show. We can do maybe a quick Prem rant.
Let's do that. Why not?
Because, well, Adara, I don't know if you know, but this coming weekend is the final week for the Premier League.
Already?
And it is the first time in 20 years that Arsenal will be in play for champions on the final day of the Prem. So here's how it broke down.
Yeah, please.
You can go to the two-shot. So, Arsenal dropped points against Aston Villa. You don't really need to know about that. So Arsenal basically has played one more game than City. So we played 37, they played 36. And the reason is they had to postpone a game for another tournament. That's what happens in the Prem. So you play 4 or 5 tournaments. Yeah, there's so many tournaments in soccer.
I don't know how you follow this. It's impressive, Sharif. It's really impressive.
Right? So here's the deal. So they're going to play on Tuesday. And they're going to play Arsenal's most hated rival.
I know.
Tottenham Hotspurs. There you go.
I listen.
And so they're going to play away at Tottenham. Now, Tottenham is in its own fight. it's trying to fight with Aston Villa for a Champions League spot. Top 4 teams in England go to the Champions League.
Okay.
So right now, them and Villa, big. So Tottenham really has a reason to win. It's not like a no purpose game. Okay?
Okay.
There's a real reason
There's
to win.
stuff on the line.
Yeah. So depending on what happens on Tuesday, Arsenal could go into the weekend with an advantage against City. Because if City drop points, any points, if they tie or lose, they'll be tied or behind Arsenal. That means Arsenal will go into the weekend on Sunday when all the games are played at the same time, so you can't match fix. So all the last games are played at the same time. Do we have time?
No, yeah, sorry. I was just,
Okay.
yeah, I was just,
So here we go. So Arsenal could be the champions. It really depends on what happens Tuesday and then what happens again on Sunday. So it's going to be a big, big weekend for soccer fans, Premier League action. We haven't had a Prem go to the final week in like a long time.
Really?
So yeah, I'm really excited about that. The Prem. Let's go Arsenal!
hopefully those Tottenham Hotspurs get fried like tater tots there. Call them tater Tottenham.
There you go. I'll be
yeah.
fine with that.
Yeah, fingers crossed for you for that. That's awesome. I always forgot too that the Prem system is weird that they have like points.
Yeah.
That was like if you have like one
Yeah.
more point than the other team, then
Oh, you win.
had to beat it. Yeah, that was like that because that's such an odd specific to the Prem kind of thing.
Yeah, it
I
is.
just
Well,
think it's
hockey's the same thing too,
Oh,
right?
I
Hockey
guess,
has
yeah, I don't
points.
know
While I was dropping hot lines in the Prem, the GameStop just bounced up again, Adara, into this key area of resistance, 3150. That has been a level that has been a bit of a resistance level since 1105, and then again at 1205, and it seems again right here. Keep your eye on GameStop at that 3150. AMC though, what resistance level? This thing is on the way up, broke through $4.50, 456 HOD. It's up 56.33% right now at high a day. What a move up for these meme stocks. Keep an eye on them. I'm sure the big kahunas will be trading them. They were trading them all morning, so we'll keep tabs with that. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, GameStop got me stopped out there. The fun stopped for me in GameStop, but it certainly doesn't stop here for the show. Got out a meta, please just punch, but we're going to have to wait and see what Ashraf calls them the big kahunas are going to give for us. I hope you guys had a great time. I think we had a really fun start to the week.
Absolutely.
I'm certainly excited to take everything I learned today and bring it back to these markets.
Bang.
We had a Prem talk, and hopefully we had a Premier lesson. We're going to have to wait and see you guys tomorrow, though. Same bad time, same bad channel. Right now we have the big kahunas and Brendan at the big desk.
Hey, guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. A couple hours left on a Monday afternoon here as we try and get back to positive territory for the S&P, so there's that. NASDAQ still holding on to green after that early sell-off. We are trying to bounce back here, but that's how the overall market looking right now. We are fading that gap from early on this morning, coming off 444 on the Qs. Just noting one of the big tech stocks holding things down, still Meta. They did come out at, I guess it was about 12:30, saying that they were going to explore, quote unquote, explore AI-assisted earphones with cameras to go along with their glasses, maybe? Here's Meta right now, 2% to the downside. It did bounce on that, but we're just kind of chopping around right now. Under pressure, though, today. One of the more negative names here within tech. Apple, on the other hand, 2% to the upside. Google with a nice bounce during this OpenAI event. We'll talk about that coming up here, but nice bounce for Google in that. I guess maybe they were still worried about the search angle from OpenAI, but nothing on that. If you didn't hear or miss the event itself, it was more about a desktop version, some of the features that desktop version was going to carry. Intel with a nice day, 2.6%. Rest of the chips also positive. A lot of red on that board, though. Energy names downside with crude oil. Some of the retail names downside ahead of earnings from the group. Very mixed for bank. The banking group, very mixed today. Yep, 80% for GameStop. We'll just carry on right past that. There's the bounce that I was noting there on Google, 166 up to 168.5. Bit of a pullback right now, but yeah, no search or anything of the search type of technology mentioned during this OpenAI event. Again, they were talking about a desktop version of ChatGPT 4o. I guess. Sam Altman was talking a lot all over the weekend and even going into the weekend on Friday about the fact that this new release was not going to be ChatGPT-5, nor was it going to have search involved, guys. But nice look here for Google to kick things off.
Yes, sir. It was a cool event. I mean, I listened to some of it, not necessarily all of it. Probably the biggest and craziest move was when they demonstrated that the translation and Duolingo got absolutely hammered when that happened. Google, because there was no search, started ramping to the upside. It feels a lot like on Friday, remember Google did this, like a similar thing? Like Google ramped to the upside. I'm like, okay, well, we're just gonna look for a spot to fade it, and it got right into green. It's pulling back. If it does exactly what it did on Friday, like it made a top and then bounced, so I just kind of scalped it out. But I would suspect if it does exactly the same thing, where it found a bottom and then gave you a bit of a barcode, it pulled into a previous resistance area and close to VWAP and got there. Just feels like Google's a little bit stronger this time. So I don't really have the levels. And VWAP is so far away here that we'll just play it by ear. If it gets back to 168, I think this could be a long again. Google was getting smoked and was the weakest stock out of the Mag 7 by like a long shot going into the open, and all of a sudden it has a chance to go green. I think if it gets green, it can lead us to the promised land this afternoon. But it was a very rapid turnaround for them. As I said, the biggest, I guess, mover was Duolingo getting smoked there when they did a little bit. All they did is like a little translation live in that, and then Duolingo, obviously not going to be great for them. Good product is what it is, but I feel like the memes are going to be the story. I mean, they're both breaking out right now. Like AMC's at fresh highs. I was short it this morning, but the money's been made to the long side on the meme stocks. They're the bigger story this afternoon. It was a cool event, like I said. If you want to nerd out, go back and maybe watch it live. But I think the trade could be done for most of those names. Maybe not Google.
Yeah, no, I was working on the podcast. Was not unable to hear that, so it's interesting to hear some of those things. And yeah, I think like AI is going to take over everything. So just get ready for all of that. We're still in GameStop, and people are like, wow, this dude's still in. But it's a reload. We actually got out, remember, when it broke 28. And then when it took it that next time, we got back in. So we're in this again. And this is going to be PL. Well, right now it's P&L number one, but depending on where we get out of it, I actually wound up making more money on Nvidia. And we'll talk about this as well as we go through some of these chip and some of these events. So we absolutely crushed this Nvidia trade, $10 or so on that last piece there. And then the other trade for us today was Google, since we're talking about it. We were going short early off of that level because it was weak, and then we just got out, and thankfully for that, and thankfully for our long-term account as well, we're back up to the upside a little bit right now. As GME and AMC, like, continuing to try to go here. I did AMGE, I just did there.
Can you imagine if they had that stock?
Yeah, maybe they'll merge one day. Maybe we're onto something. Now AMC up just 60% and starting to go up because, you know, Planet of the Apes was so big this weekend at the box office.
Of course.
That AMC definitely deserved this huge windfall. So
what's it called again?
I think it's called Planet of the Apes something. There's like a million of them.
But I think it's like not Dominion or the whatever. It's like something of the
Planet of the Apes, something like that.
I'd watch it. Before I had kids, I'd watch all those cool movies when they came out the first week. But at some point, I like those movies. Outside of the Mark Wahlberg one, they were pretty good. The whole series is on Disney Plus. Yeah. You never saw the Mark Wahlberg one?
I don't know.
It sucked.
I don't really flock to these.
No, it stunk. It was really, really bad. That's the one you don't want to watch.
Okay,
it's the new ones you want to watch.
I love that word kingdom. It's like such a
kingdom of the play.
It's a powerful thing.
I'm not gonna lie. I was $2. Well, I guess we'll talk about these at the end.
Kingdom of the Apes.
Kingdom of the Apes.
I mean, that's for sure. And then GameStop is probably going up because there's going to be a Kingdom of the Apes game as well coming out soon.
That would be cool.
They did not say that. But there goes GameStop. I mean, we're in it. It's now $2
100%
plus
there'll be a game.
in the money. Oh, of course.
Oh, I'm sure there already is a game.
Yeah, well, maybe, yeah. All right, back to the desk, and we'll talk about this OpenAI event.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Apple angle to this as well. We were talking about this morning. A lot of headlines or rumors, I guess, floating around on the internet about Apple maybe bringing in ChatGPT to their universe. Nothing comes of that as far as this event is concerned. The stock didn't really do anything significant off it anyway.
No, it moved up all prior to it, Brendo, but when the actual event ended, we looked for a flush. We looked for anything to really propel up. There was really nothing there. The only thing that I can really say that was Apple related was they were using an iPhone on the event. I know, exactly, right? Hint, hint, wink, wink. So we'll have to wait and see how they do.
I mean, he was saying that he's working with, I forget the guy's name, but the co-creator of the iPhone, or the designer, one of the original designers.
Right, I forget his name.
Talking about, quote unquote, talking about ideas in the smartphone arena. Nice day anyways, guys, for Apple.
Yeah, it's about to get to highs. I feel like on a normal day, and by normal I mean the meme stocks aren't going today. If that wasn't the case, probably would have had some Apple trading. Came in there looking for some dip buy opportunities in Apple, but I liked 84 and 83. I'm like, yeah, let's go hunting for those levels. It didn't really give you anything resembling that. All you had was, I guess, VWAP, which was really messy at the open. But there was this breakout here is probably what on a normal day could have happened at 10:30. Like it took out the morning range high, gave you a consolidation, and then just went higher. Thankfully, in the afternoon, after the event started, it had a double top here, 186.5, broke it out. Then on the event, it dipped in, gave you the wick, and then came right back to that half. I just sort of scalped it into the high that is similar to Google. Like once it did that dip, just look for a little quick scalp trade. And the same thing with the short on Alphabet. Now you could be breaking out this high. Love Apple, love what's going on here. It looks to me like this 187, that's just a wick. This 187 does want to go. And then you're back into some territory that we haven't seen since the beginning of the year for Apple. So the breakout is on for this bad boy. Love them. I was always when we had that poll up last week or 2 weeks ago, it was like who's getting to 200 first, Apple or Tesla? It was weird to me that so many people voted for Tesla when Apple was breaking back to the upside and Tesla was still trending down, and Apple was $10 closer. It didn't make any sense to me. Like the lower hanging fruit would be Apple to 200, which seems pretty clear now. If we did that poll again, I bet you it's like 80-20.
Thank you, Tisha. Appreciate that in the chat. Yeah, we have Apple written down as our #1 idea long, but there's only so much we can do. And in the morning, we were really obsessed, pretty obsessed with GameStop, which is now still going. I mean, chicken dinner winners for everybody tonight if you're trading this name, because it is continuously going higher right now for almost a 3. Let's just keep on hitting all the fun emojis here. Animations, that's what they're called. That's right. Fun animations here as they continue to go, as does the market. But look, we wanted Apple long. You know, dips into VWAP continue to be king. You had to mess around with it for at least the first hour where not much happened. Then, as Neil just highlighted, it started to take off. So it probably won't be on my radar anymore today, but it was on there as the #1, but we didn't get any dips. We got dips to 184.50. I wrote down on here 184. So we could have got more aggressive and had it. We were definitely looking in the right spot, which for me is really all that matters. So good call on Apple. You guys know I publicly told you when we bought this, it did go against us a little bit. We bought it down here at 169, had it go all the way back to 178. Then it faded out again back to 165. We did not add to our position. This is like sort of a swing position, but now that it's done so well off of earnings, I feel like we might as well hold this into WWDC in June. So yeah, nice move right now for Apple. Just keep staying long. It's been long on the sticky note every day pretty much since it's been over 180. So let's just hover around this level for a bit. I want it to be not so ramped up into the conference, but give it some room because I think it has a lot to go. So watch out for Apple here. Could break that 187. I mean, I think that's a decent long idea.
All right, ARM, another one having quite the day here, trying to get back to highs, 117 coming into play. Guess what? More AI news.
That's only.
We were talking about this story that they were going to, within a year, be selling AI-related semiconductors.
Crazy, yeah. I mean, look, guys, the initial cost here for the development of this chip is going to be shouldered by SoftBank, but they will look to spin it out as part of its own company later. So look for that to be divested from ARM. We'll have to see how that all plays out. But as Brenda was mentioning, we expect a prototype by the spring of 2025 and then mass production targeted for later that year. It's up big on the day, Brenda, over 7%.
Yeah, I feel like this is only the beginning of companies jumping into this. So I just saw Lemonade, VinFast, and Cost pop back up in front of me
Lemonade.
again. So
40% short.
yeah, volume, guys, still on some of these shorted names.
You know, I forgot, like, we remembered Cost this morning, and we were talking about some of the adjacent names to GameStop. And then we also remembered, obviously, AMC, Cost, Upstart was moving, Affirm was moving, but Lemonade's a gigantic short float, so that's one of those meme-ish type names as well. I had 2 trades on ARM at the same price, so leave it at that. It broke 115. Obviously, when I wrote the note this morning and was looking for dip buys, 110, it came close enough to 110 that maybe you could have had it there at 10 o'clock. It was a meme-ish kind of morning, what can I say? So the focus at that time was on some other names. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. On a normal day, probably would have been long at the bottom. But once it gave the 115 in the afternoon, I did a dollar scalp trade, and then I'm out of it at this point. So I like what's happening with ARM, except for the fact that I didn't add back in my long-term account because I missed this dip. But it's right back, okay, it's almost back at that 120 where everything fell apart a few weeks ago, middle of April. So 120 is going to be a big level for ARM if and when it does get there. This will be my opportunity to at least mention I am in Intel when it broke VWAP. So this was it when it essentially broke underneath VWAP and then took out this 3070 level going all the way back to last week. So I shorted it once, took the 10 cents, and then kind of shorted it again at the same level, as that is trend down when a lot of other things are above VWAP. So I just took this kind of like a flat bottom break from a morning level short on Intel, but it's all about the memes. At this point, AMC just made a fresh high. I got into the long again. I wasn't in the long on this except for one accidental one. I was short this like 4 times this morning and down on the stock. Then I lost on this breakout long, took the consolidation long 4 to 450, then got back in on like a double top 450 break, which is what we're in right now on the way to $5. So, you know, the chip names do look pretty solid. I just don't see anything that I really, really love. I'll probably hang on to the Intel short because it feels like it's weak, relatively speaking. But it's going to be a meme afternoon, and there might be a couple of new ones, especially if things like Lemonade start going.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be new ones because, like, GME is not really doing anything right now. I mean, it's doing a lot of volume and going up and down, but not really mooning per se. Yeah, that 110, again, was an idea on the sticky note. It didn't get down. It did get down there, but I have no issues at all with how I've been trading today, and we'll talk about every single position. But because we're going to go over the semis next, I'll just leave this discussion of Nvidia. This is P&L number 1 today, Nvidia. So we'll discuss this and what exactly happened there. So let's go back over to the desk and find out what's going on with these guys and some Jeffries upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, not much to do here as far as semiconductors were concerned. They fade the gap this morning on that China headline for Nvidia. Back positive here, though, for Nvidia, trying to hold on to $900. If you missed it, Chinese regulators coming out asking companies to further reduce, I think was the exact language, purchases of US-based chips.
Well, I mean, Nvidia's up 0.5% right now. It did decent. We got that 9-10 move, then retraced back down. Jeffries had multiple comments today about the majority of the semi-chip space, Brendo, and there were a couple of downgrades today. There was one for AMAT, and the other one was an Intel hold. Funny enough for that, because Intel's up 2.5% on the day, doing well here, above $30.
Well, AMC just made a day high there. I mean, along with most of these right now, but big move up there from 440, guys, right to 480 now.
I'm still watching. I do see what people are talking about here on the chat about just try to scalp GME. I could do that, and maybe I will put the scalper hat on. I do know how to do that. But right here, just quickly, we have Nvidia here. I don't even want to. There's nothing to talk about. Simple and easy. Buy dips into 900. It's just, and then we did that. So we did that early when apparently China was like, no more chips for you. And then they're like, I don't know. And then that bounced around. So we got in out for flat. Then right off open, obviously I said, we're scrapping that idea of buying 900. And I'm glad that we did that because you see what happened there right off the open. Huge move down. Baselined, right? Then once it broke 900, then it was on. So there's the break of 900. We played the pullback into VWAP. What pullback, you might say? Correct. Boom to the upside. That's $3. Comes back. I don't mind getting some more. 899.50, boom, out 901.50. Then it comes into VWAP. And this is right now the trade that really got the whole day going for me, despite everything that we had on GME. We actually wind up making more money here than we do on GME because this falls right into VWAP at the time of 898. We put like probably $1 worth of risk. There's the move up to 903. That's $5. That's $8. Then at the end there, that's 9 and change before it drops back in right there. So I honestly feel like for me, this is a very proud moment because it was down there at VWAP. We rode it all the way up. Could have got some out there at 910, but we let it go. This was at 1230. It breaks the 50 period and we get out. Then it drops $10. I mean, absolute destruction today for me on the good side for Nvidia. So, you know, all in all, that was my day in a nutshell. Nvidia and GameStop, those two are basically 85% of my net are those two stocks. So, and it's been my biggest day of the month. So it's been a pretty good one.
So I mean, like I can't say anything, add anything to that because I already talked about some of the chip names. If I get more intel, I'll let you guys know. I think, like you said, we're going to be hunting for some potential other. And we'll get into GameStop because it's next, and I'll talk about AMC at that point. But Spirit Airlines is at the high of the day. It's got a 27% short float. It's up 15%. There was, I don't remember the analyst, but somebody, you can probably find it. There was like someone that upgraded like almost the entire space. It was like multiple airlines that got some upgrades today. So this name as well starting to squeeze. It just got the 50 period on the daily chart for Spirit. The volume's starting to taper off here, but if you're going to start looking for other things that might go, I look at this chart. If I see a volume spike big enough and it starts carrying through this double or triple top on the 15-minute, depending on how you want to frame it, this could be another one. And then I saw someone mention Clover Health. So only 12 million in volume for a penny stock, so it's not gigantic. However, if we're talking about things squeezing, this is close enough to $1 that if I see this start running into $1, I might flip over. I put it up on a level 2. I might flip on over to this, see if it can't make that move through the buck. But you know, we already mentioned the semis. As I said, I'm short 3070 off of on Intel there. I don't know if we get ARM for any kind of VWAP retracement, but yeah, it's about these meme stocks. Let's get on to the roaring kitten next.
More meme stocks.
Yeah, the one actually not really doing anything crazy right now. All the rest of them, AMC leading right now. Moving back to the upside, but I mean, trying to bounce here. A little bit of volume coming back in after definitely leading in the pre-market this morning. What a crazy move, as expected here out of the gate today for GME.
Oh, yeah. Unbelievable day for GameStop, both long and short. You could have had both trades. Roaring Kitty waking things up with a tweet, first one since 2021. And that has everybody talking about this because it's not just GameStop that's moving, AMC, and a lot of the other meme stocks are moving as well here, Brenda. We'll have to see if there's some continuity for this tomorrow.
Yeah, see if all of these keep going. Here's another one just popping up in front of me. I mean, it's 12%, I guess. BZUN, a little Chinese name starting to go here as well through 310 there.
It's a very, very simple day. There hasn't been really an easier day to make a lot of money, honestly, than today. And the reason why is that everybody and their mother or kitten or whatever knew all about GameStop this morning. And all you had to do was believe. And that's easy because if you have confidence, and we talk about this all the time, that's 1 fill, 2 fill, 3 fill. We were using VWAP. We had definite outs down here. We had a lot. And again, if you don't sit there and take risk, you don't get to have days like this. So some days we don't, some days we do. Huge moves, man. Bunch of halts. We let it go all the way to 38. We talked about that. My best out was 32. Then we got out some there. All in all, this was pretty big. Then we broke VWAP, and I said, let's go again through 29. First out there at 30. It hasn't really gone anywhere all afternoon, so we took a 30-50 out. We have 1/3 now before we go. I really like GameStop moving forward the rest of the week. Let's just see if we can get it going here and hopefully back up to the upside. But if it breaks lower, I feel like we'll just get out right here if we break the low, 27.39. We're playing with so much house money, it's fine. And then the other idea that I have right now is a firm. So I'm going long a firm right now. give it 20 or 30 pennies to the downside to see about an upside move on AFRM. So, yeah, should be a fun afternoon. I got some stuff on my mind, and we're getting ready to rock and roll. So, should be a fun one here. Buying some dips here in Affirm. Let's see if it goes. Holding on to the again. So, all these stocks. My third name is the futures, and we bought these dips in the TQs as well. So today we've traded small cap names like GameStop, Hood, SoFi, big names like Nvidia, the futures over here. Now Affirm, Disney, Google. So pick your poison. This has been a fun day for sure, and more to come. It's only 2:22.
Yeah, and I forgot all about Novavax as well, made a move this morning. That was good for a breakout. So it's like anything with a big short float today, it was kind of moving on sympathy to GameStop. I'm sure there's a few out there that probably did nothing, but still in Lucid, which was a fade trade on some of these. But just for the afternoon here on GameStop, the halt price, and we mentioned this in the lesson of the day during lunchtime, the halt price at $26.89, which was the trade I took. It's not really a breakout of the high. The breakout of the high would have been like a few cents lower. If you look at the open, it was the halt price at $26.89. We just took the halt and scalped it out. Now I think that's the same level at 27. AMC in here, looking like, it just did a dip down into 450. I think the next press gets us to $5 if you look at the daily chart anyways, $5 is the resistance on the daily for AMC. So you tell me, where do you think if it's going to turn somewhere, $5 makes as much sense as any. And if you pull even further back out, this was a double top at $5 on AMC. And obviously we're joking around a little bit about this being about Planet of the Apes. I'm sure this has nothing to do with Planet of the Apes, but it can't hurt. It absolutely can't hurt that you're running into some of the summer, season. There's some movies that are supposed to come out that should be interesting to be in there for sure. And then the last one, only because it just started moving and we're hunting for some new opportunities out there in me. I'm talking about that Clover, a little bit of a volume spike in there. If it sees $10, if it sees the dollar level, Clover's not going to $10, Neil. It's not happening. Then that would be a nice little play. I always like those dollar breakouts every single time you get them on a penny stock. So if we get up there on Clover, I do like that one. And with the rundown, I think we covered almost all of them. All right, I'll address Lucid just because I'm in it and still from this morning. Essentially, Lucid was running with everything else that was going up in that meme craze this morning, which is still ongoing. And then there was a little bit of a pullback in GameStop, and we didn't have any locates on AMC, and had to pay for shorts on Upstart, didn't have them. But Lucid came back through $3 on a little bit of a mini dip, so I just kind of took the short, looked for the full retracement. It hasn't happened yet. I have a trailing stop in here if it gets above VWAP. Otherwise, we'll take it into the low of the day. So this was more of a sympathy play that we looked for a reverse long, because I didn't want to short GameStop at any point, so we took some shots. And a few other things. Benton, there is news on Manchester United. I heard, there was something in our ear about that deal speculation with them, but I didn't hear the exact. I'll try and find it for you and maybe pay. It's Man U. Man U's moving again there, Sharif. If you can, thank you very much there. But are we ready to rock and roll? All right. This meme stock day brought to you by Blue Chew. Guys, remember the good old days? When GME was going higher, when you were always ready to go? Well, those days don't have to be over. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in convenient chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll receive your prescription discreetly delivered to your door within days. No awkward doctor's visits, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and shipped directly to you. And we've got a special deal for you. Try Blue Chew free when you use the promo code TraderTV at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. Visit bluechew.com, promo code TraderTV.
All right, that sounds like a good deal.
Free is always.
Sure. All right, yeah, free 99. You
free?
I like that. I like that.
Yo, speaking of deals, that beef patty deal at the Dome.
Yeah, that was not a good one.
Up. No. See.
Oh, the deal was, yeah. When you
Okay.
put that, I thought that was like a farmer's market. I thought it was a good price.
So
How do you get anything for
at the Blue Jays games now? They got the dome, and they have all these new foods for the new baseball season. One of them is a stuffed Jamaican beef patty. You get 2 of them. They basically put some coleslaw, some sauce, and a couple of extra pieces of meat in a couple of patties, and then charge $16 for it.
Yeah, which is probably a decent price for there.
Well, if you get 2 plain beef patties, it's $6.
Yeah.
So you take out the coleslaw. I'm like, I'm getting that next time. It was delicious. But $6 for a couple of patties, hit that a couple times, get a brew, and you're good to go. But yeah, Man U seems like it. I don't know if we can get the story at some point from. Oh, you sent it to me? Oh, Sharif's saying it's nothing on Man U. So it was a bit of a volume spike. It's right back in at VWAP. On a meme day, you got to be breaking levels higher and higher to get me excited.
Maybe like a half, like a small coffee. Because I got this iced coffee, but I've been sipping it for like 2 hours.
If you're going, can you give me like a peppermint tea? I'll do, because this guy.
Oh yeah, I had a peppermint tea earlier.
I'm down with that. Because Sean was putting us on the peppermint tea. I'm like, yo, I used to always get peppermint tea.
No, Michael put that on the wax back there.
Oh, Michael put that peppermint tea on the chain wax?
Yeah. He put that on the chain wax. All right. Well,
$5.
Yeah, we're not doing much with the firm, so we're gonna pass on that for right now. Let's go back over and look at Hood, where remember we shorted Robinhood thinking that was the jam. Well, it was the jam, but went upside first, then downside. So I don't think there's any way, and like now that I'm looking at this, I wanted to call this up to see if there was a way that I could have been able to, hold on to this or get out of it. The thing is like that went all the way to 1760 basically. What is the high? 1761. So if I would have just even brought this out a little bit, sure I could use that wick up there at 1770, but I would have said to myself, I don't want to get wicked out, and I'm going to punch out here at 50 or something like that anyways. So I just feel that that's exactly what a lot of traders did. They got either liquidated themselves like I did, and anyways, the pressure relieved, now right back down into the 50-period moving average. So I know we're long a firm, but this is also not a horrible spot maybe now for Hood if you thought that a meme kind of trade was something that you're looking for. I'm not really looking for it. I just thought a firm, it's been beat up. I liked a firm. I thought their quarter was pretty good. But they made that move down, then the next thing you know, back up. And now it's looking lower. So the trend is not your friend on this. I don't think this is a great investment. I just thought there was a chance for this name if it got juice behind it. We could double check the short flow. Let me just do that real quick here because
still decent.
I'm still in chill mode, man. I mean, I'm like I said, this is my best day so far, and it's pretty much all those 2 stocks, and we're still holding one of them.
28.
Wait a minute, we're holding one of them. Yeah, we've got the TQs as well, which is a pretty good position for me right now too. Tesla. What am I trying to look up? Oh, AFRM. I'm like, what happened to Tesla there? Okay, so 12%, so decent right there. Amount of short float, days to cover 4, so that's good too. All right, so yeah, this is a name that we are going to sit here and try to cherry pick it, not macro, just for the day. And then the futures, just to let everybody know, I probably have about 20%, maybe a little bit less than what we had. Again, I said to Sharif, like I wasn't here even when this, like we put this order down here at 59 because I thought this could be a level. If I could throw out the futures and I'll show you that it's basically the 50 period. Here it is right here. So on the 30-minute chart, we had the 50 period moving average right here. Thank you, Randy. And so we just thought there was going to be some longer support. So there was. So boom, right there. And then it came all the way back up. And then we put that on the chain wax, and then boom. Now right back to the 200 period again.
Well, I guess the futures.
We are flying real high right now on the day. So, and the market's flat. I mean, here's that move in the future.
Have you seen Meta? Like
this move. Yeah, I think that's why it's.
Like Meta's getting.
What happened at 12? Something happened. Like I wasn't here. Was this when the conference started? What time did that?
No, it was 1 o'clock.
1:10. Because at 1:10 the market broke and came right back. I don't know. Maybe something was said and then taken out of context or whatever. But anyways, that was what got me there. So I don't know. Anyways, good trade on that one. A firm not doing much. SoFi, again, we were short until we made the high of the day, so you're welcome. Whoever was short in there, I got you. And then other than that, yeah, very, very good day. To have that trade back, wow, we'd be on the moon. But for now, that's good. Will Mara get below 17? I mean, I can look at that in a minute. I'm not.
You know what's weird? We didn't even.
Crypto is.
Like, we didn't even look at crypto. Sorry, I was just. Meta's having a bad day. No.
What was up with Meta?
Okay, so I don't know what was up with Meta.
All right.
I also probably, again, on a normal day, Coinbase 200 break probably shouldn't have been missed. Like, it is what it is, man. I'm not going to complain either. When you're having a good day, you're having a good day. And there's so many vehicles out there to trade today, which have probably been better. Like, I'm glad I flipped over the long in AMC because it's actually the stock that I was down on this morning. But Coin broke 200, nasty move down. It's now double top 2 trying to come back. So when you look over at Meta, by the way, Bitcoin's doing just fine today. It's just these guys. Mara is holding the line at $17 is about the best way to put it. Like, Coin has bounced and looks like it wants to take another leg up, while Mara still under a tremendous amount of pressure today is the best way to think about it. And if you look at the 17 level, I wouldn't call it a flat bottom break, but if it doesn't hold, there's some room underneath here on Mara. So I'd be a little bit cautious with them. AMC's almost at that $5. Oh, Save did go. I should have put this up instead of, I kind of thought Clover was going to go. Save broke out the high of the day instead of Clover. But you gotta look for some of these like new meme followers, for lack of a better term. So Save, 20-something short float. All the airlines got a bit of a move to the upside on an upgrade on the better ones. But Save moving higher, it looks like. 435 was kind of this local support. I'm going to look for a dip buy here. It's kind of moving gently, like it's not really flying around. So you probably want to give it, if you give it 5 or 10 cents, I think that's perfectly reasonable. It hasn't been flying around dollars at a time. Like, this is a more station-to-station move on Spirit Airlines. Once we get into the 90s, I'm going to put a trail on AMC. I think it's getting a little top-heavy around 5, at least for now.
All right, just wanted to review. I think that there's a chance here that we could really start to go on the TQQs. So here's the 50-period moving average right there at 59.35. We're trying to hold it now. We keep on, there's that one wick that we had. We keep on trying to hold this. I feel like there is another move coming here right now. Just look at this pattern. Like, you're starting to go to the upside. This is just a 20-minute chart. I mean, nothing's going to be perfect, especially with the way this system draws lines here. But, you know, you have some room down to the downside. There's no doubt about that. But for right now, it looks like even if you were to go even with some of these wicks, you're starting to sort of trend to the high side right now, flag out a little bit from here over. It looks like you're, to me, above the 50 and then just trying to break right into here a bit. I mean, I can zoom this all out, but the idea is trying to get back to the upside and then holding that 50-period moving average. I don't think this looks horrible here, so I don't, before I say this, all right, I do have it at VWAP. I do have an order at 56. Oh, now that's 52. Well, I'll wait for I'll keep it where it is. So I have it at the top here. I already got one fill there. We put another one there, get another one. So hopefully we can get going now on the market. And I do have outs, so it's not like I'm super thinking this thing's going to rip. But we'll see if we can get a little bit higher now on the market. GameStop is back to the highs right here of sort of the afternoon, trying to get back. It just held 30, so GameStop trying to go. PL1 here on the show, GameStop. PL1 on the floor today, GameStop, followed by Nvidia. But right there, 29 break long is the position that we have. So I don't have any more offers. You know, let's just see. Maybe this afternoon is something else. And if we start halting again, we're going to watch out for 36, 37. We've zoomed that back. Like 42 is like a very, very top. So if we can get anything into that, I think that's great. And then if you are bullish the name, I don't know about holding it overnight, because if this is going to be going up based on Roaring Kitty tweeting out like a meme of him in his chair, then in front of his chair, I just start leaning in. I mean, yeah, he definitely leaned in. Like, we're in the money now off 24. Like, we're in the money 50% when this thing's ripping. You know, I mean, imagine we had one of our viewers super chat us, made 17 grand. You know, there's people that are making bank on these trades that have potentially learned from lessons of before, that these stocks just aren't ripping all day, every day. So, you know, you got to be careful with where your targets are. We're like WWE, man. We're trading money in the bank, and like everything's all good. I'm just here for the ride.
He's still tweeting, by the way. Just so you know.
Yeah, I saw.
He's just tweeting,
but that's the
like,
point. It's not doing anything.
No, he's putting some fun stuff out there. Like, I don't know, like he's got this little video, and then he put another one, and just like literally 3 minutes ago, that's like an old spaghetti western, just some fun stuff. But it's not really, again, like all the stuff was this morning. All I would say, we always tell people you never went broke taking profit. Everything just depends on your own risk tolerance. Like if you're long from the morning and you're just deep in the money and you've already banked like 70, 80% or something like that, and you're just letting it go for the dream to hold it, that's much different from anybody on any of these stocks just buying the highs right now and being like, oh, this is gonna go from $5 to $20 in the next couple of days. That's just a different story when it comes to AMC or GameStop. You know, so day trading is obviously very different from anything else. I would suggest when you look at GameStop on a higher time frame, there's a big difference between being long in the morning and trying to, bag this from the tops and hold it for like weeks or something like that. I think that's just a different style. Know your own risk tolerance. This could be back at $20, and that would still be where it broke out from. So anyone that had it, anyone's playing with house money could look at that pullback and say that's not the end of the world. But if you buy the top, understand 50% is 50%, and that would still be where we were at like 8 a.m. or whatever it was this morning. So here comes 5. There's a bit of size on AMC. If it breaks and fails to break, I'll jump out and look for a dip buy right back in that 450 level. You can forget about VWAP or things like it here. And at the end of the day, like I started out with, hey, we're going to be shorting, or at least I was. I'm going to be shorting AMC the second I could get some locates. And that was the plan of action. Every single time GameStop would pull back, I'd jump into a short, try to scalp it out and hold, stop out if it broke the high, and that actually was down. It was a negative strategy. And then I lost on the first breakout trade. So at that point, I was like 0 for like 4 or something like that on AMC. Now I'm trailing it to 5 even. JMOT, that's the second time we've asked about Mara. I'm not very bullish on Mara right now because Bitcoin's doing fine and Mara's at the bottom, and even Coinbase has managed to come back in here. So here comes the meme name. I'm gonna keep moving this stop to the upside. I only want to dip buy underneath $5 if it fails this 5 break. If it consolidates over, that's a bit of a different story. Still no Clover. I should have stuck with whatever. I liked Clover because I thought Clover was about to make a run, but looks like that was a bit of a disappointment, unfortunately. Don't need that level 2 anymore.
For anybody interested in talking a couple options, we do have Miss Danielle Shea coming through with us at 3 p.m. So in 20 minutes, Danielle will come through. We'll talk to her about everything. She wants to talk about some Microsoft, some Nvidia, and the market moving northbound. So we'll talk to Miss Danielle Shea ASAP at 3 o'clock. So ETA 3 o'clock, I should say. All right, so just looking around here, what's up, Charlie Taft? Says he or she says, or they, what's up, dog? What you read on AMD, 150 area, 152 area? Okay, let's go find out quickly here. A firm went up like 10 pennies in the money, but it's not, I'm not taking it. I'm waiting at 20 something for a firm. Look, we're doing quite fine. A firm is just candy right now. Okay, so which direction, Charlie there? What's your read on AMD 152 area? Okay, seems bullish. No, not for me. I feel like this is a little bearish because we are still underneath the 200. We're still underneath VWAP. Meanwhile, the market is pretty close to VWAP right now, if not at it. And we still do have $1, actually just 50 cents. So, okay. I mean, I would rather short this until we get back, and look to be breaking that high. I almost think you could short it right into that. I still don't see like super amount of catalysts out here that are overly positive. We said that we'd sit in this market and it just, it's now failing off of this. We tried, it bounced off VWAP. We just talked about that. What's the catalyst? I think the market's setting up maybe a little bit better for a long, but we've already made a decent amount on it, not a decent amount, a good, really good amount. I told you half my day on Nvidia there today. So I'd rather, if I'm going to be bullish, look how this one is above VWAP right now, with obvious out spots down here, including where we should have got more long right there. That's crazy that we didn't. Oh yeah, we were practicing the podcast for you guys. Oh yeah, by the way, join me and Brendan, hopefully pretty soon, stay tuned. Go hit the subscribe now, because when we drop this, we're gonna want feedback, we're gonna want all that. It's a completely different feel, a completely different look. We have a sick room right now. Bears vs. Bulls will post that up. Almost 300 subscriber. Be our 300th subscriber. and get a thank you from myself. So there it is. Go join that up. But long story short here, I would rather trade this, Charlie, than AMD. So for me right now, you're above VWAP. I'd rather play the dips in AMD, or sorry, in Nvidia than worry about this. Also, AMD red on the day, basically, right, into a market that's up. So I'd rather fade this. So for me, opposite. Turn the chart upside down. It's looking bearish to me, not bullish.
It does, like it's pretty simple. I mean, when you look at it, right? Like Nvidia is stronger than AMD. ARM is stronger than AMD. And if you're looking for the chip names, but in the morning, it's a different story in the morning because you got to sort of pick and choose, and you can have a call. I like this one over that one when they look pretty much the same thing and there's not much distinguished. But by the afternoon, usually they've shaken themselves out. Yeah. Like I didn't come in today thinking Meta was going to be a heaping pile of. I mean, it's not that bad, but like I didn't think Meta would stink. I no reason to trade it, but what happened to Meta, and we'll get to that one at some point. Completely caught me off guard. I think Amazon to the downside, the way it did, caught me off guard. But once it gets to the afternoon, you can kind of see what's going on there. That's why I wasn't a huge fan of Mara. You'll see that I'm out of AMC. I said once it broke 5, we're just going to start trailing it because I feel like it's getting a little bit top heavy. It broke 5, got to 530. I didn't get top wick, but I just trailed it back into the teens when it got to 1530 and when it broke that 525. So once it broke 5 1/4, did not wait for it to get all the way back to 5 even. So we're out. But remember, and I can't say this enough. Like, I came in here and all morning for the first hour, I was like, when are we getting locates on AMC? When are we getting locates on AMC? I probably processed them in Metro here at Real Trading a dozen times or 20 times before we finally got them. But you know what? It ended up being a long. So you go from red to green. The stock went from red to green on the morning. Obviously, it was gapped up the whole way. But I went from red to green on the stock because I just went with the trend. And I remember this from DWAC days. I mean, look, the meme stocks, when these were going themselves, you learned the same lesson. But I'll never forget, on like the first day of DWAC or the second day when it did something like this, I essentially only got green because I got the top on a short, but I shorted it 1,000,000 times and wouldn't give it up. When it starts setting up like this higher lows, if you can just find the breakout or find your dip buy, just find a style of trade, whether it's taking these little breakouts or dipping back into previous breaks, and join the trend. The trend is your friend. And it doesn't really matter whatever trading style you're doing. If you can do it with the trend, it's a heck of a lot easier than fighting it. So, I mean, this is obvious to say, but we should say it. Spirit Airlines, I got into the 45. I said I would get into this consolidation. The volume's not great. I'm going to give it to the 40, as mentioned. Breakout price, risk about 5 pennies on it, maybe an extra one with slippage. And I might stick that fork in, at least for now. I mean, if the meme stocks continue to go for a couple of days, maybe Clover does make that run at $1. But it gave a couple of runs at the high of the day there, and the volume is not continuing. So I'll put this on the back burner for tomorrow or maybe later in the week if these moves get sustained over there. So Clover, I mean, I like the notion of it because anything that far depressed with a short float I think can be fine, but nothing really doing here. Still on the bid, trying to get 30.50, next out on Intel. Not a lot going on there. Oh, Apple. Like how we, not even talking about Apple that's up 2% on a day like today. I like Apple back at that 186.5. It tries to make a bit of a third test at that breakout price that turned into support. I like that for a little bit of a scalp trade. So I put Apple on the radar as well.
All right. Still looking for some stuff. We took some more out there of AMs of the futures. I see people talking about AMC, so I was like, oh, maybe I should go over to AMC. But yeah, we just took some more out. So we got into 50 right there. So that's another out for us right there. Again, pretty big trading. One thing that's really changed for me, again, was just understanding where the bread is buttered, right? I mean, and we've traded the futures so well over the last little while that this is just another one of those opportunities right here to get back into something that we've been doing well. So for me, it makes sense to do that. So we're going to do that right now. Get back into said futures and see if we can hold on for a little bit more of a ride higher there. We are still waiting at that 56 level that we mentioned, but we want to take a little bit off. GME is not doing much. We were on Disney earlier. It got stopped at once we broke below that. We talked about that 80 level, which was right there. So again, mistake going long early. Sometimes we like breakouts. We asked Adair what the story was. It was an upgrade, so it fell back in. I feel like this is the trade that we should always have, coming back in into the 200, into the 50. So that worked like a charm, and then our last 10% or maybe 20% that we held comes back out for a loss. So we are down on Disney today because it was just like all of this combined is like basically for flat, and then there's the out. So yeah, we tried to hold that, but to no avail right there. Wondering now that Google maybe has slowed down a little bit. I mean, these futures, again, are stuck. And we had talked about trading relative strength versus weakness, which is why I gave that advice on AMD, and not much really happening right now. Let me go over to Tesla. That was a mover earlier. Maybe we can have a quick look at that. So my first thing is that we always like to be able to trade relative strength and weakness. So we talk about that on the show. And this is one of those names again here that is relatively strong. So I want to immediately flip over and say I'd like to go short or long on this name. Sorry, not short here, as we just look at this a little bit closer. And we have to say, what level would that be at? Well, 171 looks pretty good, and you're actually coiling up a little bit here, to be honest with you, for a possible break long as well if these futures do cooperate. So this is a possibility for a long, the 200 period right into there. Nice little level of consolidation with some garbage underneath. Yeah, like dip buys into 171 and change, not bad. Even right here at 171.80. I mean, it's not that much room from here, but I don't think it's a horrible idea. So there's, there's that trade, and the futures are pulling back, so that looks like a couple of decent outs there.
Or maybe we find some garbage that's going to break out.
I mean, I hope we can do a lot of this.
So I know it's like, yeah, let's find some stocks that's just going to run higher. That's in a lot of trouble. But
Beyond Meat was one.
I mean, if that's what's happening today, I just saw in the chat, James Price, shout out to you, mentioning Beyond Meat could be next.
Yep.
I mean, why not? I mean, everything else is going. Why does Beyond Meat have to get left out of this meme craze? Let me just double check its short float. I don't think it's. I mean, it's still. Yeah, it's still 41%. So it hasn't really changed, but 41% short float.
Probably the highest of all of these.
I don't think any. There's this ABR someone put in the chat, which is like a realty trust. That's over 40%. I have no idea what it is, but that was going earlier today. It's trying to get to VWAP. But the difference is Beyond Meat has a triple top that it's trying to take almost right now. So if you look at this, it's like in the early stages. It's basically done nothing on the daily chart despite this 8% move. It hasn't even broken like recent highs. If this gets above, this triple top's like 785 or 787, I guess is the actual high. This starts going above that. I don't see why not. So that gets put on the radar. I mean, Spirit Airlines, as I said, it's probably not going to move. Like, I'd be surprised if this went 10% from here. Like at this point, like I got 445 into 450, and I'm offering in front of 55 and 60. So I risk 5 cents, and every 5 cents it goes, we're going to be happy with it. But I think you can get bigger percentage moves and notional moves on things like Beyond Meat. That's what excited me about Clover. Like, that's so dead that if it breaks $1, some insane things could always happen. So Beyond Meat, if it can break out this high, I don't mind it. I'm just shocked at AMC. Maybe we shouldn't be shocked, but I am. I mean, this thing is insane. That was a pretty big, this was a no joke, biggest volume candle of the day, pullback from 525 into $5. And that's when I trailed it out, that was in the largest volume candle of the day. And it basically shrugged that off and went 5 to 540. So this continues to go higher and higher and higher. That's why it's worth looking for some other things that can go. Even if it's just like scalp and save or taking a breakout on Beyond Meat. Affirm could go. I want to check. You said Affirm makes me just instantly want to check out Upstart, which that's up 7%. It was one of those things that ran early this morning. Maybe it can get through VWAP. Like, this is what you want to be doing here. Like, what could happen there? Jay Lee, it's not for us to say who to take. I mean, I got out of AMC, and it's like 8% higher. You've just got to trade your own trading strategy. Like, if you're in the money and you want to hold on to it, there's nothing, as long as you're taking profit and what works for you is continuing to work, you go for it. Just recognize things are trades. There's nothing fundamentally great here. You're just getting a nice little squeeze, getting dragged up because they've been depressed for so long. But the market's doing not a heck of a lot, so I think looking for some of these that can go. Upstart, I don't know if that seems exciting. I think more along the lines of the Beyond Meats of the world. I think those can be perfectly reasonable. GME is still, even if it's barcoding, remember just think about this in context, because when these went the last time, the fact that it's doing this much volume, like this is still very good volume, right? Late in the day, above VWAP at $30, which essentially is, it's almost a double up from its close at like 17.5. So that's very bullish. In context, the reason why other things are going probably has more to do with the fact that GameStop has already gone ham. And these other names are just catching up and starting to go, whereas GameStop's already really done it. And I just heard Kodak in my ear. Why not?
Yeah, that's another one.
There's another one from back in the day. I mean, Kodak, I mean, there was some other news with that, I feel, with like the, yeah, but $5 on Kodak could be interesting. I just heard one of the guys in the back just sort of say that as well. On the daily, not bad. Room to 540. I kind of like Beyond Meat a little better than Kodak, just because Beyond Meat's done volume. This hasn't even done 500,000 shares yet. Beyond Meat's got a little more vol.
All right, yeah, starting to move around. We're hearing that as well. BlackBerry could be a chance as well at some point. We're in a firm. We talked about that, but I think just for all of you, I mean, I know we talked about meme, and like I came in here with my #1 idea being GameStop, and we hit it, and we stuck with it, and it's been a monster. But P&L wise, Nvidia has been the biggest one. So, you know, we'll buy these dips, and I want to try it again. So I want to go sort of back to the well, just against this, like some of these levels here. 8, what is that? That's 8. I already looked at it. So it's 898.75 or so. So I'm going to try a little dip buy opportunity here in Nvidia. So I'm trying to wait around 901. Where's my bid again? Oh, sorry, 900. We're into 901 right now. 900. So we could try here. I was trying to like see that little wick, so that was not, so yeah. So we should probably bid something in and around 901 right now just to take a starter position so we can have something to scalp out. My idea with this is if the market's just gonna do this, that's too bad. But that's what we wanna do is try to play this range a little bit and then hold something in case we do break. So that's kind of the idea. It's basically the same thing that I'm gonna do on the futures, except for, I think there could be, like Nvidia, I'll make more money on Nvidia. Trust me. So hopefully that will work out there. That's something that I'm waiting for. Neil mentioned GameStop not doing much, Affirm not doing much in the future. So that's all that I have right now going on. Rivian had a moment earlier as well, up to 1110 or so
that could be
now. What was its moment in the sun here? How high did we get up? Okay, so right here again. So started really going, and this is right where I'm long on Rivian. So a good opportunity to get back into VWAP. I think there's a lot of chance here. But
Rivian has a top break too available.
I mean, again, but I would just rather trade Tesla probably. So that's.
Yeah, if Rivian goes, Tesla probably goes. 11 quarters on Rivian, maybe 1140. It would have to get through for that to be a bit of a mover. A bit of a mover. It's up 11%. I mean, to continue is what I mean. Like the stock is already gone. This was another name. Like I'm in Lucid, but when GameStop made a curl, Rivian was free locates. I had this punch on Rivian, and I remember like I looked over and GameStop went from like looking like a turn to going again, and I was like, let's get the heck out of Dodge, and that was like 4 cents. But look what happened if you try to fight it. So trend is good. VWAP would actually be interesting on Rivian, but look at how little it's moving up at the top. What we did forget about, well, we didn't forget about it because we talked about it this morning, is don't sleep on some of the Chinese ADRs. Alibaba up 5.5%. Maybe a little bit late for a VWAP bounce, but it's getting pretty close for that. What I really love about this is, well, Alibaba, there's the smiley face, there's breakout 1, and now you have breakout 2. You don't always have to catch the bottom. You can always have some bottoms in there, but I didn't add to this thing until it held that 200-period moving average, and Alibaba, finally, Alibaba, it is looking bullish. Last I checked, if you cross the 50-period and the 200-period moving average, when you've been underneath both for quite some time and rejecting them, that is a pretty decent trend reversal for Alibaba. I think this could be at $100 in a matter of weeks. But that said, this afternoon, Chinese ADR, it's only an hour to go. So I thought it was maybe a little bit earlier than that. I don't like a VWAP bounce on BABA at 3 o'clock. Usually I want that by 2:30 where it has time to go. So AMC is starting to pull back. If it bounces off 5, that would be one spot for a go zone. I still think like 450, 460 would be a little bit better. But I'm going to watch Save here. I'm going to move my stop up on Save only because these are starting to go back into the downside. If you're playing one of these on sympathy, no need to turn like a small win into a big loss when you can see the others start to pull back.
All right. So we sort of built that idea here for the TQs matching. The idea would basically be with Nvidia. We didn't get that dip though on Nvidia. We tried to buy it. You know, sometimes you just don't get filled, and we were a little bit lower. We did describe that, but we did get more Affirm. So now we're finally in this name, decent. We're just gonna wait for that bottom to break, which is a couple pennies away. And again, this is gonna be a small trade. If we wind up losing, my stop here is at 80, so 31.80. We're getting close now. And the reason why, just so everybody's on the same page, this has a short float of, I think it was 18% or something. So we're gonna try, could be a little bit higher. I was just trying, if there's gonna be a short squeeze on a lot of these names today, which we've already talked about, then maybe Affirm is just one of those candidates. And if not, we'll get out of the way because it's already up 1%. So it's relatively strong today as we can see. So I think it's worth a shot either way. So we're going to do that. Trying to find some stuff that's moving. So SOX L, I mean, we could look at SMH, but we kind of looked at Nvidia already and had that discussion. For me, Amazon's always interesting. I know Danielle's going to come on and want to talk a little bit about Walmart, so I'll save sort of that smoke for her. But that's a great topic. We'll talk about some retail plays coming through with XRT being a pretty cool retail ETF. We'll double check on that one as well. But yeah, so Walmart's a name that I want to get into, so I'm interested to hear what she has to say there. And then Nvidia coming on the 22nd should be a big one. What about Coinbase today? I don't think there's much happening in crypto. We talked about, I have it down here, 62.7, 62.8. So I've been looking at it pretty much all day, and it seems to be relatively flat. Coinbase, wow, it broke 2 bills, eh? I haven't looked at this in a while. Huh, wow, all right. I don't know. We talked about this emperor having no clothing, and I was thinking that was the case up here. It had that huge run up, and then now just giving it back, Coinbase all the way back down into 200 again. Yeah, this is a good break lower. I just hope we can come in tomorrow and it'll be starting the day underneath, and then we'll look to see for more of a fade there on coin. But yeah, with Bitcoin holding up, it doesn't look good there. And then we got the questions about Mara and everything like that. I really like 14.15. We talked about that on a couple podcasts and how good that looked on the daily. You can zoom back out for a while on Mara and get this 14 area. So yeah, I really like this area to buy. And then you just have some stops. Just the way this moves, the short squeeze, the chance that crypto moons on you. I hate that term moon. I'm not going to say it again. In case it goes up. Because, like, what the hell is a moon anymore? We have this little ape that's going to come in next in a minute. Oh, that. Yeah, I like that. That's a real rocket ship. Like, the minute we can start doing that, then we're a jam. But it's like, is crypto going to moon? Like, there's already, I think if you can get back to 70, 72,000, add another 10 points on this, that's a good move.
It doesn't move like that anymore.
No, well,
no, like
it can move 10%.
I'm sure the other coins,
50%.
Yeah, like the other tokens can probably start to, you know, like people call them the shit coins, but I guess technically they're all except for Bitcoin. Like those can give you bigger moves, but Bitcoin's like oddly stable. Altcoins. Well, okay, fine. I guess that's what I should have said. I didn't need to drop the S. Yeah, fine. It doesn't really matter. You guys know what I mean. But I think that that big, like life-changing, unless you put ridiculous amounts in, it's probably done on Bitcoin. And it's too cool. It's too chilled out if you look at the charts. But the other name, which is like adjacent to Mara, is CLSK. Like it's got, if you look at this dip, it's kind of a similar story, maybe just a stronger looking chart, but the principle is the same. Like it's got this 1380 level. It already dipped off that once. It was previous resistance, turned into support, and it's just been barcoding off it. Now, obviously, this is a downward trend since it made that high, but like you have like a natural out there. And if you look at all these miners, like the halving happened and it hit them all, and now they're just making these bases of recovery. Coinbase is a different story because every time I look at the Coinbase chart, like I drew this like trend line that this has had, and it broke the trend line, and now you can be flat bottom breaking. Like I see this, and I just see the short side of it. Again, the 200 period moving average is at $145 on Coinbase. So I could easily see that being something that could happen in there to Coinbase. You know, they got the run, all that good stuff, and now it looks like it's on the other side for Coin. On any other day, I promise you, on any other day, if it wasn't a meme stock, day, that 200 break initially on Coinbase just should have been there. But I wasn't even looking at that stock today. But good on anybody that was trading it and had success with it. You could have traded Apple. You could have traded. I mean, like today, you could have traded Nvidia. You could have traded Apple. You could have, for whatever reason, wanted to go short on Meta. You could have traded Alibaba. Like there were lots of other things to go out there. But in terms of percentage moves, it was always going to be the meme stocks. So we're going to get the high. If the high break happens on 450, I've moved down to like 53s and 58s. This is just not moving fast enough as far as I'm concerned. Down to Sky, Fubo's going. If it has a short float, sure. Yeah, it's not. No, it's not really going. I put this in the category of meh. Anything has a chance to go with these, but unless you've got to be breaking something out here. Like I said, with Clover could be $1, just psychological. This needs to take like $1.70. I got no issues with Beyond Meat. If it could break out the high, as it's trying to do right here, if Beyond Meat's starting to go, just hold a bid up here. Hold a bid, hold it to 780. If you get through like 8, the volume's not great, but it is holding decent enough volume. Not crazy though. So this one looks pretty good. Safe starting to go. AMC's back at like 535, so that's not
535.
Like it's just continuing to go higher. And remember, AMC basically sat out the first 30 minutes today. It was underneath VWAP. It was a bit of a dog. Sometimes you got to play those. I even checked DJT to see if that was running, but lo and behold, it's not.
Yeah, so I have no shorts, only longs. Look at this long in the market right there. Boom. It's right back up to VWAP again. So there we go, breaking out. We've really got this one. So that's going to be hopefully enter into some sort of a dollar club soon, because let's get going now on these futures. Nice little upside trade there. Waiting on GameStop to do something. Still $2 in the money here, or $1.07. I guess it depends on when I mention it, but $1.70 in the money right there. And here we go. Let's go again. A little face slapper. We've got a Danielle Shea special here with a firm. We're in this. So let's see what happens right now on a firm. We just right back into the 50-period moving average again. Whatever, man. It's 7 cents in the money. Come on, let's go. See if we can get a nice little upside move. We now have basically no LFT whatsoever. Things are starting to go to the positive for us. There's the futures breaking. A firm's going. Things are looking up over here. $31 looks like that's going to be a good break upside. Oh man, like we don't normally do this, but how much fun was that today trading GameStop? A lot of fun, a lot of stress, a lot of fun, but nice move up there. My number one P&L name today is GameStop, followed by Nvidia. So those are big stocks, and happy with obviously some of the movements there.
Kodak is
all right. Well, you guys let us know when we're ready, because we're gonna have Danielle Shea on momentarily. She wants to talk all about, well, you know, the good thing about Danielle is she likes to talk about everything all the time.
everything. We had a good conversation about when she was on I got a chance to be able to fill in and talk to her on the aftermarket show.
Yep.
And we were talking about Mara, which,
Yeah.
that's not maybe a name that we always talk to Daniel about. A lot of times Tesla and Microsoft, you guys know, but Mara had earnings, so we discussed them. And today, heck, it's meme stocks. So, and I understand options are going to be ridiculously, the premiums are going to be insane on some of those. But let's bring in Danielle.
There she is. Hi, Danielle. How are you?
Hey guys, how are you?
We're doing pretty good,
Oh, we're good today.
Chilling out over here.
Chilling.
Got something to do. A little bit of trading here and there, back and forth. What do you got on there today? Don't let the charts play you. Is that what that says?
It says play the market. Don't let the market play you.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we like that one for sure. Don't hate the player, hate the game. That's another one for you right there, Danielle. That could be another one.
Yes.
All right. You actually have a name that we want to talk about a little bit that I'm interested in, Walmart. I've been trying to get into this name because I've never really been invested in Walmart, to be honest with you. I buy Costco. You and I have talked about that a couple times. What about Walmart heading into earnings interests you?
So here's the thing. Obviously, we love to trade those crazy momentum names, but you also have to have a couple tickers that just don't move as much, just to kind of, tamper down that anxiety, especially for newer traders. I generally recommend them trading tickers like this because they just don't move as much, right? But the reason why I like Walmart here is because it has one of my favorite patterns. It has a previous breakaway gap. They also had a stock split last quarter. This quarter. So that also helped with the price movement here because, stocks will generally rally into and after a split. But I also like it just because it's had this consolidation going into this earnings report. And additionally, if you look at the way that it's reacted over earnings, you're going to see that, for the most part, it tends to do pretty well. They tend to beat earnings estimates. They've had a couple quarters where they've had some pretty significant upward moves. Obviously, 2 quarters ago, you did have a big gap lower, but for the most part, they've been doing pretty well. So I think that with this stock, definitely I'm invested in it, but I also think you could trade it to a new high.
Yeah, so basically, I think that's just a lesson in keep it simple, stupid, because, that trend is definitely your friend down there as opposed to Target that I just called up. Any opinions on that one? Because as I look at TGT right now, it's below the 50-period moving average here on the daily, and if anything, looking like it wants to go to the south side, maybe wait on this. How has Target performed their last couple reports as well, Danielle?
So when you look at Target, this is a great example of the retail heroes and zeros because, Target was just getting slammed for the longest time when Walmart was doing really well. Now, Target has shifted recently. I think it just got to the point where everybody had sold it. And so the news was just so bad, it kind of opened up the door for a potential reversal. So when you look at Target, I definitely like Walmart better, performing significantly better. I think that the earnings reports have been a lot better. But I will tell you with Target, it's kind of dangerous to short it at this point because you've had 3 quarters in a row now where it's gapped higher. Last quarter, it gapped higher by 10%, quarter before that, 13%, and the quarter before that by 8%. So it's one of those stocks where it's like, don't really want to go long, but wouldn't really advise shorting it either.
Yeah, and we talk about this every time. So appreciative, Danielle, of the fact that sometimes the answer is do nothing. If you don't have the ability to say do nothing when you look at a chart or look at a stock, you're just going to end up over trading. I appreciate you saying that because oftentimes we'll hear it's like, do this, do that. And we're like, I don't see anything on that chart. But I was going to ask you something along these lines anyways, but we got a viewer here, and a thank you to Nicole Harris for the super chat. Obviously, the meme stocks are going, and options are a big deal here. So the question is, did you see the premium with GME? In these scenarios, do you wait, buy the stock, or play AMC?
Sure, let's look at it. So when you look at GameStop, for one, this was kind of, it's a news-related gap up, right? So unless you were already in it, it's kind of hard as a swing trader to get in it. But at this point, when you're looking at it, this is how I gauge these things. So I go down to a 15-minute chart, and basically what I'm looking for is, actually just like this. So you see how it gapped up and it made that high on the day. That's generally not the spot you want to get in. You generally want to wait until it kind of pulls back and consolidates. And then what I look for with these kind of setups is I look for a 15-minute consolidation, which we have. That's going to be those red dots here. And then I want to see the trending pattern, and I want to see it go out on high volume at the end of the day. So if we're at the last, hour or so of the cash session, and you have a ticker that's already up big, it has a lot of high short interest, it's going out on the highs of the day on high volume, then as a swing trader, that is something that I would come in and potentially buy long calls on it to see if I can get a gap up the next morning. And the trade is just simply buy it today and sell it on the gap up tomorrow. Yes, the calls have an extreme amount of implied volatility. This week, they have 446%. I don't even think I've seen an implied volatility that high. So those calls are going to be pretty expensive. If you go out into next week, you have an implied volatility of 276%. So generally with these, with a long call, I'm going to be buying anywhere between a delta 60 and a delta 50. So it's going to run you, anywhere between $600 to $1,000 a contract. It is going to be pretty risky, it's already up 82%, but if you're a little bit more into options, you could also just sell put credit spreads. that would be a way where you could generate premium instead of buying long calls.
There you go. I'm appreciative of you answering that question, Danielle, because we get a lot of them, obviously, on a day like today. Can I put you on the spot for a name? Selfishly, I want to be doing some good things tomorrow morning when they report. Alibaba.
Always.
So Alibaba going to earnings. Like, this stock finally has just broken a bit of a downward trend. It's been, look, it's had the risk of obviously China news for quite some time. It's finally making a bit of a rounded bottom. What would be your approach? Because this is not like buying dips in strong stocks or something that's upward trending. This is very different. And a lot of potential, I think, in that name from a value standpoint. But what are your thoughts going into the earnings tomorrow morning? Do you ever have a different approach when it comes to things that have been in that big of a downward trend to getting into them? Or do you just play your normal technicals?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can get into something like this. I mean, I would point to an example that looks really similar, which is Hershey's. You know, Hershey's, good stock, good company. The fundamentals have been good. And then I was looking for it to breach out above the $200 area of resistance. And I mean, there you go, like high volume breakout. These aren't my favorite kind of trades just because I don't love counter trend. But the thing is because we've had so many of these tickers that have gotten slammed like this, if they are showing a clear reversal like this is, and we just looked at Target too. I mean, Target's showing that reversal. Generally, what you want to do is you want to look for something that's breaking up above the 50 simple on the daily chart or the 200 simple on the daily chart. And that's usually where you get this big breakout. So on my charts, that's going to be the 50 simple at the yellow. I have the 100 simple with blue and 200 simple with purple. Generally, that's the spot where you can come in, and I will usually just buy long stock if it's a company that I like and I think, you know, hey, this has a long way to go to the upside for recovery. With something like Alibaba, I would just look at what the expected move is over the earnings report and see if I could get a cheaper options trade instead of buying the stock, just because I personally am not too interested in holding the stock in this one. But, you know, it has a $4.87 expected move. So, I mean, you could try to trade it up into 90 for the earnings report. In the options market, you could use like a debit spread or butterfly. I do think it's, you know, these counter trend moves are going to be more risky because you're going against the trend. But if it's, you know, what your heart desires with that high volume breakout, that's how I would do it.
Yeah, thank you for that, Daniel. And there are a lot of charts that look like that. I think part of it for me is like, do you like the stock in the first place? Like,
exactly. That is 100% it, because you're going to have tickers that will never come back, right? And so you have to be picking something where you say, hey, I like the company. I like what they're doing. You know, maybe they've just been hammered because of whatever reason. Like with Hershey's, it just got really extended. People were buying a lot of candy throughout the pandemic. But if you look at the fundamentals are good. They're still beating earnings estimates. And so sometimes if you can pick things on the way back up, especially just for a long-term investment where you don't have to worry about the ins and outs too much, I think that's a great idea for a long-term account.
Thank you very much. And those chocolate price, I mean, cocoa through the moon right now.
Yeah.
Demand is not going anywhere despite that, especially in my household.
That's exactly what they said on CNBC when I talked about Hershey's before the earnings report. Was they pointed out the cocoa trade. So I think you're spot on there.
I still have to look up that CNBC thing. I'm not even sure. So
who?
I wanted to ask you, did you get that female turkey in the back yet, or is anything going on with that, or what's going on at the Shea household these days as far as farm animals are concerned?
Okay, so we had this male turkey that showed up last fall. He disappeared. Then all of a sudden around Easter, he started coming around. And we're trying to make friends with him. You know, we're going outside, trying to get him used to us so he's not afraid. And he's started coming back to the house every single day now. We've been playing turkey calls on our phone. So now he thinks there's a female turkey here.
That's the best.
Yeah, I don't know. Let the kids run out there, maybe pet the turkey, see what winds up happening. I don't know, might be fun.
I mean, the kids did try that. The turkey ran away, and it turns out he could fly. He flew like 40 feet up in a tree and is just sleeping right outside my bedroom now. So I'm getting woken up in the morning by turkey gobbling, but I don't have a female turkey yet.
Just move back to the city, get it over with. All right. So quickly, we talked about. I know you want to look about Nvidia because May 22nd, we have a lot of traders looking at this. I love this chart. I mean, if you come over here to my screen, maybe quickly, Ramin, we could show it. I mean, here's the daily starting to go back up. I mean, we could just draw whatever you want. Looks like to me, breakout above 900. I think that's possible. 923 into all-time highs on a good report. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we ramp up into it. That's what I could see. So you and I have gone back and forth probably honestly 100 times about this. And that is to maybe get interested a couple weeks in advance. Are we a little too late for Nvidia? What can we sort of recommend if there are traders looking to potentially break through all-time highs of 970 or whatever that level happens to be here on Nvidia? Because we're a couple weeks away and you don't want to pay some of those premiums a day or two out. So what do we think now about Nvidia, and what has sort of caught your eye here for someone that's looking bullish?
So, I'd say it's a little bit late just because for me as a swing trader, I generally am going to get in about 21 trading bars before the report, which is right here on my chart. And I mean, it has shifted higher since then. But I mean, especially for a lot of you guys that are day trading, I mean, this stock has been the stock to trade. And I don't think the move is dead. It's up above the 50 simple. This earnings report is arguably the most important event, I think, in the next 2 weeks. And so right now, I mean, we're still seeing bullish price action. I think you could trade it up into 950. I think we could get 950 out of it.
All right.
Ideally before the report. But as far as the report is concerned, I mean, we're going to have a pretty big expected move. The move into next week is $96. So when you're asking me if you can get 975, I mean, yeah, you could get 975 out of it. You have these lower time frame squeezes that are setting up, those could easily break out. On the daily chart, I mean, we just need a good report from this name. I do think it's going to be a little bit of a challenge just because everybody's looking at this company and they're going to have to absolutely smash it. But if they do, having a trade out there in the options market, like a cheap out of the money butterfly that's targeting 975 or targeting 1,000. I mean, I think that's what I'm going to do. I might have a hedge on too, where I have a cheap trade to the downside in case it gets smashed. But I'm pretty hopeful for Nvidia. Yeah, what do you think?
Same. I think honestly, I think we can get to 1,200. Let's just see what winds up happening on a big print and people maybe trying to short that thing into 1,000 and then blow it through. Let's see the liquidity in the after hours on that name could be absolutely ridiculous. And as you were speaking right now, Danielle, right here, GameStop is now $3 in the money and starting to go higher and higher and higher. Ramin, if we come over here, let me see what this chart looks like right now. Up to 32. We rebought it on the VWAP. Now it's continuously going upside there. And then Affirm trying to let this go as well, but for right now, we've bought a couple dips here. You know what I'm doing, Danielle? Is this something that maybe enters your mind, obviously, as you screen for different trade ideas? Like right now, we get BlackBerry, Danielle, going right now for high of day and starting to go on a short float. We have Beyond Meat going upside with 48% short float today. I feel like we're way too expensive now in the options market, right? I mean, I know Neil talked about this with GameStop, but maybe we let it settle down a couple days and see if we can get back to reality and then see if we get going again. But like Beyond Meat, Affirm, everything, GameStop, BlackBerry, SoundHound, like everything's starting to go absolutely insane. Maybe we've missed it and we should let it cool down.
I mean, the thing about expensive is it's kind of like it's all relative because yes, the options premiums skyrocket when these stocks are moving, but at the same time, it's kind of like, well, if it has the setup, if it has high short float, if it's going out at the highs of the day, if it's breaking through a previous resistance zone, or if it's at new highs, which is even better. I mean, you just have to look at the risk to reward. And I mean, for me, like I'll still trade them, you got to do it within your own risk parameters. Affirm for me, I think is in a downtrend. So I probably wouldn't focus on that one. But I mean, something like Beyond Meat, you see how it's so close to those previous highs? Like as a swing trader, that's exactly what I want. I want it to break out up above that previous high, and that's where it'll really take off. So I mean, yeah, the implied volatility is really high, like 229%, but it can also go higher. So it just depends on what you're willing to risk. And on something like Beyond Meat, these options are so cheap. You can get options for less than $1. So I wouldn't really be too concerned personally that the implied volatility is that high because it has the setup, as long as it fits my dollar amount risk parameters for my own account. Like, obviously, I would never advocate for you spending $1,000 on one call on GameStop if that's way too much for your account. Like, just skip it, trade a different name, you know?
Right.
Or if you know how, you can come in and you can sell put credit spreads, which would take advantage of the high pricing in the options market and still allow you to be in the move.
There it is, Miss Danielle Shea going over everything for us on what a special day due to what's been happening. I didn't get to say this to you last week, so belated Happy Mother's Day to you, and I hope it was a special one. Did you get any breakfast in bed, any special treatment there yesterday?
Oh, I had a great time. I went to my sister's house. We had a fantastic brunch. I had all kinds of food that her and my husband made, so it was very delicious.
Perfect, well deserved.
Get spoiled like you deserve it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Danielle Shea. Where can we find you? At Trader Danielle on X. Anything you're working on for your YouTube, and then we'll get back to business.
Yeah, definitely. You can find me at Trader Danielle. Here's my YouTube channel. I've been posting a bunch of videos lately about my earnings trades, so you can go there and check those out. Just going through, you know, how I trade earnings. And now that earnings season is kind of wrapping up, I'm gonna be focusing more on swing trading. So lots of butterflies, put credit spreads, all that kind of stuff.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Go check it out, especially into earnings season. And then even when we wrap up, you know, trades still happen. We got some rate
Comes
cuts,
right back again really
hikes,
quickly, earnings season.
happening again. So, all right, Ms. Shea, thank you so much. Go enjoy the rest of your day here. Only a half hour left in these markets. And we'll see you hopefully pretty soon.
Thank you.
Bye, Danielle.
Thanks, Danielle.
All
I mean,
right.
yeah, like what I love about it is that you can throw anything at Danielle and it'll be absolutely fine. Put her on the spot. Appreciate all the questions we got in there. But a lot of things move, so I'll try to recap quickly. You mentioned BlackBerry already. Sean, BlackBerry is a triple top on the daily. I know there's so many of these running, and at this time of the day, I don't know. Like taking a breakout at 324, I did just take one on Beyond Meat, but that was like 20 minutes ago. So maybe this is like a tomorrow thing. If they continue to run, I'd look for this one tomorrow at 3:30. Beyond Meat did make that break. At this point, you're starting to run out of steam there. So there was with breaking out from 790, scalped it a couple of times in at 8 and then 808 as well. Still no massive push through, and now you're starting to see it come back into the downside. So at this point, I'm moving my stop to break even. It is 3:30. You might have saw me make a little bit of a face there when Sean mentioned that we only had a half an hour to go. It feels like this has gone a little faster than normal, but that's what happens when you're actually getting a bunch of movement in the afternoon and a bunch of stocks. So I'm gonna trail this one. It can't go, I don't want it to turn red at this point. You know, like it's a sympathy play breaking out the top when all the volume has been on GameStop and AMC. Let's be real. Those are the two leaders of the pack. GameStop just pulled back there. I could probably just punch out of. I didn't realize that was happening. I'm just gonna punch out of Beyond Meat, right? Like even if it's only
30.
Yeah, like even if it's only 10 cents, like why am I gonna let it go that 10 cents to break even? I'm just gonna punch out when I see that. There might be a VWAP play there. Let's just double check on AMC what's happening. AMC pulling back into $5 as well. So just be careful if you're trading a sympathy name. My guess is it's starting to pull back in here. $5 would be a nice little bounce zone for AMC if it can make a little bit of a bid there. Still pretty thin on this down move.
You have to remember, like everybody's going to be in, and this is what Danielle talked about. I think it was very important. Everyone's going to be in at different prices. Everyone's going to have different risk tolerances. So as AMC does pull back in, I've already put an offer up here at this high of 32.50. So if we get back into there, I mean, I got to cover that, right? I mean, this is a pretty decent pullback in now for GME. Boom goes the dynamite down to the downside. This is why we were getting some out here at 32.10s. We wound up being long 95s or something. Well, what are we long right now? 92. So yeah, so you know, in and around rough spot was about 95. Take a little bit now. Firm's pulling back. So I always think like, you know, sort of The tail wags, the dog wags the tail. And right now, GME, I mean, if that's going to fall down, then I wouldn't be surprised. Like BlackBerry's probably pulling back. Yeah, I mean, all of them. So I'm not even going to look at anything else. That just makes a lot of sense to me there. We did get some more out. I mean, we nailed it. Let's just talk about, we'll talk about bad trades all the time. I showed you my SoFi out at the high of the day. I made the high of the day. But we also got the low of the day on the futures and the high of the move on the futures and a bunch of outs here at VWAP and another one right now. We've made a good opportunity, taken a lot of opportunities here on the TQs to get out in and around a good level. So pretty happy with the way we traded that one. Here's the SoFi trade you're going to hear me talk about, and it's looking a little bit better now. Oh, no, it's not actually.
$7?
Still at $7. I thought it was lower than that, but there it is, $7.32 or so on that out up there. So that kind of sucked. We did get that question from Charlie about AMD. I said looking, and you guys remember, the question was bullish. I said bearish. So now that we are now down near these lows, I'll consider that. Thank you for asking, because we'll put a feather in that cap as well. Although we did not go short, hopefully, Charlie, that saved you from potentially going long, because now you're at the low of the afternoon there on AMD. So if you went short, when I had mentioned sort of that the short looked better, you could have, but again, I wasn't in love with it. Remember, AMD was flat on the day, so that's 0.35 you would have been able to take out of that trade. And then I've backed away from my Nvidia, so I just want to talk about that quickly, and then we'll throw it back over there. I was going to dip buy into this, but with the futures making this move down, and now I'm I basically have like 2% left of this trade. I'm now pretty neutral on my opinion, other than GameStop, waiting for that 32, and then looking for a break into the low here, and willing to hold it all the way back there. So those are my ideas right now. And then Affirm, you already know my out breaking through 80, so that's getting close now as well, as it's pulled back on that move. So for right now, we're sitting back. We're at the high of the day besides holding some of these pieces. So for my P&L. So far, we didn't ask her about Home Depot. That was another name. I went to
they
Target
report this week too. Yeah,
and I should have gone to Home Depot for some people there, but
we got all week. I mean, look, you got the retail earnings this week. Front of my mind's Baba, because that's tomorrow morning. But obviously, the Walmart, the Home Depots of the world, going to be spicy meatballs to be sure. The only thing I'm left in is just like Intel. It just bounced off 30.50, so every $0.50 is kind of a thing here. Going to hold this one into the close, I think. I have a stop at break even. I would have given it to 75, but now I'm just essentially at break even, which is this little hump here at 70 even. AMC's still in a pullback. Whoops, that's on the New York there. Still in a bit of a pullback, trying to get to that $5 level. Hasn't really caught too much of a bid just yet. Like usually on a dip, like you're looking for either like something really quick like that, where it just starts going right away, or when it's been sustained for 7, 8, now almost like 9 minutes, you want to see it consolidate even a little bit here. Show a little strength before you just jump out in front of it. And Mason, why didn't GME halt? The downside? I don't think it moved enough for a halt, did it? No, I don't know that
32 must have been close.
But I have a 3-minute chart up, so 32 down to
it might have been a time.
down to 30, like that's 2 bars on a 3-minute. So it might not have gone there within the 5 minutes. It's not just that it has to move the percentage, it's also within that 5 minutes. So decent chance that it could have caught maybe it caught a bid at that halt band, which is never a bad thing. It was doing a little bit of that early this morning, if you were paying attention, but a very different story in the morning when this was just all insanity. And this afternoon, I mean, if you don't look at all the halts here, you've got it pulling back into the breakout price, which is kind of like a standard thing for a gap and go. And then you have it kind of holding on to VWAP, which is just sort of a standard thing for a trending stock. I'd say tomorrow, there's no reason, I'm not saying go punch long in the pre-market when you sit down, but there's no reason for the first look not to be GameStop when you sit down. Look at that chart first, like it was today. I think AMC falls a bit in that category. It's kind of a day one thing for AMC. GameStop was going all last week. It's just day one for AMC. It holds above $5. You close above 5, and we're above 5 tomorrow. I look at this one as well for some long trades. I just feel like the one thing that I didn't pay enough attention to was Tesla, and I'm a little disappointed with them. Getting up to that 175, it really felt like some strength was coming back into Tesla. This is closing underneath VWAP. And if you look at this daily chart, once again, every single time I think this is getting back above the 50, see it wick in the last couple of days. It'll break the 50 period on the daily and then just wick right back underneath. Did it on Friday. It's doing it again today. And if it's underneath 171.50, it's another failed break back above the 50 period. 3 days in a row would be. That wouldn't look very good for Tesla. And it's downtrend. The stock is still downtrending. End of the day. Oscar Play says GME 50 tomorrow. The way I would look at it is if it holds 30, 50 is possible, but I wouldn't be betting the farm on it. I think you got to try to take profit along the way. And then like Sean was doing, you hold a piece. It's like you make your, once you're playing with house money, then you can start thinking about things like 30 to 50. But if you haven't paid yourself anything at that point, it doesn't make any sense. A lot of times, like my style of trade on a breakout or like a halt trade, I'm playing a halt, so I'm playing a halt. I never found my way into a good dip buy. Thankfully, we found some AMC in there. At the end of the day, I think this one, I'm not saying it has a better chance, but in terms of like percentage moves, I think it could be either or. I think these are the, I don't even have a preference between the two. As long as we hold about $5, I like AMC, maybe just as much as I like GameStop tomorrow. As long as this doesn't dump through the 5. That's a big area to hold. And I don't like COS or what else was going? Kodak, I don't want any part of those, really. I think those are fun and pretty good, especially on pullbacks, to be able to go short. But with the volume you're seeing here, 428 million shares on AMC, 160 million some odd shares on GameStop, that's where to go.
So GameStop's pulling back in. It looks like it's going to break lower here right now. So watch out for a potential break. We'll try one more spot there. We just missed the long. I tried to punch long. Okay, we got it. If we break down below 29, we're out. So one more reload right at this spot. We talked about playing with house money, so we'll do it one more time right now. We missed that whole move up, but this has allowed us to double dip down here. I laugh because if this goes back up, then what even world are we living in right now? All right, let's see if we get a move back up into 30. Honestly, we should just take this if we can. Wow, what a good dip buy opportunity right there. Let's see if it can go. And if we can, it's only good if we can get it out. Let's just try right here just to play around with it. Oh, did we get that fill? No, we did not. Come on, come on, come on. Give it to us, baby. As there it goes right now, a nice little dip buy opportunity, 470 cents, like Neil was just saying. Had to find an opportunity. It comes right back into VWAP, and you know what I do. That's what we do. So right there, nice move for a dip buy opportunity in for GameStop. We just got long at 29.37. So immediately this name goes dollar clubbing right now, right up to the upside in 1 minute. So you guys are right, man. It's Scalp Nation right now, and we know what we do best around here. That was a great trade. Now let's see if we can hold it to the upside. Thanks, you guys, for bringing that up as I sit there and watch out for GameStop going back up to the upside. I agree. I'll probably, despite GameStop now being the #1 stock here today, probably I could be convinced of going and looking at AMC tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll just see what how the wind blows and what we'll be doing. We'll be here, so that's the important thing, hopefully. And then, I did want to say to you as well that the out for us on GameStop is a break below 29. I'm done. We've done real well on this today, and we're just going to. It's 3:30. We're going to set up for you guys for the market recap show. It should be another one big show today. Again, we'll have Michael Noss hopefully coming through there today. We'll talk about a few earnings. We talked about some big plays that are coming later on this week as well. So yeah. Great day, great action.
Make sure you ask him about some of the. I know Michael's going to come with everything he prepares for his charts in the morning, but in the afternoon you get a chance to maybe talk to him about some of these meme stocks and maybe swinging on those. I think that's, it's going to be on a lot of people's minds. And if you're a swing trader, if some of these squeezes start to go, are there better looks in the next week? All it takes is one or two.
Yeah, we don't. We'll have a lot of content. We're the creator of said content.
A lot to get to today. And don't sleep on.
Wait a minute, my producer's telling me something in my ear.
No, they're not.
Oh, no, wait a second.
You're speaking to yourself again.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Ramin's the producer.
And don't forget Alibaba tomorrow morning on earnings. There's not a heck of a lot this week. Well, there's not much of anything aftermarket tonight, I don't think. But tomorrow morning, Alibaba's obviously a bit of a beast, so that's going to be on a lot of people's radars. I did do the dip buy. I wanted to see this thing hold for a little bit on AMC. So there's your dip. It wasn't like at 5 where it broke 5 and like instantly bounced on that in the same candle. In this case, it just put in a couple of higher lows. So once I saw that consolidation above 20, I took 30. I'm going to give it in here. Either it goes, breaks that 40 level and we get some out, or we're just going to give it down into that 20. I'm just hearing something in my ear. Roku making some moves here. It looks like.
Not doing anything.
No, it's not really.
No.
But that was the name one that just came in my ear was
I just
Roku and
punched
MLB.
Roku,
Getting an MLB deal for Roku, which, hey man, sports is the last bastion for where they're actually spending some real money to get on streaming. You would seem like decent enough if they could get that deal, but Roku not really moving there. Guess nothing burger.
No, I punched long there because we do have a short float situation with Roku, of course. We've talked about that. It was, Roku secures exclusive multi-year rights to MLB Sunday leadoff live games. I don't even know what that is.
What the hell? I am maybe the biggest baseball fan I know. I don't even know what a MLB leadoff is.
Right, so apparently neither does anybody that's trading Roku or investing in it because they're just like, huh? Normally a move like that would get this name going, but you see what I mean? This is worth the risk to me. I have an out. It's right here. Like we don't even have to go too crazy with this one. So we'll try to hold this 20 cents, see if it jiggles around, and we have an out down here. So we're fine with this one. We'll see if there's something moving on here in the after hours. And remember what we said. Like we like this trade on the futures. It's still trying to go up there again. Yeah, you guys are probably right. I probably will be trading GameStop tomorrow. And why not? I mean, we don't have any mistakes whatsoever other than not getting out at the very top there when we were ready for this thing to go. I mean, all these halts, we were ready. We tried to get out, remember, on that. We tried. We put an offer there, just wasn't filling us once we saw the halt was indeed in halt state. So we do miss that opportunity. But the one thing we're not going to miss is throwing it over to the big screen now with Miss A.
We talked a lot about big tech and some of these meme stocks earlier today, but there's also a lot of S&P 500 names making big moves that we haven't discussed as much, including the airline space. I know we mentioned this a little bit earlier. I believe Neil mentioned it, but we did have a lot of strength in some of these airlines, including UAL, United, with HSBC upgrading a lot of names in the group or initiating positive coverage. So nice look here for UAL in particular. We also have Moderna up about 7% right now. This one, both recovering from a move down on Friday after the FDA delayed its comment on its RSV vaccine. We also, though, have Moderna announced it's going to be presenting at 3 conferences in the next month. So nice look for our mRNA. Last but not least, forward here to the upside. This is off that continued strength after Biden. There were some reports indicating that the Biden administration is going to increase tariffs for Chinese EVs. So that's a nice look for Ford and the like. F trading higher up about 3%, guys.
So just very quickly, early looks, it's 3:30, nothing stands out. There's a few things over $1 million, but it's like General Motors, Ford to the sell side, Visa to the sell side, Pfizer to the sell side for $1 million. Nothing that is moving is making an early look on the imbalances. But again, it's not all New York stocks. However, one New York stock that we just got into just made a bit of a move, and we didn't want to get too hairy here. Waited for it to consolidate, grabbed the 30s with the 20 stop very quickly, just pull back in there in AMC. So out in front of VWAP. VWAP's $1 lower. Well away from VWAP and not even at the $5 level. Going to be a tight stop there at the end of the day. That's what it's all about. Just try to find your way into the longs. I was short this, like I said, I was short this until it started setting up and breaking out higher. When it was relatively weak, I was looking for the short. The second it broke out, I was looking for long setups, double top break. Little bit of a consolidation move there, even though oddly enough, the breakouts are what worked. As I look back, I always say I like dip buys more than breakouts, but really on AMC today, both the good longs for me were both breakout trades, which is what you can do. When meme stocks are going, the breakouts can be absolutely fantastic. Just always make sure you have an out. If VWAP can hold on, it's a little bit late in the day for a VWAP retracement when it could easily go into a halt if it got to VWAP. That's 10% down from here. So I'm going to back away from this. I'm going to only assume that some nastiness has happened in something like BlackBerry. Yeah, that's already this is why I didn't want to chase this. You had to be able to get out of that. And then Beyond Meat. I like the Beyond Meat break. We had the break. It looked pretty good. Couldn't hold on to 8. This is when GameStop had pulled back. I just jumped out. I'm like, why even let it get back to break even? Because GameStop and AMC are your futures. When they pull back, get the heck out of Dodge on these other names. They're good for little trades in there, but you have to be able to get out of the way when the big ones start falling.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's exactly, we did that. So we were lucky enough to, again, Oh my God, it's within, no, Nvidia, darn, I thought I was gonna get the wrong number. Nvidia is still gonna be top dog there. I thought as we were ripping back up there that we had a chance, but that's why we get out there. So there it is. So let's just look at the risk to reward here. It's 29.34, out 30, right? So that's 70 cents. Our drop is a break of 30 cents lower. So we'll lose 40 cents on that part, but make it 70 cents right there to end the trade. So even as we lost, coming back in on the way back in for GameStop, we sort of turned that frown upside down and able to make a little bit of money there. And just quickly again, Affirm tried to take 32. We were sitting there, we took an offer. We still have 70% of this trade. We've only had 3 outs. So for right now, Affirm remains a little bit of a thorn in my side. It's still an up trade. We're in the money. We don't have any fills underneath. So we're still in the money on this trade, but not really doing too much there. Roku, and we talk about sometimes hearing stories and things like that, and this just goes to, sometimes when nothing happens, nothing's happening. So I'm not going to average into this. Maybe the story gets picked up and it's bigger than we think, but for right now, it'll be a very, very small amount of shares, something that we are very comfortable with on Roku, giving this just 20 cents. So we basically went long at 60 when we heard the news. We're going to get out here at a break of 80. I'm just going to give this 20 cents. I'm not even giving it to the end of the day because the news isn't hitting. So
yeah, but
when the news doesn't hit, we quit.
Exactly. I know what you want. I know what you wanted to do there.
Yeah.
You could have 11% short float. If a stock today, when all these meme stocks are going, gets any kind of a legitimate news story, like why not take a shot at it? I don't see. Because if it does squeeze, forget about it. Roku's at 60, that could be at 61, 62 before you could even bat an eye. It is 342. I'm not putting anything new on unless something crazy happens and we get a really good, maybe we get some kind of a dip. Like AMC could go to VWAP. It's now under $5 at 490. Novavax is another one to keep eyes on. Thank you in the chat. SPCE was mentioning this. I was in it a couple of times. It wasn't as clean. Each time I had this, it wasn't nearly as clean for breakout trades, like break and then doesn't go. The second time through, if we had taken the 12 the second time, it was good. Then I pivoted to going dip buy and got really greedy thinking that 14 break was like, oh, if it breaks 14, you can add at 14 and it'll go to $15. Sort of what I was sort of thinking is that you could add as it takes out these highs in the daily, and then you're just sort of off to the races. That didn't happen, ended up trailing out. That was greed. Never gets to VWAP. That's a bullish sign for them. The thing with Novavax is they had going concern issues. And then they get a deal with Sanofi, and now they're not going out of business because of that deal. So this is a squeeze play with news to it. It's not just a tweet. It's a gigantic short float as well. So as these start to go, I wouldn't forget about them. They're going to play. You go 50% today and go second fiddle. It tells you what's happening in today's market with some of these other names. So my eyeballs are now firmly on AMC as both of these names are starting to pull back. AMC and GameStop. AMC getting close. It's about halfway of a retracement, or actually more than halfway into VWAP. GameStop as well. VWAP is a line in a chart. GameStop is the key support is the early breakout halt price. It's $27. That's been the level. It hasn't really been VWAP. It's been $27, and as long as it holds 27, I think that's still going to look pretty good there. No halts at all. Gonzalo, shout out to you. Meta was an absolute dumpster fire, but it's going to close above VWAP. This was the one that, when it started going down, didn't understand what was going on with Meta. It felt as if there were some dumps in some quality names as the meme stocks started going. When I now look at this one, and this is what I meant to get to, and sorry we didn't get to this until a bit later. When I look at this on the daily, which I didn't do, it begins to make a little bit more sense for Meta. Could have just been technical. Look at how big a deal 480 was for Meta on the way up. That will support the whole way, once, twice, thrice, then it broke down. It just rallied for 8 days in a row into the 480 level. And then it failed that on Friday, in front of it on Friday, and then it essentially just failed the close price at the open. So it looks like it was just a technical pullback, maybe some profit taking on a straight, 8 days in a row to the upside, or whatever that count is going to be. And it could have just been a technical reversal. So this should be on the radar tomorrow. If it's not going to break higher, even a pullback into 450 in a couple of days gives you a couple of legs that you can do over there on Meta. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Appreciate you, Bonkzilla, mentioning toast. There's a heck of a lot to look at, and that we didn't even get to. I said lemonade earlier. That's another ridiculous short float, and it had a chance. And the reason I mentioned lemonade specifically, it's the same thing as Beyond Meat. What you're looking for a good squeeze is one of these things to break an obvious level where shorts are going to be freaking out. And that's what like 20 to 21 looks to me on lemonade. It couldn't get through 20 today, but if this stock, let me just double check the short float here. And if you don't know, they're like an insurance company, like online insurance is what lemonade does, not that it matters. 32% short float. Above the 50 and the 200, holding higher lows. They've already reported this cycle and managed to hold that support. Now, if you start breaking out above 20, this is another squeeze name that could be a big one and a big potential runner. Already making higher lows. That's what I like about it. You're not getting this one at the actual bottom. It's already starting to go. So let's put that one on the radar as well. Let me just adjust. I'm going to make an adjustment here on Intel. It just broke that 30-50 level. So it just broke the shelf to the downside. Probably could have had this one extra time at 230, back at that 37 level, 3070 level. We were looking at AMC at that moment, which I think was the right idea. Let's be real, bigger moves. So I'm just gonna pop a bid down here at 3030. That's where it broke out from this morning. And if we get a dump in the imbalances, then we'll get an extra 15 cents out of it. We risked 5 cents on this trade. At this point, I'm trailing it into here. So 30, 50, call it 55. It breaks that, we'll just get out. Kind of easy peasy. Like this broke with everything else this morning for no reason because the chips weren't that strong this morning, and then got under VWAP, and once it was under VWAP, just start looking for the retracement trade on that bad boy. It looks to me like AMC does not want VWAP, so we can stick a fork in that. Only gets to 480. There was always that off chance that you got something really big down in here and you could go 450 long, which would have given you a huge opportunity to the upside. But you got, at this time of the day, I think you have to be picky. When you're day trading here at Real Trading, we have to be flat at the end of every single day. And that just means when it's 347 or like it is right now, you might only be in that trade for a couple of minutes. So you want to make sure you get the perfect price and room for it to run. My estimation, if I'm long in here, I don't really have an out till 450 if you take a 480 long. So if you're risking 30 cents, like that needs to get to like 40s and 50s to be any good. So not a trade that I would ever take here, but if you grab that dip buy, not so bad. I feel like these are still going to be the place to go. And what did GameStop do? GameStop didn't even do anything. Like, yeah, GameStop's just chilling. It's just sort of chilling down here. Like AMC just dropped back like $1 and then pulled back like 50 cents. Let's go in 10%. No troubles when GameStop is kind of slowed down.
I mean, right here, we'll just go sirens up a little bit. We got. I mean, it is another one. So I mean, another one. We have right here. I mean, this is a firm. There's another one going to the upside. It takes a little bit of money off on that. As that's starting to go up, we did get out of GME, although it did get back into 30. So potential mistake there for getting out. But again, really fine with making that mistake. I like the stock. So we'll wait to see what happens on that one. Roku not moving at all. What a great day it's been. It's 349. We do have those imbalances coming out in just a couple minutes. Oh man, yeah. I just want everybody to continue to watch and enjoy what we're putting out for you. It takes a lot of sort of time and effort to do stuff like this, and I want to thank Ramin and Fabian and Adara for doing all the stuff that they're doing in the back, because we wouldn't be able to be putting on this kind of a sort of a opportunity to show you the charts, talk, go back and forth, this and that. So I want to give a big shout out to all of them that are working in the back to help us out.
Speaking of which,
going, okay.
Well, just on that note, I just want.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go. Yeah.
No, you said like what's being worked on in the back and some of the stuff that's been going through. One of those, of course, is the new pod. And it is absolutely brand new. So if you haven't checked it out, if you watched the old podcast, the new one is a Freedom and Wealth podcast, which, I don't know, I guess you could, maybe you've got some extra dollars
a little freedom, a little
that
wealth,
you just made from GameStop and AMC, and you want to put it somewhere that you feel more comfortable in the long term, or just some idea of what to do with it, then this is going to be for you. So make sure you subscribe to this now. You don't want to wait around until it's too late. Get that notification when it gets up and running. They've been doing a heck of a lot of great work in the back there for a new look and a new feel. I think it's going to be fantastic. So do check it out. That is at Freedom Wealth Podcast there on YouTube. And just hit that subscribe. Obviously, I've already done it. I'm not going to subscribe to show you. But let me just refresh that. It's at... Okay, got a couple more there. It's above the 300 number. Let's get that up there so that everyone can take advantage of it. Because I promise you, if you make money trading the meme stocks, you're probably interested in what to do with it. And I'm not sure investing long-term in GameStop is in anybody's plans.
No, that's where we would advise investing in AMC, of course. Because
Naturally.
Kingdom of the Apes.
What do we call it? Dominion of the...
Kingdom of the Dominion Apes.
Done.
Jurassic Park meets Planet of the Apes?
I still haven't seen
That would be sick. Jurassic Park v Planet of the Apes? Is that a thing? That might be something.
Well, first they got to get the T-Rex to fight King Kong. You got to...
Yeah, what's up with that?
Well, how come no... Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think Godzilla would... Well, that is
Godzilla's
Godzilla.
wrecking all of them, bro. What? Yo,
That's a thing.
Godzilla's wrecking... let's be real. Let's not even...
Yeah, I feel like we need to be real here.
I don't even want to... Godzilla's on a different level.
I don't know. I kind of like King Kong, man.
Mothra's gonna mess around too.
I like King Kong.
In that game.
I
What's a T-Rex supposed to do?
King Kong is a real one. Don't.
Ramin just
If
said
Ant-Man comes here, he'll get destroyed by me in 1 second.
You just do this.
I'll be like, yo, Ant, what's going on? Oh, that was the end of that movie.
He's quick though. He's got that quickness.
Yeah. No, I'll get some raid on my desk, all this stuff. Why does Ramin get me going like this? Like, I like Ant-Man, okay? Shout out to everybody who loves Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd's amazing. Can't believe I ever say anything bad about Paul Rudd.
We all love
Paul Rudd. Yeah, we do. Shout out to all the Paul Rudd fans out there. All right, so right now, Roku not doing much. GameStop still chilling out. We do have a firm on our mind, but other than that, man, it's 352, and we didn't even go over those imbalances. So let me show them to you right now. I don't know what the imbalance was. Pardon? So 90, oh, there it is in the chat, 90 million to sell. So basically a fly under the radar nothing burger, I would say. Here, Visa's a sell, Ford is a sell. Basically a lot of NQ names led by Apple, that's it. So I don't really see anything else. A lot of NYSE names and the NQ names is what I meant to say being led here by Apple. So yeah, not much happening in the world of the markets here into the close. But
notably not AMC. Or GameStop.
Yeah, I don't see any of those. I mean, what are they even doing right now? That might be a good look. GME into the close, 30 again.
Yeah, like literally.
Kind of barcoding here into the close. So yeah, not much going on here. Yeah, just I would say the only thing that I'm going to say about GME is liquidity is going to dry up, obviously, in the after hours. So we'll watch it. Join me in a couple minutes with Adara on the desk for the recap show. We're going to have big topics to talk about. Like all these meme stocks we're going to be going through. Stone Co is up tonight. That's the biggest name that you might be interested in. But a name that has a short float as well. So we'll watch STNE coming into the close. And then we'll talk all about K-Web was rocking today. Alibaba, some of those FXI. We talked about China there. We've been long Baba for a while, DCAing into that name. So that's been good. We'll see if they can indeed. What they found Jack Ma, but we'll see.
You got to find
if
them
he's
a few
gone
more
missing
times.
again. We'll hear about that tomorrow. And then oh, shit. Thank you, Rivian Millionaire. Let's go. We back at it again, boys and girls. It is Rivian, and we all over it. There it is. Wow. I mean, okay. Like, what kind of a day are we even having? There's Roku. Boom. 20 cents in the money for 20 cents worth of risk. We'll take that. Nice upside move there for Affirm, for Roku, for the NASDAQ, for GME, for whatever, man. We're on one today, and glad that you're on with us. So with only 5 minutes left, thanks for pointing that out, Rivian Millionaire. We definitely didn't make $1 million on this Roku trade, but at least it's a win going upside now with only 5 minutes left.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and believe me, like Roku, if these meme names, if these squeeze names, whatever we're calling, if they keep on going, anything with a short float and a pulse has a chance to go. Like just everything out there, keep your mind open. At the end of the day, if you're closed-minded about these things, then you can miss some trading opportunities. It's not about buying and holding any of these, any of these stocks. It's just about finding the trading opportunities. I just typed in AMD instead of AMC. Sorry, guys. That's basically just muscle memory. Like I'm much more accustomed to pulling up AMD than I am AMC. That bounce, it did hold like 480 into 540. Just one move, that's a 10% move there on AMC. Alphabet, I know Brad Goober, that was a good one on the Chat GPT. We didn't even talk about this because of all the other things that were going, like Beyond Meat and GameStop and AMC and all of those runners, and BlackBerry kind of joined the party as well for whatever reason. But fresh highs and now green on the day for Alphabet. So this was the weakest of the Mag 7 names this morning when we sat down, and it just went green. That peak essentially was corresponding with the OpenAI event. Like, it made a bit of a peak there on the OpenAI event, and then when everything watered down, kind of pulled back there. So Google, I like this one. Actually, I like that reversal a lot. Probably going to come in looking bullish. Maybe hopefully a 170 break. That'd be great tomorrow morning on Alphabet. With less than 4 minutes to go, I did get out of Intel, kind of trailed out that 30-50 level, and there's only 3 minutes. A bunch of things just paired off.
That's that.
I think Apple just paired off. It was a million. I don't even see it anymore. So Visa's about the only thing that's still around there. So a bit of a pullback in the market when all those imbalances paired off. My eyes are going to be on AIM. Just for what's and giggles, we want to see where AMC and GameStop close. Looks like the $5 level is going to hold on AMC. And then for GameStop, I mean, if they were going to sell it through 27,
they'll do that.
They'd have done so already. It's probably more likely it tests that level in the aftermarket for anyone that's paying attention. I would suspect you're going to see some aftermarket movement in both of these names. If they don't do anything, then I'm a monkey's uncle. They're both going to move in the 4 o'clock to 4:30 show. Almost guaranteed.
We have, we'll just ring the register here on Affirm. Nice move there. Obviously out at the top. I got to go over to the other desk, so we'll just ring the register here, put some money in our pocket. Out of Roku at the top. What else are we supposed to do there? Nice move. Affirm, Roku, the market out on the market. Boom, as well, and completely flat. And boy, oh boy, what a day it was here today, from the sticky note just showing everything it needed to, man. Apple long, GameStop long, BABA long, Nvidia. That was the 2 big trades today, Nvidia and GameStop. So just those 2 trades alone allow us to get to where we need to be on the daily, and hands up in the air on that one. So I'll throw it back. I am getting out of here. I'm just going to cancel all my orders, get over to the desk here with only 2 minutes left. Join me and Adara on the recap show, as traders will stay late. And as you can see, there's the white screen of death, Fabian.
You might want to check
logged out.
Check out Airbnb when you get up there.
Is that moving around?
There's no imbalance on Airbnb. I have heard absolutely nothing in my ear, but this stock moving $2, breaking it out here and continuing. There hasn't even been a red candle in the last 20 minutes or so on Airbnb. Now green and up 1.8%. Like I said, I haven't heard anything in my ear from the news. I do have it plugged in. I'm just going to double check A, B, and B, see if there's like a print story or something like that going on. No, nothing. Could just be, it wasn't an imbalance because I didn't see an imbalance on Airbnb on the NASDAQ. And it clearly was moving before 350 anyways. So good look. I saw a couple people put that one in the chat. Not a squeeze name, doesn't have a big short float, nothing like that. Just a bit of a breakout here on A, B, and B. As I said, my attention is going to be what happens and where do we close and what kind of strength do we have at the close here on AMC and GameStop. Almost 500 million shares changing hands on AMC today. GME is, let me just double check that one without flipping on over, 175 million. So the notional, think about that, 6 times the volume on GME, and it essentially does about 40% of the volume. So almost twice as much relative volume in GameStop. That said, it had a bit of a head start. AMC starting to catch up. These were the 2. It is less than 1 minute to go. This day has gone by much faster. And that's what happens when these meme crazes go, because there's so much extra movement, you almost don't have the time to breathe. Like, we won the entire afternoon show, Google was breaking highs and nobody even cared, because you have these things moving like 10, 20% at a time, like it's going out of style. But that's a good thing. That's Trading Opportunity 101, and I think we're going to have a little bit more of that tomorrow morning. We'll be right back with you to get it all done. But I expect some price movement in the aftermarket for the after show as well, in addition to going over some trades. Michael Noss will be on with Sean as we drop the countdown on a meme stock Monday with Adara. There you go, True Trading Group. I know they love it when these move as well. In 4, 3, 2, and 1, ring it. And the meme casino is temporarily closed, but believe me, you're still going to see aftermarket volume on all of these. So pay attention. I know some people trade these in the aftermarket. Good on you. Make sure you know the rules associated with your broker. Stop orders, do you have them or not? What gateways can you use? It's not going to be the same in the aftermarket, so be careful trading that. Big shout out to Fabian and Remain on the ones and twos, as always, making us look and sound fantastic. And the great learn to trade. While the memes are going crazy, Adair and Sharif, we're still giving you the lesson anyways, because that's how they do. I want to thank Michael Noss this morning with Brendan for a great interview. And shout out to Danielle Shea, appreciate her coming through. But hey, you know what time it is. Traders got to stay late for some meme madness. AMC, GameStop, BlackBerry somehow apparently moving. And some Stone Cold earnings at the desk. It's Sean and Adara with your market recap.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roberts. We are now here at the market recap, and of course, the closing bell brought to you by True Trading Group. Go check those guys out. You can see them below there. So, all right, Adara, wow, what a wild day it is today, and what a monster day it was for me. My best day of the month, and it was really brought to you by GME. I mean, what a good day that had been for those guys. What a great day it's been also for AMC and many of those other meme names, but we're going to cover it all. We'll hopefully have Michael Noss coming on as well. I love that we got those Q&As last week, and I mentioned GLD, and he was all over that this morning. So that was really nice to see that come through. I do have GameStop open here into the close, so we'll just see if there is any more movement here. I wouldn't expect it. I do expect there to be movement for sure, but you know, without another sort of catalyst, I don't know. You know, Roaring Kitty was basically tweeting all day, and it just seems like it got going early, and we will recap our trades as well if we have time to do that near the end of the show. There we go. I like that. A little Sean-fident action there.
I know.
No sound with that, or? Nope. Okay. Kind of like maybe a whoosh or something like that as we go across. Yeah, you got to have some confidence in your trading, and today we did do that with GameStop, and we were able to make a little bit of money on that one as well. What a wonderful day it was. But for the market recap show, we're going to review some sectors.
Oh, yeah.
So why don't we get that rundown up right now? There it is right there, sector recap, okay. And then earnings, there's not much on there. Normally we would put Stone and all the names that are there, but there's not much happening right now. STNE is what we'll wait for. When they come out, we will drop that. But today, I mean, brought to you by some of the Chinese ETFs. I mean, K-Web today, let's just drop this down and maybe into a 10-minute. Really got going there. Alibaba, PDD, Billy, just some nice talks there as we start to have some better numbers over there across the, not pond, I guess across the world, over there in China as their markets open up last night to a nice move and then carries forward into today as K-Web. If I flip this over, that's a 1-minute chart. Let me get a daily on here for you on K-Web. And just to show you, look at this. You thought Chinese names were dead? No way. We're actually starting to break out again. And the ETF that I've really liked is FXI. Wow, FXI, where have you been all my life? Nice move back to the upside there. Actually, Adara, I didn't realize we had broke that far. Nice move back up on FXI. We've been talking about buying this one down to $25. So today, a nice little move there in the sectors for Alibaba coming out tomorrow, and a lot of front running that name. We know that we've been buyers of this name down there near the 52-week lows of $68, $69, but again, breaking now through the 200 and banging off of that $72 bottom down to the downside. People saying maybe AMC starting to run a little bit here in the after hours. Again, these are things that we expect. Oh, come on, flip over charts that go back over to 1 minute. Nah, not doing anything in the after hours. This could be a runner as well. Anything catch your eye on China? Was there a major catalyst for that?
I didn't see any major catalysts except for Tencent Music Entertainment earnings.
That's what it was.
Before the open, that was a nice one. A lot of actually year-over-year decreases, but they did beat revenue expectations despite a 3% year-over-year drop. They also had year-over-year increases in certain revenue segments, specifically their music streaming revenue was up. So nice look there for TME. Nice look for TME. We also have Alibaba tomorrow before open, JD and Baidu Thursday before open. So there's a lot of Chinese ADR earnings right now.
And it's funny when you look over at and that's the other thing, I forgot about Tencent, so that is absolutely fantastic on that one. Good look there. I mean, kind of a mixed board today when you look over. I'm going to sort of push this out so we can see this a little bit more here on the side. So again, thank you, Fabian, for that. It's Hydration Nation, baby, so everybody put your waters straight back. It's like a shot of tequila there.
Ooh.
That was a little sip. Can I do anything right for Ramin? It's like, oh, Sean, you only took $8 on GameStop. What's your problem? That should have been a $10 winner. Oh, Sean, you did this. Why did you SoFi? What's your problem? She's so I really like Ramin. So. All right, here it is. Stone is now. Check out Stone Co for us. That is making a move down to the downside right now.
Yeah.
So expectations on STNE. We had them a possible move today of 9.2%. Looks like they're moving 6%. What do those numbers look like, Adara?
They are not good. Q1 adjusted net profit of 450.4 million reais. So this is, Brazilian currency. Expected 462.43 million reais. So that is a miss. We also had a miss here on EBITDA. 1.51 billion reais versus 1.61 billion reais expected. Apologies for the pronunciation there. Also, the only numbers I have right now, EBITDA and net profits, both of those are a miss though, so not a great look there for some.
Okay, and that was really the big one that we had marked down. There was Wolf is coming through as well, so when that hits, we'll try to grab that. Is that just out just literally right now?
Yeah, literally just right now.
Find a little bit of a movement, but again, not a huge. Decent volume today of over 10 million. Wolf on the daily right now. Okay, kind of stuck in the middle. So what does that look like? It doesn't seem like we're getting too much movement right now for Wolf, but downside right now, just 1%.
They did have a pretty hefty miss on revenue here, 42.4 million versus the estimate of 46.3 million. So missed by about $4 million there for WULF. They also did have adjusted EBITDA slight beat, 32 million versus the estimate of 30.7 million. Q1 gross profit, 28 million. I'm not seeing any estimate for that, so I'm not sure how that compares. But they did have gross margin of 66% for the quarter, so not all bad. They also did say they're on track to reach 10.2 exahashes per second in Q3 2024. So not a bad look here for WULF, except for that revenue miss.
Yeah, Bitcoin mining facilities in the United States, TerraWolf right there. So maybe some pushback from Mara. We can check it. Yeah, no, nothing's happening right there. So before we started going on there, we did have a decent day upside today. So you can see even the NASDAQ, just 0.21. The diamonds, we've seen 8 straight up days for the diamonds right now. That's Spider, Dow Jones, right? So actually, it looks like we got a down day today for the DIA. So womp womp, I just said 8 straight days. Jinx on that one as we go to the downside right there. And of course, both Michael and I talked a little bit about gold today, and it does make a move back in here just for basically, let's go a 5-minute chart. Gold today, a little bit of a down push there. I like it as potentially a hedge. I did go in there and look to buy some Walmart today as well there. So we'll see if that order got filled. Was waiting to see if that closing price might step into that tomorrow. But again, gold, I don't mind this trade. I've actually talked about this on the air a couple times, and Michael talked about it this morning. So GLD, that's funny that diamonds, I said that 8 straight days, now it's a downside move. But nothing to really worry about. Uranium, I mean, we've gone over this again a lot. The breakout sort of already happened over that $30 mark, kind of topped out there at 32. So that's not moving around too much right now, down 1%. Gold and gold miners down today, and then energy to the downside as well. Then finally, financials, taking a little bit of a breather, financials today. But let's just go over a quick little stock heat map here and then we'll go over some, of the macro stories here. The S&P 500 chopped around pretty much all day. You could see here by the big technology names, really just Meta down that 1.7%. Could you get that story for me there, Adara, on Meta being down 1%? Of course, today, Microsoft and Google talk a little bit about AI and some of that chat along with Apple. But the big names today, Apple up 1.76% as we get ready for the Worldwide Developers Conference right there. And then, of course, we know that a lot of the moves today that you guys are going to be interested in. I'm going to talk to Michael about this as well. Let me hear. I know Michael can listen right now. Maybe let's go over some GameStop. I traded it today, was well traded. Let's see, not as an investment, but maybe there's some levels we can look at for some dip buys for tomorrow, Michael and everybody. And then Apple today. Nice move upside. Intel, Adara, sort of led the chip names there because they got an $11 billion potential partnership with Apollo for Ireland right there as well. And then on the back of China and Tencent, we all get excited for Alibaba's report tomorrow, which I've been really liking that name. Home Depot down 1.58% today, sort of leading that group of potential earnings plays happening this week that I like with Alibaba. So yeah, what did I miss there on Meta?
So Meta, I'm not sure. I don't know if this was the reason for the move down. I'm not seeing any catalyst that really would have propelled it to the downside. It could be, we know Meta has AI. It could be a Microsoft move. However, there are two stories worth noting for Meta. One of these is ISS, which is one of those proxy firms, basically recommending that Meta shareholders vote basically for this shareholder proposal for a report on generative AI misinformation and disinformation risk. So basically some AI misinformation related votes here as recommended by this proxy firm. ISS also got involved a little bit in the Disney move, so they're very much aware of the proxy voting. Also worth noting here too, Meta reportedly exploring AI-assisted earphones with cameras according to the information. So neither of those are really huge stories you'd expect to I guess, make that move to the downside, but those are the two things I'm seeing.
Reporting AI-assisted headphones?
Yeah, the information saying that Meta is looking into AI-assisted earphones with cameras. So,
are earphones headphones?
I think they're in-ear headphones.
Right.
I'm just trying to read what the report says.
Yeah, no,
making sure that's what.
No, that's good.
I don't know what I mean.
You know what, also, too? I'm going to also ask, I'm just trying to get, I know Michael has a few things he doesn't want to talk about, but I'm going to ask him also about the XLF, because the thing about this is, and I dropped an anchor all the way down here at this October bottom for financials. And the thing is that that's a huge pullback, man, down to $38. I don't know if we have this, sort of the appetite to hold an XLF all the way back down into VWAP. I'm not, or anchored VWAP. I'm not sure I'm convinced of that kind of a lower move. Not nervous. I mean, this is really just a pullback here. We've pulled back a lot more than this down into that 39 when we did have Morgan Stanley and some of those other names come under pressure. And then we did miss. Remember on JP Morgan, they missed, but then they just said, what miss? They gapped down into 180 Adair. Now it's all the way back to 200, as if you just blinked and nothing even happened to JP Morgan there. And then Morgan Stanley was throwing something around in their wealth department there. Big mids to the downside on some investigations. And now it's like, okay, I guess they're cleared. Goldman Sachs continues to look at Goldman Sachs' daily chart.
What?
I mean, Goldman sucks, people used to say. Yeah, right. Up to 5 bills, 450, Goldman Sachs having all-time highs here as well. Let me see, is this all? I mean, this must be, right? Goldman's stacking it.
Goldman racks, yeah.
Goldman racks on racks and stacks and all that kind of stuff as we continue to go upside there for Goldman, and a couple big weeks for them. Just 2 weeks ago, we have 400, now at 450, 10% on a bank in a couple weeks. That's a nice run. So I just think XLF, look at what this looks like. Again, a lot of us are in ETFs because it's a little more conservative. I understand that. Maybe you're getting a little top heavy, and we don't want to give investment advice here, but to raise capital into this spot might not be a bad idea. If rates come down, what happens to net margin there for some of these banks? Obviously, realizing that there could be 2 to 3 cuts this year, so plan accordingly to what's happening right now with some of these big bank names. Let's just quickly, Adair, go back in and check in on some of these reports. Let me go back to the weekly chart and put up a 1-minute report here. We have StoneCo's been a big interest for some of the traders here, so that one pulls back down to $15, a decent move to the downside, now retracing back up right now. Other than that, kind of a flat kind of moment right now with Stone. So, not a huge report. Was expecting a 9% move there. Not much happening as far as STNE is concerned. So anything catching your eye here in the after hours?
Yeah, I mean, we got TMC. Let me take a look at the metals company, because I know that was one that could have been potentially a little bit interesting there. Basically, when I was pulling today, I was looking for expected moves, and that was kind of how I was choosing to look at. TMC moved down about 4% here, and the expected move for that one was 14.6%, so much lower than the expected move. Let me tell you, for TMC, 3.2% short float. Not seeing what the compared was, but they did lose 8 cents a share. And yeah, net I'm only seeing net income there for their numbers. So they lost 8 cents a share, or $25.2 million. Big move to the downside here for TMC, but not near the expected move of 14%.
No, just be careful. Again, we talk about that. I'm really interested in trading. Oh, what's up, Brendo? I'm really super interested in trading. Traders stay late, and so does Brendan.
Yes.
So it's me, you, and Brendan here.
Brendan, stay late. Yeah.
Obi might be here. Obi, you still here, Obi?
No.
Nobi?
Nobi? Maybe?
Was that
Maybe?
Nobi. Oh man, I need a break. All right, so GameStop not really moving around too much right here. People talking a little bit about AMC. I wonder if this is the next one right here. 520 up to 540, trying to go a little bit for AMC. I know Michael loves AMC, so potentially we'll talk to him about that. Probably not for AMC. I was going to try to log in to show everybody some of the trading that we had done today, but one name that we loved today was this sort of dip buy opportunity in Nvidia. We hit this over and over again, and I really enjoyed trading Nvidia today. It made a lot of sense how it was moving around. We let it fall in. We were initially going to defend that 900. Then we got the news from the Chinese, I don't know if it wasn't the government, I don't remember what the report.
It was the information reported.
Yeah, reporting that there was supposed to be like a little bit of a sort of a mob set out there to not be buying, the mentality of no more Nvidia chips. That kind of came right back in, and then off the open, everyone got those jitters and sold Nvidia. But then once we found that bouncing spot off 890, we were able to play off 900 and got this a couple times and into the close. Good trade there, 904 and so, but Nvidia, really a good trade. And then the missed one of the day for me, I feel like, because we wrote this down early, and it was just Apple. And again, a shout out to these charts. Easy to zoom back and forth on this. There it is. By the way, Trader TV 20. Get 20% off any Trade Ideas product that's on the website. We'll bring Michael Nawson in 1 minute. 185. We wrote down 184, Adara. Honestly, I thought that would have been a decent level if I pushed this back down into a 5 or 10 minute chart. Like 184, like that's where we were thinking that was going to come into play. Get this garbage out of here, down here. That does not happen. It goes to 184.50 and then takes off. But then look at this little pullback at the end of the day. This is getting me excited for tomorrow. If the market can open up upside, let's look at Apple weakness into the close to maybe buy that weakness tomorrow, which has changed as far as Apple is concerned. Okay, here we go. Brendan makes a cameo and now is out of here. But traders stay late, and so does Michael Noss. So let's go over and find out what he's talking about with Trader Talk. Hey, Michael, you and I talked about gold today, and of course it was down 1%. Damn. But we're not here to trade gold on a daily basis. We're trying to invest in it as I log into my account right here to show some trade. Did you manage to put anything on? I know we had you on earlier today. Is there anything that caught your eye, maybe off the open or some of those moves today? And of course, I was just joking about your love of AMC.
No, if anything, I'm going to be stocking GameStop and AMC for short, but you can't do it on day one, right? These things can go absolutely insane. They are still bad companies.
Right.
You know, they're still zombie companies that are probably going to zero at some point. I just don't think that it's the move to go into day one, right? And really be careful as a swing trader, you know, holding any of these moves for any length of time, because you know, we saw what they've done before. They can go absolutely crazy. But no, I didn't really take too much. Today was a bit of an inside day in the overall market. As you mentioned, gold was down. I'm still stocking it for the reasons that I was on the show chatting about it before. Yep. But it just wasn't the day for it. And if the market's going to be inside and down a little bit, it's a good day to build a list. So that's actually what I've been doing most of the day. I've got some names on a list that I'm going to watch going into tomorrow and the rest of the week.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to give me one of those names in a couple seconds, maybe. I just want to break something down. So I was just like going to ask you, when looking at an AMC, like I just went to a 5-minute chart, then I come over to my screener, then I zoomed into a 30, then I zoomed to a 60. Like I'm not getting any information basically from any of these time frames whatsoever. Like when you're this depleted down, is it really worth looking at any levels? I mean, just look at this all the way down. Like I guess I'm just playing momentum. Like what I did today with GameStop, and I came in, Michael, and I just basically, it was my #1 trade, and it was a great runner today. I just said to myself, we're going to play off of, let me put this back into like a 1 or 2 minute chart here. Let's play off of some levels that we potentially saw in the pre-market. Like my dip buy opportunity was going to be down into here into $22, sort of that level. And then ultimately I wound up writing down 24, which was kind of this top, coinciding with the 200 period moving average. But other than that, I guess what else can you really do? If you're going to play it for a day trade, you might as well use some of the levels that you found in the pre-market. Is that something that you'll tend to do? Look at pre-market levels, or this kind of trading is really not something that interests you at all?
It doesn't interest me too much, but I think you're right. In moments like these, it's the same as when you have an earnings report or something like that. All rationality is out the window, right?
Right.
Some guy who may or may not own GameStop tweeted about maybe GameStop or maybe not. I've heard people talking about they're looking at these normal posts and seeing that he's not posting on his other socials and saying these are different from his normal posts. So somebody could have just hacked his Twitter. Like there's no rationality to what's going on. And when that happens, you do have to kind of sidestep normal. I'm going to look at this level and this level. And I think you're right. You just play the momentum. This is where guys like you who have direct order access and you're watching the tape and you're watching that. I think this is where that really, really plays because you're seeing the trades. Now, over on my chart, I do have something interesting here where just, for fun, I went and I anchored a VWAP from the initial major short squeeze rally in GameStop. And it's actually been a really interesting level going back. We're on a weekly chart. So this is the initial kind of craziness that happened in 2021. You can see a little bit of support right there, and then it bounced, a little bit of resistance, and it sold off, a little bit of resistance, sold off again. We came right back to that anchored VWAP today and failed immediately from that. That was the high of the day. We got nowhere near that for the rest of the day. So I don't know if that means there's an algorithm that's going to kind of step in at that level. I don't know what's going on. I just know definitely on day one, I'm not going to be looking at this thing for any sort of swing trade or really anything more than a few minutes. If anything, if we get a red day tomorrow, if it starts to break down, I think that might be a good play to punch it. If they don't have the juice that they had last time, then these things could move lower. And then the important thing to note is that we're all traders, people that are. So there's people in AMC from all the way from 600 down to, I think it hit a low of like $3. And we've all been in that situation before where we know we shouldn't, where we say, if this stock ever gets back to even, I'm going to sell it. You got to imagine how many people are at 600 and 500 and 400 and 300 all the way down, just waiting for their chance to exit. That to me makes this a little bit different this time, where you have so much overhead supply that I think in each of these rallies, they're going to be very short-lived, which again, for us as the short-term trader is great. I don't think there's anything wrong with trading these things in either direction. Just understand that they're going to be a trade. I don't think, and I could certainly be wrong, I don't think we're getting the kind of move we got last time when these things started to short squeeze.
Yeah, I mean, it's only up 300 and something percent since April 22nd there. So I think you're probably right. And that's why we got you on the show, showing that weekly anchored VWAP. I mean, that's exactly the kind of stuff that our viewers and traders need to understand. There is some kind of resistance up there. And thanks for pointing that out on the longer time frame. That's a big help right there for a lot of our viewers as well. Over 2,600 people watching right now. So I think this is a good opportunity to say, at Michael Noss CMT over there on X and on Instagram, go find this guy putting videos up all of the time about, over the weekend, things like that, crypto stuff. You basically trade whatever's moving. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I think you've said that.
Give me a chart and I'll trade it.
Right, it's like a chip in a chair at a poker game, I guess. All right, well then I'm gonna give something to you right now. All right, so we have coming through tomorrow the big name that we've looked at, Alibaba. So I'll give you a second to maybe load that up. We've seen FXI starting to go right now. We've seen K-Web starting to go, Yin and Yang, all the Chinese ETFs starting to go off here. Ramin, come over here and we'll have a quick look at what's happening with Alibaba. So up to 88 and change. I think we have a good chance holding that 200 period the last little while. Not the greatest hold, but little choppy. I understand that. Some dips and dives here, but that's going to be par for the course with China. You're going to have Tencent came out today with a great report as well over there on the OTC market. They're up 4 or 5 points, I believe, today. Alibaba looks good down here. A lot of consolidation, a lot of support.
Yeah.
I feel like, Michael, it's gone a little too far too quickly here, but as a swing trade, I've been buying down here in the 70s. I think if you're swinging it, you may want to take something out maybe on the report if it gets up here looking at 90 bucks. But how does Alibaba look to a guy like you here heading into earnings?
Well, to my own horn a little bit, I have the chart up here. This was kind of the chart I presented to you you guys a couple weeks ago. And then actually, funny enough, I think it was the following day, I had to bring Andy on because I had to be somewhere, and he talked about China as well. So we've been all over China over Trade Ideas for a long time here since this breakout. And for me, it was the breakout and then the retest of this zone right where this arrow is right there, and you had a nice move off there. So just full disclosure, I own some Alibaba, but just like you, I will be out of a large position going into this trade going into earnings tomorrow. I don't want to hold through earnings, especially with China. All the action will happen while the market that I'm currently in is closed. So you kind of have an extra gap risk. So I agree, you take some off the table. I think if we come back down into the 80s, it could be interesting. China is definitely the hot stock right now. Even if you go up to my heat map up here, just showing the stocks up and down the most in the day, we have KWEB and we have our FXI just front and center. So FXI, what I've been watching for a long time, is this downtrend line, and we finally broke through that. But if you look at it, KWEB has really been the outperformer here. So it seems that when investors, what they're looking at right now is not just China as a whole, but specifically Chinese internet, which, you mentioned Tencent, and then we have Baba. I think all of these things are definitely the move, a little bit overextended for now, but I really do think this theme plays out for a while. So now's the time where you wait for dips or you wait for consolidations and maybe take other trades or other positions in the direction of what I think is this kind of new primary trend in China.
Yeah, I mean, I've been like you. We've been dollar cost averaging into the long term as well for some of these Chinese names. But you know what? I've learned a lot of things from you over the years. And look at this. I just put up the RSI. The last time we popped into July 23rd, come over to my screen, Ramin, quickly. Look at this. Up here at 75 for RSI, we kind of started to fall back in. We got back to 75 there in August. That was kind of the high. Now we're kind of touching back in this area again. Nothing bothers you about this? I mean, obviously we'll let the report come out and figure out what happens. Generally, we get sort of a divergence to the downside. We looked at that with JP Morgan and stuff. But as this stock goes up, RSI is still climbing. I find like this is a positive thing right here as we continue to go higher. Do we need to worry about RSI or not really because we're kind of moving together with stock price?
I look at RSI a little bit different from most people, and a lot of this is, I believe it's Andrew Caldwell. I want to give credit where credit's due. They called him Dr. RSI because it was kind of his whole shtick behind there. And the part of the idea was, you mentioned RSI getting overbought. In the textbooks, they say that's generally a bad thing. In the real world, if you actually run back tests, if you buy when the RSI pops to overbought,
that's right,
you do better than if you short when the RSI pops to overbought. Now, what this Andrew Caldwell would always look at is what he called RSI regimes, because it's just a momentum indicator. So we call them momentum regimes. And the idea is...
We'll find out what happens with Alibaba and all that as well. Okay, look, trade ideas, some of the strength of trade ideas, of course, is some of those scanners that you were talking about, the ability to adjust them, go through them. And then even on a day like today, when shorts are sort of starting to fly through the roof there, you've talked about days to cover, very important things like that. So you sort of teased at the beginning, with only a couple more minutes left now, Michael. Was there a name or something potentially that's caught your eye that some of our traders could look at over the next couple days on this kind of theme? Because I feel like that's what most are waiting for here.
So I'm going to go to a scan that Steve actually just gave me before I got on here in our Slack, this lower heat map that I have.
All right.
And again, one thing we do great at Trade Ideas, ever since I saw the Carvana move, the last couple times I've been on, I've been talking different short float stocks, different short float scans that we have. This is one that Steve's looking at as well. And it's essentially, we're looking at high short float, and we're looking at high short float on names that haven't gone yet. Because if this craziness is going to continue, you imagine it's going to trickle down. Remember the initial short squeeze with GameStop? First it was GameStop, and then everyone forgot about GameStop. And then it was BlackBerry and Nokia, and it went down the list. And eventually it was anything that had a high short float percentage. Anytime it would move, it's going to look to buy. So there's a couple names that are interesting to me. One here is Wayfair.
Yep.
As kind of boring as this name is, but this is a nice long term. It's a nice consolidation, has nice strength off of earnings. We have a 22% short float going on here. That one looks really, really good. Beyond Meat, as much as I don't think I'd ever eat what they put out, it's 41% short float in 8 days to cover. Yeah. So this is what I'm going to be doing a lot of tonight, is going down this list and saying, okay, what hasn't moved yet. I'm going to be setting alerts for high short float names that have clear areas of support or resistance to get through that haven't moved, and then watching those like a hawk tomorrow. I think every trader on earth is going to have a list of high short float names, so there should be some momentum if these things can break key levels.
Yeah, we'll look out for that Beyond Mean. I really like that, Colin. Come over to my chart here, Michael. Look at this. This is exactly a Michael Noss breakdown chart I've learned. There's the smiley face, there's the top break, there's Riley, and she goes higher. Riley, B. Riley Financial. Thank you, Michael, for coming through again today. Now 4:31. I've kept you way too long, but the respect that you're getting in the chat, I mean, I just want to say thank you again for coming through. Everybody can use Trader TV 20 there at Trade Ideas. They can go hit you up. Any questions about any of the scans, I'm sure you'll be more than happy to help them out as well. So thank you so much, Michael Noss, for joining us one more time. Have a great evening.
Awesome. I'll talk to you guys later in the week.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. That's Trader Talk, baby. All right, that's Trader Talk, and I mean, again, we love that kind of stuff, right? Whenever you could talk to Michael about opportunities like that, and especially on such an important day where I feel like scanning is always important, but especially on a day like today where it was like, you were bringing us news. Oh, cost is going higher now, or, oh, guys, guess what? BlackBerry time. So, you know, you got to really be sort of focused on what you're trying to do, and I feel like with those scans, you can really zone in on all of that. All right, what's up with the sticky note here? We'll go over to the next topic real quick. I'm not going to, I mean, we just reviewed GameStop and Nvidia, and we're going a little bit over time. So I just want to go over this real quick because what's up with the sticky note today? Look, we had Apple written on there as a long 104. I actually really like that play, but it just didn't have an opportunity today to get down there. We got to 184.50. GameStop long 22. We broke down some of those levels. This was my number one net stock, but so was Nvidia. They were just minutes away, or dollars away from each other. 900 long dip buys. We really found the levels on Nvidia, and we're able to hit that, being very patient. We nailed the Alibaba long, but unfortunately, it only dipped into 82.50, something like that. We'll have another look. And then ARM didn't really get going. But today, sticky note, just being disciplined with it all allowed us to make some really great trades today. So I feel like that was pretty important. Just to look down here quickly for Nvidia, this was what our day looked like, because we will review a little bit. Once that level broke in the pre-market, we still said, let's try 900. We got that China news. Once we broke back, then we started using 900 as support. And when that happened, then everything just sort of happened for us. So we just reviewed the sticky note. We said we like 900. Let's stick with it until it breaks lower. Give ourselves like $2-3 worth of room, and we're able to make like right there. That's off VWAP under 900. I'm taking that all day. 898, and then there's the out there 906.50. So that was really great. And then being able to have confidence early on as well. Just in GameStop, like honestly, I sat down at 830. This is an 830 long. Right there, like look at these moves. Like it was just really great. That's $8, and we're just like, what is exactly happening? We're able to get out there on the break. We're still long from down here. Get another one on a VWAP break at 29. Buy 29s again. Outrate even here at $31. I know, Adara, that today for you on GameStop was a little bit back and forth, but you explained what happened, and I think this is the thing that I want to tell you about it is that GameStop is just a stock.
It is. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, despite it moving around like that, what you have to do is, and you said that you fat finger trade, so let's go on the two shot just quickly, and then we'll wrap this thing up in a minute. I'm going to do roll call. Basically, you just have to slow down. It's like you were long, and then you tried to get out, and then you wound up going shorter. You added to your long.
I added to my long.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think it's because you're like thinking to yourself, oh my God, this is the first time I'm live. Like I've never seen a stock move 90% or whatever it was at the time, and it was GameStop. So, but you probably didn't make any other keystrokes all day. Errors.
I actually did.
Oops.
This was a repeated. I'm going to be honest too. I think part of why as well, we had the whole shutdown situation is because I had an earlier fat finger on Tesla, where I did ironically the same thing I did in GME. Is
so where is your buy key?
I actually have them opposite. I think the issue was I go short. That's the really funny
I
part.
can't help you.
I go short more often lately. So I think when I'm long, my brain thinks, oh, to get out, you have to buy. But it's like that's not how it works when you're long, Adara. So I just need to get my brain on straight.
Who's here? All right, let's do roll call. No, I think that's an important point. I mean, you nailed it. That's all.
Thank you.
When you're seeing something happening in front of you, you do have to react, and sometimes it is tough to like make, here we go. Are we getting a little bit of a movement? Yes, we are.
Oh my
In
gosh.
GameStop, trying to go again, man, up to 32.30 again, starting to go in the aftermarket. We talked about that. The levels really dry up. So, and there's no halts. So if this thing goes to 40, generally the market would halt, let everybody slow down. But now you'll just keep on pumping to the upside. I don't know if it's going to happen, but there goes GameStop as well. All right, where did I put that little roll call thing? Let's see who's here. My voice about to go, so we'll do this real quick. There it is, NYC. You hit that right, Urbanista. NYC, no halt in after hours, so the memes can run. Bang, good call on that one. Hey, what's up, Hugh? What's up, Bears vs. Bulls? Thank you so much, Bears vs. Bulls, for all that you're doing, man. It means a lot to us, especially these days. What's up to Mauricio as well, Rivian Millionaire. You know what's good, man. Everybody that's watching knows what's good. That's all I can say right now. Bora Hout is here as well. AMC ripping. Shadera, we like that name as well. We'll have some Seanfidence and some Shadera here on the market recap show. And we are staying late. That's what we're doing, man. That's what we're doing. We're staying late. Hey, what's up to Rich Naples, the boring man? Q Daddy. Christopher Holcomb is here as well. Dewey is here. Sebastian is here. Woo, we only have swimming today. We've had to, there it is. We are Seanfident about some of our trades, and we'll be back tomorrow. We have swimming lessons again because my kids have missed so many. They were at swimming lessons yesterday and again today because they've missed so much because they've been so active with everything else. So that's okay. 6 to 7 o'clock. I don't mind swimming lessons. The problem is like, you know, they get in the water. I'm sitting there. It's humid me and my wife are like, what are we even doing here? So sometimes we'll go out for a walk because you don't get to see that much. Oh, great, my son knows how to do the backstroke. Like, it's not competitive swimming. It's like get the badges so you can level up. And then eventually they kind of want to both do, well, at least my son does. I thought it was a wicked summer job.
Yeah,
a lifeguard.
Yeah.
You get to chill out. You get to see some nice scenery, if you know what I'm saying. You get to sit back. Lifeguard.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, hopefully you don't have to use your skills too often.
Fingers crossed.
Right.
Yeah. If all goes according to
And
plan.
then you're not the only lifeguard. There's other lifeguards, but there's responsibility there. My cousins were lifeguards and absolutely loved it. So, all right, Miss Adara, thank you for staying late.
Thank you for having me. I'm always happy to be here.
Get all that sleep.
Oh yeah.
We'll get those trades figured out for tomorrow. I want to thank Ramin on the ones and twos there. Although today she's not wearing slippers. She's got like Miss Fancy shoes on over there.
Oh yeah, she's got cute little flats there.
Yeah, what's up with that? Thank you to Ramin for staying late. Thanks to Brendan's head for making an appearance. That was really cool. I want to give a big thank you to my guy, Michael Noss, as well. And of course, a thank you to you, Adara, for standing beside me here. So from everybody here at Trader TV Live, go find me at Trader TV Sean. Go find her at Trader TV Adara, and we will join you tomorrow at 8:30 right here at Trader TV Live. Until then, have a fantastic evening, and I guess go GME.